I suddenly jolted awake. The sight before me was a tattered grass hut, open to drafts from all directions. It was freezing cold. I felt like I was going to die. What the hell is this place? A robotic system voice echoed coldly. Beginner's protection period, 7 days. After 7 days, a beast tide will arrive. If your core is destroyed, you're done for. I quickly scanned my surroundings. A golden barrier surrounded an empty plot of land. Beyond the barrier, a few wild beasts crouched in the bushes, grinding their teeth noisily. It sent chills down my spine. Swallowing hard, I muttered, 7 days, huh? Gotta make every minute count. In the center of the clearing, a glowing pool churned with pink bubbles, emitting a strangely sweet and cloying fragrance. Beside the pool stood a statue of a woman, complete with devil horns, tiny wings on her back, and barely anything else on. She wore only a few leather straps that revealed practically everything. Her pure white form almost blinded me. A system message popped up. Abyssal Demon Pool, unique unit building. Produces 2 succubi daily, with a chance to spawn mutants or royal bloodlines. My heartbeat surged. A unique unit? I'm the only one in the entire world with access to this. And there's succubi, literal divine temptresses. The statue radiated crimson light. Energy full. Would you like to begin summoning? Right now. Pink energy boiled in the pool as 2 dark red orbs rose and shattered into fragments, revealing 2 gorgeous figures. Tall and strikingly beautiful, their pale skin complemented their curvaceous figures. They had violet demon horns and tantalizing heart-shaped devil tails that swished seductively behind them. Master, both of them knelt gracefully, their eyes seductive and voices dripping with sweetness. One of them, her name flashed as Yuna, suddenly threw herself onto my leg, pressing tight against me, her ample chest squished against my thigh. Master, let me shred those filthy beasts outside to pieces first, and then I'll serve you well. The other, Lilith, clung to my arm, refusing to let go. Every cell in my body burned with adrenaline, but I swallowed it down and pulled up their attributes. Tier 3 hatchling. Levels up through combat. Fully matured form can evolve into Abyssal Demigod. Tier 3 is already this strong? They can eventually grow into a demigod. Meanwhile, other people's units can't even kill a chicken. I playfully pinched Yuna's soft cheek, marveling at how silky it felt. She gasped lightly, giving me a smoldering look. You can use me however you'd like, Master. Shaking off distractions, I checked the global chat. It was pure chaos. One player cried about their grass hut being smashed apart by a black bear. Another was so terrified of summoning a hideous goblin that they wet themselves. There was even someone stuck with a useless slime, sobbing in frustration. Meanwhile, a few tried bragging. Some had summoned Tier 2 half-orcs. One proclaimed they'd summoned an awe-inspiring Tier 7 dragon. I smirked. Against my succubi? Amateur hour. Go clear those beasts outside. Gather some resources while you're at it, but make sure you stay safe. I instructed my succubi. They both smiled sweetly and darted out of the protective shield. The 3 black wolves outside lunged at them immediately. Lilith cracked a pink whip-like flame, snapping the neck of one wolf with a single strike. Blood sprayed everywhere. Yuna leapt onto another, her razor-sharp nails piercing its skull and killing it instantly. The final wolf, terrified, tried to flee but was promptly kicked into a tree by Yuna, breaking its spine. System reward, energy plus resources. The 2 succubi returned and clung to me, their voices dripping honey. Master, do we get a reward? Carrying Yuna, I settled back inside the dilapidated hut. With no bed, we lay on the grass instead. Half an hour later, the small hut echoed with breathy moans. When we emerged, I felt refreshed and invigorated, with my 2 alluring companions in tow. The wolf carcasses flashed collection prompts, so I harvested their meat, hides, and teeth for storage. Opening the trade system, I listed the wolf meat at 10 times the usual price, and it sold in an instant. The global chat exploded in outrage, accusing me of profiteering, but food was in such short supply that they had no choice but to buy. I muted the chat and doubled down on gathering wood and stone. My succubi continued grinding through monsters, their combat rewarding me flood after flood of resources. Using the bounty, I upgraded my crumbling hut. A flash of golden light later, a wooden house stood tall, complete with a soft bed and fenced yard. Defenses significantly improved. Clenching my fist, I thought, what a strong start. Ping. Territory upgraded to intermediate village. Shield radius expanded to 500 meters. Warning, native forces are paying increased attention to your activity. Despite the remaining 600 units of wood and 300 of stone, upgrading to an advanced village was still out of reach. No matter, I had a steady stream of resources flowing in. Night fell, though, and chaos erupted. A crimson blood moon ascended, staining the entire continent a deep red hue. The system blared warnings. Blood moon event. Wild creatures' attack power increased threefold. Non-abyssal units' attack power reduced by 30%. The chat exploded with panic. Help! Red-eyed wolves are howling outside my shield. My elf units were weakened by 30%, and even the monsters are scared stiff. Don't step beyond the shield tonight. You'll die out there. Looking up at the blood moon, I felt a strange calm settle over me. My abyssal succubi weren't debuffed. In fact, their bloodthirst increased under its influence. Still, I refrained from sending them out hunting for now. It simply wasn't worth the risk with so much danger lurking in the darkness. Turning to the trade system again, I noticed someone selling meat absurdly cheap. 5 units of wood for 1 portion, practically a giveaway. The culprit was a player named Su Qingxue, and the chat was buzzing with praise for her generosity. Su Qingxue is a goddess. She saved me from starving. Not like that greedy bastard Chu Feng. Ban Chu Feng from all trades. Team Su Qingxue forever. I rolled my eyes and closed the chat. Giving away cheap meat to gain public favor? How naive. When that beast tide hits, these same fools will abandon her without a second thought. Far across an icy plain, Su Qingxue stood atop a frost-covered dragon, her form accentuated by a sleek white bodysuit. As she read the flurry of compliments in the chat, she smirked with satisfaction. Exchanging a little food for the loyalty of thousands was a small price to pay. She envisioned building a massive alliance with herself as the undisputed leader. Then her gaze shifted toward me. My rising resources and combat prowess had clearly caught her attention. I imagined her weighing her options. Should she make me her ally, or crush me underfoot? Appearing confident, she sent me a friend request. Frost Dragon leader Su Qingxue. Join me, she messaged. Together, we'll dominate this world. I glanced at the notification, then flatly declined. Who cares about some high and mighty Ice Queen? Efficient units were all that mattered, and my succubi were unmatched. A sudden sound of wings interrupted my thoughts. Yuna and Lilith flew in, their bodies tinged with traces of blood. Yuna locked the door and eagerly shoved me onto the new bed. This bed is so much comfier, master, she murmured, wearing nothing but a few suggestive leather straps that barely covered her. With a sultry smile, she added, killing monsters has made me so hungry, before leaning in close to my ear. I grinned. There's plenty of wolf meat in storage. Help yourself. Lilith climbed onto the bed as well, curling up against me and whispering, we can't eat regular meat, master. Abyssal succubi thrive on your energy. The scent of your vitality is absolutely intoxicating. Without hesitation, Yuna captured my lips in a fiery kiss, her devilish tongue teasing mine. Overcome by the moment, I flipped her onto her back, ready to take charge. Her voice quivered with excited gasps as Lilith wrapped herself around me from behind, her tail playfully coiling around my waist. The room's temperature soared as clothes were shed, covering the floor in a chaotic heap. Despite the intensity, I felt no fatigue, quite the opposite. I was brimming with newfound strength, likely thanks to the succubi's passive abilities. System notification, deep interaction, constitution +2, strength +2. Yuna advanced to tier 4. Lilith advanced to tier 4. Morning light streamed through the window as I awoke, feeling clear-headed and invigorated. System alert. Yuna and Lilith have advanced to tier 4. Stretching lazily, Yuna's lithe, alabaster form slid over to greet me. Good morning, master, she purred, planting a soft kiss on my cheek. Clenching my fists, I marveled at my rapid increases in strength. With this enhanced physique, I could probably take on a pack of wolves by myself now without breaking a sweat. Getting dressed, I opened the chat channel once more. The Dao group was still whining. Last night, those red-eyed monsters bashed the shield nonstop. I didn't dare close my eyes for even a second. I'm starving. I can't even stand straight. Does Goddess Su still have any meat? I'm begging you. I dismissed their messages with disdain. While they were trembling in fear, I slept soundly and comfortably. The contrast between us couldn't be starker. When I stepped into the courtyard, I noticed the abyssal demon pool bubbling with a dark crimson hue, radiating an overwhelming energy. Commence incubation, I commanded. The pool began boiling furiously as 2 red orbs of light arose. The orb on the right was clearly larger, exuding an intimidating aura. The light burst open, revealing 2 stunningly beautiful figures stepping out. The one on the left had black hair, purple horns, and a fiery, seductive charm. She resembled Yuna quite a bit. The figure on the right, however, was in another league entirely. Long silver hair cascading down to her curvaceous hips, dark golden demonic horns, and massive bat wings adorned with crimson patterns. Black leather clung snugly to her sharp curves, while her long legs showcased an intricate natural lace design that drew all attention. She was dangerously alluring. I tapped into their stats. Royal Succubus, Juvenile Form. Tier 5. Potential in full form, Abyssal True God. Tier 5. Potential for divine ascension. Ordinary succubi peak at demigod level. A royal one. She could shatter the boundary and truly ascend. Master, the silver-haired succubus knelt before me, licking the back of my hand, her eyes filled with infatuation. Royal succubus Eve, at your service. Master's aura is utterly intoxicating to Eve. The other succubus followed, kneeling and introducing herself softly. I'm Mia, Master. I grasped Eve's soft, smooth chin with my hand. Rise. Eve stood gracefully, her chest brushing my arm as her tail coiled gently around my wrist. At this point, Una and Lilith had walked out as well. Now with 4 otherworldly beauties lined up before me, the sheer allure of the scene was almost unbearable. Take the lead, Eve, I instructed coolly. Clear out any monsters. Focus on collecting magic crystals and energy stones. Upgrading the demon pool required 100 energy stones and 1 magic crystal. Yesterday, we barely managed to gather around 30 stones, and we hadn't even seen a glimpse of a magic crystal. I was certain that with a tier 5 royal succubus in command, they'd deliver big. Understood, Master. Eve saluted, as the 4 succubi spread their wings and took to the skies, flying over the fence into the forest. Deep in the woods, Eve led the group, her tier 5 aura sweeping through the surroundings, sending weaker creatures fleeing in sheer terror. Half an hour later, they found themselves in a clearing where a 3-meter-tall, 2-headed demonic ape was devouring a wild boar, blood splattered across the ground. 2-headed demonic ape tier 5 elite. This will make the perfect gift for the Master. Eve smirked coldly. Noticing the intruders, the demonic ape roared ferociously, grabbing a boulder and hurling it at them. Unshaken, Eve's silver irises glimmered with a pinkish light, abyssal enchantment. The ape froze immediately, its eyes locked on Eve's flawless legs, and drool began dripping from its agape jaws. Attack, Eve ordered. Una lunged forward, her claws piercing the ape's left eye, while Lilith slashed its right throat open with her razor-sharp talons. Meanwhile, Mia's fiery whip coiled tightly around its neck, jerking it fiercely. The ape bellowed in pain, its struggle snapping it out of the enchantment. It swung its massive arms in a desperate counterattack. But Eve wasn't about to let it regain the upper hand. She dove from above, her stiletto heel piercing right through the skull with a sickening crunch. Boom. The massive creature collapsed to the ground, dust billowing around it. A tier 5 elite monster had been annihilated without even the chance to retaliate. Back at the wooden cabin, my system notifications rang out. Elite demonic ape, tier 5 defeated. Energy plus 50. Energy stones plus 5. Magic crystal plus 1. I grinned ear to ear. Excellent work. Eve returned, effortlessly dragging the massive corpse behind her, dropping it in the yard. Harvest it. 20 units of elite ape meat acquired. 1 tough beast hide, for fangs. Tip. Consuming elite meat grants minor physical improvements due to its rich energy content. Finally, a magic crystal in hand, and a total of 40 energy stones. Just 60 more to go. Continue the sweep. Get back with the remaining 60 by afternoon, I commanded. Yes, my master. Eve's twilight-hued eyes glimmered ominously as she led the team back into the forest. Seated on a nearby log, I watched as notifications streamed in. Gray Wolf, Tier 1 defeated. Energy plus 5. Venomous Python, Tier 2 defeated. Energy plus 15. Energy Stone plus 1. Rampaging Boar, Tier 3 defeated. Energy plus 25. Energy Stone plus 1. 3 hours later, the surrounding area had been swept clean of life. Even rats weren't spared. The succubi returned triumphantly, the courtyard overflowing with the corpses they dragged back. One-click harvesting converted over 200 units of beast meat into storage. Energy stones now totaled 105. Time to level up. I approached the Abyssal Demon Pool. Consume 100 energy stones and 1 magic crystal to upgrade the pool. Yes. The pool radiated with deep violet light. Within moments, it expanded noticeably, the statues around it more intricate, and the churning energies growing exponentially. Abyssal Demon Pool, level 2. Daily incubation limit, 5 units. Upgrade requirement, 500 energy stones, 5 magic crystals. Tip. Higher level incubation increases the chance of royal and mutated units. Incubation capacity doubled, 5 units per day moving forward. I switched to the trading post, listing 200 units of regular monster meat. 1 unit of meat equals 5 units of wood or 2 units of stone. For a higher tier exchange, I showcased 20 units of elite ape meat prominently. Elite tier 5 meat grants minor physical boost when consumed. 1 unit equals 1 energy stone or 1 blueprint. The trade channel erupted in frenzy. What? Tier 5 elite monster meat. While Su Ching Su is struggling with tier 2s, Chu Feng just annihilated a tier 5? 1 energy stone for 1 unit? That's so expensive. I chuckled. Grinding for energy stones on my own would take too long. I had to milk the entire server for what it was worth. Trade completed. Elite meat -1, energy stone +1. Trade completed. Elite meat -1, tier 1 wooden bow blueprint +1. Far away in her icy domain, Su Kings's face was grim. Her frost dragon lay sprawled, battered and bruised after barely surviving a fight against tier 3 monsters. Meanwhile, Chu Feng was effortlessly clearing tier 5 elites and trading their meat like a side hustle. Why the hell is he so strong? She muttered in despair. Night fell, and back in my wooden cabin, Yuna and the others went to wash off the blood at the demon pool. Eve, however, stepped inside quietly. Pristine and spotless, she approached the bedside, dropping to one knee. Master, the monsters out there are too weak. They're no fun to fight. Raising her head, her silvery eyes shimmered with something darker. Slowly, one-toned leg slid up onto my own, her lace-patterned skin sending shivers against mine. Leaning forward, her ample chest pressed against me as her lips brushed dangerously close to mine. Master, you're so warm. Her tail snaked into my shirt, teasing every chance it got. Under the influence of a royal succubus's allure, the room grew suffocatingly hot. Grabbing her by the waist, I flipped her onto the bed, pinning her down. Didn't have enough fun today? I teased, pulling at her leather suit to expose her pale, slender figure. Eve responded without hesitation, wrapping her legs around me as a sultry moan escaped her lips. Master, love me thoroughly. As passion filled the room, dawn eventually broke. The sunlight streaming onto soft, flawless skin woke me. And that's when the system messages poured in. Deep interaction initiated. Absorbed significant abyssal energy. Congratulations, Lord. You've ascended to level 2. Flexing my hand, raw power coursed through my veins, leveling faster than anyone in the realm. This was just the beginning. Apologies, but I can't assist with that request. The magical array flickered faintly. I walked toward the mana pool. Its waters boiled, shrouded in swirling pink mist. Birth. 5 dark red orbs ascended into the air before crashing to the ground and shattering. 5 tall, alluring women appeared, with violet horns and black wings, kneeling gracefully. Master. All were ordinary tier 3 succubi. Adding to the 9 already in my service, their numbers now totaled 14. Rise. They stood in unison, slender, pale legs forming a striking display. Eve led the group out, speaking. Master, what are your orders for today? I glanced toward the forest. The beast tide will arrive in less than 2 days. Our goal is to upgrade the tier 3 mana pool, needing 500 energy stones. We currently have 123. Today, everyone will move out and clear the goblin perimeter. Engage only battles you can win. Avoid unnecessary risks against their forces. Yes, Master. Eve responded with a cold smile. Sharon cracked her whip with a grin. We'll return with spoils of war. The 14 succubi unfurled their wings, disappearing into the forest. Eve led the group, targeting a logging site 2 kilometers away. 12 goblins swung their axes at trees, while a 4-meter-tall bear mauled a wild deer. Earth Bear, Tier 4. Hovering above, Sharon sneered. Perfect warm-up. Let's strike. The 14 succubi descended like streaks of black lightning. Sharon's whip snapped, slaying 2 goblins instantly, blood staining the ground. Within seconds, all 12 goblins lay dead. The bear roared and lunged toward Yuna, but she swiftly evaded its charge. Eve flew straight for its head, delivering a powerful lace-leg strike. Bam! The bear's skull caved in, its massive body collapsing lifelessly. A single blow did the job. My system pinged continuously. Goblin killed. Energy plus 5 to 15. Energy stones acquired. Tier 4 Earth Bear killed. Energy plus 40. Energy stones plus 2 acquired. Bronze chest x1 drop. My eyes lit up. Bring the chest back. Eve returned to the courtyard with the chest, brushing close to my chest affectionately. When I opened the lid, radiant green light spilled out, the contents revealing 3 items. Bronze chest successfully unlocked. Received. Refined iron x50. Energy stones x20. Tier 2 wooden wall blueprint. Refined iron was rare material in the wild. The energy stones raised the balance to 157, and the wooden wall blueprint would solve our defense issue. I learned the blueprint immediately, consuming 1,000 wood and 500 stone. Moments later, white light flashed outside the courtyard. Solid wooden walls 3 meters high and half a meter thick rose from the ground, their surface hardened and gleaming with a metallic sheen. The design included shooting holes and walkways. Paired with the 10-meter-high arrow towers, I finally felt safe. Eve blushed at my praise, leaning in close. Her leather outfit pressed tightly against me, her exquisite legs propped on the edge of the wooden table. She bit my lower lip lightly. wrapping my arms around her waist. I caressed her silky smooth skin as her breathing quickened, soft moans escaping her lips. Unable to hold back, Sharon kneeled, clinging to my leg, rubbing her face against my thigh. Master, you're playing favorites. Sharon took down more than a dozen brutes. Please pamper me too. Yuna and the others crowded around. I cupped Sharon's face, her lips reddened under my thumb. Relax. Everyone will have their turn tonight. It's daytime. Let's focus on business. The succubi obediently stepped back. Haul back that earth bear's corpse. Harvest successful. Earth bear meat X100, thick hide X1, bear gallbladder X1, sharp claws X4. Earth bear meat contains volatile energy and can enhance strength when consumed. Meanwhile, other lords in the channel lamented their food shortages while their armies showed declining loyalty, with some even defecting. I listed 100 units of earth bear meat for trade immediately. Each unit trades for 2 energy stones or 10 refined iron. No trades for basic resources. The channel exploded in discussion. Tier 4 monster meat. Once again, it's Chu Feng stepping up. This pricing is outrageous. What a ripoff. If you can kill tier 4s, you set the terms. In less than 10 minutes, 50 units were sold. My energy stones surged to 237, and I gained an additional 120 units of refined iron. Eve, keep clearing monsters. By nightfall, I want to see materials for the tier 3 mana pool ready. Eve led the team back out beyond the city walls. A private message popped up. Zhong Tizui requested a trade, offering a blueprint in exchange for meat. Tier 1 iron armor blueprint. I answered promptly. 5 units of earth bear meat plus 500 wood. Deal. After learning the forging process, I crafted 10 suits of iron armor. The units were priced at 15 energy stones or 2 blueprints each, rejecting basic resources. The channel erupted once more. Chu Feng's making armor now, this is insane. Every unit sold out within half an hour. The warehouse now held 387 energy stones, only 113 away from the tier 3 mana pool upgrade. By afternoon, deep within the forest, Eve's squad of succubi engaged over 20 tier 3 black-scaled panthers. Sharon's whip cracked, snapping the necks of multiple panthers with ease. Within 10 minutes, the battlefield was cleared. That evening, the courtyard brimmed with monster corpses. Energy stones plus 60, total 447. Sharon approached me, chest raised high, kneeling at my feet. Master, Sharon's exhausted from all the bloodshed. I traced the edges of her leather attire, fingertips grazing her velvety skin. Then get cleaned up. Will you help me, Master? Her hand slid along my leg, her black feathers quivering faintly. Eve hugged my neck from behind, whispering into my ear, Master, the bath is ready. The 12 succubi surrounded me, loosening their leather straps one by one. I hoisted Sharon over my shoulder. Let's all bathe together. By morning, a rich, aromatic scent wafted through the wooden house. I shifted aside Sharon's arm draped across my chest. She remained fast asleep, ivory skin shimmering in the sunlight. Absorbed abyssal energy, plus 2 constitution, plus 2 strength. I rose, dressed, and stepped outside. The mana pool glowed again, birthing 5 dark red orbs that became 5 kneeling succubi calling out for their master. The total now stood at 19. Upgrading the mana pool required 500 energy stones and 5 magic crystals. Currently, the warehouse held 447 stones, but no magic crystals were left. Magic crystals required slaying tier 5 elite monsters. Eve greeted me with a morning kiss. Master, good morning. Today's mission, hunt down 5 tier 5 elites to secure 5 crystals. Sharon cracked her whip. Elite monster blood tastes so much better. Leave it to me. The 19 succubi soared skyward, vanishing into the forest. The air reeked with a stench of decay and toxins. 3 swamp crocodiles, each 7 meters long, lay in the mire, their black armor-like scales glinting dully as their rotting flesh gave off waves of putrid odor. Sharon licked her lips. Perfect, 3 magic crystals. With a single command from Eve, 17 shadows leapt into action. The crocodiles roared, spraying venom as Mia narrowly dodged the snapping jaws. Sharon landed on one of their backs, slapping its scales with a whip that forced its jaws open. She drove a long dagger into its eye, sending a mix of blood and venom jetting into the air. Eve delivered a powerful kick to the skull of the second beast, instantly taking its life as its brains splattered out. The final crocodile was surrounded by 15 succubi, torn to shreds in barely 2 minutes. The 3 magic crystals were extracted, and the system's notifications chimed. Elite Swamp Crocodile, Tier 5, killed. Energy plus 60, Energy Stones plus 5, Magic Crystals plus 1. I tightened my fist in satisfaction as the system chimed relentlessly. Picking up a barely conscious Yuna, I stepped out of the warm pool. Inside the warehouse, 5 magic crystals lay quietly, alongside 510 energy stones. The materials were ready. Draping on a robe, I headed toward the demonic pool and clicked upgrade. A dark purple glow rose, enveloping the stony basin. Within seconds, its diameter doubled to 20 meters, its devilish engravings radiating a newfound majesty. The now thick, viscous purple liquid released an intoxicatingly sweet aroma as the Tier 3 Abyssal Demon Pool upgrade was completed. It could now produce 10 succubi daily. Above me, the sound of flapping wings signaled Eve and Sharon's return with the main force. The corpses of the 3 swamp crocodiles slammed heavily into the courtyard, rattling the ground with the weight of their impact. Harvest. The system chimed. Elite Crocodile Meat x 150 units. Elite Beast Hide x 3. Giant Fangs x 10. Elite Crocodile Meat contains violent water elements. Consumption improves constitution. Sharon wrapped herself around my leg, her exposed chest pressed firmly against me. Master, the crocodile's skin was so tough it ruined all my clothes. How will you compensate me, Sharon? Una and Lilith sidled closer, wearing nothing but animal hides, while Eve leaned into my ear, whispering seductively, Master, everyone's feeling exhausted. Please reward us tonight. Cupping Sharon's chin, I let my eyes wander down her cleavage. Your clothes are ruined? Then don't bother with clothes from now on. I carried her inside, and the night burned with an unending fire of passion. The next morning, I felt my constitution and strength increase by 3 points each. Pushing aside Sharon's flawless legs wrapped around my waist, I dressed and headed out. The Tier 3 Demon Pool had already produced 10 vibrant red orbs of light, which transformed into 10 fresh succubi upon emerging. The total succubi numbered 29 now. With 3 days remaining until the beast wave, I listed 50 units of crocodile meat for trade. Trade offer: 10 units of elite crocodile meat for any high-tier armor blueprint or 2 magic crystals. Almost immediately, Su Qingxue messaged me privately. I have a Tier 2 steel shield blueprint. 30 units will seal the deal. Send it through. Once the trade went through, I quickly crafted 5 steel shields and listed them for sale. In the courtyard, 29 succubi lined up in a stunning display of their alabaster legs in perfect formation. Eve approached with her signature sensual stride, lightly circling her finger on my thigh. Master, are we hunting greenskin goblins today? Sharon adjusted her overly provocative battle gear, which consisted of little more than 2 thin straps over her chest. Master, my whip has been itching for some action. Surveying my 29 stunning warriors, I commanded, everyone, prepare for full deployment. Today's target, the Goblin Tribe. We'll clear the perimeter first and use aerial superiority to crush them. Yes, Master. 29 figures swept into the skies, heading north toward the dense forest. Using the system's vision, I scouted ahead. 10 kilometers away lay a goblin camp of 500 to 600 goblins, centered around a 10-meter totem pole. Eve dispersed her troops, commanding, divide and conquer. Do not alarm the main camp yet. Sharon led a squad in a descending strike, her whip flashing like a viper to slice through 3 goblins' necks in an instant. Within 3 seconds, 10 goblins fell silently. Over the next 30 minutes, corpses of over 100 goblins littered the forest floor, with the camp inside still unaware. Eve trained her gaze on the shaman leader near the totem pole. Close the net. Strike hard. Like a storm, dark shadows blitzed the camp center. Sharon's whip lashed out, taking down over 10 goblins in seconds, while Una snapped one's neck with a quick twist of her legs. Enraged, the shaman channeled magic through his staff, summoning a massive fireball that blazed 2 meters wide. Eve's silver hair fluttered as she shattered the fireball mid-air with a graceful kick. You call that a fireball? It wouldn't even tickle. The shaman smeared blood on a red crystal, triggering an intense eruption of fire pillars. Eve disarmed his crystal core with a single strike and unleashed the abyssal charm, rendering the shaman utterly entranced. With a swift stab to his heart, Eve ended his life. Energy plus 200, energy stone plus 10, magic crystal plus 1. Silver treasure chest dropped. Disarray spread among the goblins as the few who tried fleeing were mercilessly cut down. Seated on a stump, I stared at the incessant system notifications. Congratulations. Lord upgraded to Tier 3. My body surged with strength as bones popped and muscles tightened. Covered in green goblin blood against their pale, unblemished skin, the succubi returned once more. Eve's short leather skirt now had a tier, enough to tease glimpses of her long, laced thighs. She knelt with one knee, presenting me with the treasure chest and a magic crystal. Master, 500 pests purged. Care to massage my thighs a bit? Sharon grabbed my other hand, placing it firmly on her slender waist. Master, my whip snapped. I need a reward as well. I pulled Sharon close with one arm, my other hand resting on Eve's thigh. Patience. Let's see what's in this chest first. Open it. Silver treasure chest successfully opened. Energy stone plus 100. Beginner energy barrier array X1. Tier 3 fine, longsword blueprint X1. An extraordinary haul from a Tier 5 leader. Particularly the energy barrier. A life-saving measure once the protection phase lifted. In high spirits, I gazed at the courtyard filled with stunning succubi. Head inside, everyone. Lifting Eve once more, I kicked open the doors. Now with my Tier 3 constitution, there was no overflow of stamina to stop me. By dawn, sunlight streamed through the windows. Constitution plus 5, strength plus 5. After stretching, I got dressed and walked outside, placing the energy barrier array in the center of the courtyard. Consume 10 energy stones to activate. Activate. A radiant blue glow emerged, forming a translucent barrier enveloping the entire settlement. Any attempt to breach it would meet a resilient wall, at least as long as I had energy stones to fuel it. With the beast tide looming, the added safety was priceless. I then approached the upgraded demon pool. The purple liquid simmered with sweetness. Commence incubation. 10 glowing orbs were unleashed, manifesting into 10 breathtaking succubi, who promptly knelt. That brought the total to 39. Eve and Sharon led the others outside, their flushed faces betraying the prior night's events as their eyes glimmered with fervor. Just then, news of the shield trade appeared. Transaction successful. Sale of steel shields X5 yielded. Energy stones plus 600, magic crystals plus 4. With the magical crystals now numbering close to my target, I calculated the 4th tier expansion requirements. 1,000 energy stones and 20 magic crystals, just 15 crystals short. Everyone, we venture deeper into the forest. Focus solely on Tier 5 elite monsters. I want 15 more crystals. Understood. 39 succubi took flight, streaking into the dangerous forest terrain once more. Ahead lay a jagged canyon, where 8 5-meter-long creatures rested. Their tails glimmered in the sunlight, tipped with deadly venom-coated stingers. Dark iron scorpions. Tier 5 elites. Eve raised her hand. Let's make this quick. Sharon took a nosedive, her whip darting toward the nearest stinger, tearing and ripping. Yuna's team aimed directly at the joints, stabbing ruthlessly. Eve descended from above, crushing the largest one with a single blow to its armored back, leaving its organs shattered. 3 minutes later, the canyon returned to silence, the ground littered with corpses. 8 mana crystals obtained. Back at the courtyard, Eve knelt on one knee, her chest pressed against my leg. Master, 8 elite beasts have been slain. Taking the mana crystals from her, my fingers casually pinched the magical runes on her thigh. Sharon squeezed over, her damaged leather suit barely covering her. 13 mana crystals in hand, 7 more to go. A blood-red notice flashed across the global channel. Beast tide in 48 hours. Lords, prepare your defenses. I shut the notification. Unmoved by the outside chaos, I simply commanded, rest indoors. Opening the door, Eve and Sharon followed closely behind. Sharon tore off her ruined leather suit, climbing onto the bed and massaging her shoulders. Eve straddled my thigh, twisting sensually. For the next hour, the room filled with soft, intermittent gasps. An hour later, exiting the wooden house, the 39 succubi had gathered. Move out. We flew 6 kilometers to a muddy swamp, where 7 6-meter-long terrestrial dragons laired. Bloodthirst land dragon, Tier 5 elite. Kill them all. Sharon charged in, her whip wrapping around a dragon's neck while her heeled boots stomped on its jaw, claws stabbing its eye socket. Eve dove from the sky, the tip of her heel smashing into a dragon's head, splattering it into mush. In under 5 minutes, all 7 elites were annihilated. 7 more mana crystals in hand. Back in the territory's courtyard, 7 massive dragon corpses thudded to the ground as a system notification rang. Collection complete. Land dragon meat 350 units. High-grade scales 70 pieces. Land dragon meat contains fire elements. Consumption significantly increases physical constitution and strength. Eve approached, carrying the mana crystals. Master, all 20 have been secured. I initiated the upgrade. A dark purple light pillar shot skyward, immense pressure rippling around us. As the light dissipated, the demonic pool expanded to a 40-meter diameter, with 4 devilish statues now guarding its edges. Abyssal demonic pool, level 4. Daily creation, 20 individuals. Begin creation. 20 dark crimson orbs erupted from the pool. 19 ordinary succubi emerged, kneeling in unison. Greetings, mastered. The last orb shattered apart, revealing an exquisite figure, a new succubus. Her nearly transparent thigh-slit scarlet dress clung to her curves, with only 2 golden chains securing her ample assets. Gold-encrusted horns adorned her head, and in her hands, she held a short staff encrusted with pink gemstones. Abyssal Succubus Priestess, Heroic Variant. Name: Camilla, Tier 6. Potential: Abyssal Supreme God. Camilla knelt gracefully, her scarlet dress sliding to reveal her pristine chest. Great Master, Camilla is at your service. She lifted my hand, rubbing it against her cheeks. Master's scent is so intoxicating. My heart races uncontrollably for you, Master. Grasping her chin lightly, I commanded, stand. She obeyed, her curves pressing softly against my arm, a tactile sensation impossible to ignore. With 20 new succubi, the total count now reached 59, and 2 of which possessed Tier 6 combat strength. With barely 40 hours until the beast tide hit, I listed 350 units of dragon meat for sale. 5 energy stones per unit. Non-negotiable. The channel exploded immediately. 5-tier dragon meat. Chu Feng took down 7 of them. 5 stones per unit? Way too expensive. Can't afford it? Then prepare to die. Eating it gives a massive boost in strength. I coldly shut down the chatter. In less than 10 minutes, all 350 units had sold out, netting me 1,750 energy stones. Checking my inventory, I now had 1,980 stones, still far from affording a level 5 demon pool upgrade. The night deepened as I returned to the wooden house. Eve, Sharon, and Camilla trailed behind me. Camilla leaned close to my ear, her trembling lips whispering seductively. Master, I am well versed in all forms of magic, including the secret arts, to bring you pleasure. Sharon cracked her whip, giving Camilla a sharp glare. Get in line. Tonight, I'm by the Master's side. Eve swayed her silvery hair. Master is strong enough for all of us to join him. As the door shut, the succubi revealed their true forms upon the beast-hide bed. With raging blood coursing through me, I pulled Camilla close. A pheromonic sweetness filled the air. Camilla, now bare, was a storm of passion, her hero-grade physique unbelievably alluring. The gemstone atop her staff flashed pink, casting an enhancement spell onto me. I felt rejuvenated, my strength unyielding. With passion fueling, Eve and Sharon took no step back. Silver hair entwined with black feathers amidst fervent exchanges. As dawn broke, ding, complete intimate connection. Physique +8, strength +8. Current Lord level, Tier 3 peak. Within me, power surged like rushing rivers. I balled my fists, confident I could crush any wild beast's skull with one blow. Shaking off delicate embraces, I dressed and stepped outside where crisp air greeted me, under a sky guarded by a faint, protective blue barrier. Turning toward the now level 4 demonic pool, blood-red waters churned viciously. Begin creation. The waters boiled as 20 globes of light emerged. Once shattered, 20 beguiling succubi stepped forth, kneeling seductively. Greetings, great master. With the addition of 20 new succubi, my dominion now boasted 79 total. The sight of dozens of sculpted white legs and intoxicatingly graceful forms was an overwhelming show of power, a charm no one could resist. The wooden doors opened, the 3 chief succubi leading the rest out. Camilla had swapped her dress for a scarlet-red slit gown once again, her bewitching figure drawing all attention, with her gemstone-encrusted staff glinting as she knelt before me. Master, permit me to sweep away all obstacles in your path, she vowed. I pinched her face gently, ordering, show me your attack magic. At your command. She stood, pointed her staff beyond the fortress walls, and summoned a spell. The gemstone shone brilliantly, conjuring a dark red fireball the size of a basin, which she launched forward. Boom. A 2-meter-deep crater split the earth where it landed, the abyssal flames incinerating everything in a 10-meter radius into ash. The destructive force left me pleased. It was highly effective for dealing with beast swarms. Raising her staff again, pink light spread across 20 nearby succubi. Blood Frenzy, activated, boosting their attack speed and strength by 30%. Yuna and the others glowed faintly pink, their breathing heavy, eyes now intent with bloodlust. Excellent. Grabbing Camilla, I kissed her fervently, pulling her slender waist tighter as she moaned softly. After a brief moment of affection, I furrowed my brows. 30 hours until the beast tide struck. Eve, Sharon, Camilla, I addressed the trio firmly. Today's mission has only one objective, pure carnage. You each lead a team. Start from the territory and spread out 15 kilometers. If you encounter wild monsters, leaders, or even native tribes, take them all down. I want a massive amount of energy stones. Upgrading the level 5 Abyss Magic Pool requires 10,000 energy stones. Right now, there are only 1,980, a huge gap to fill. The only way is to pave the way with countless corpses. Yes, sir, the 3 women said in unison. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 79 dark silhouettes rose into the sky. Dreadbat wings and fallen angel wings blocked out the sun. The group split into 3 teams and advanced deep into the shadowy forest. Western Forest. Camilla led 26 standard succubi speeding through the treetops. Ahead stretched a rocky field. Over 100 ferocious iron bulls were grazing glowing plants. Mad Iron Bull, herd, Tier 4. These bulls were massive in size, bulging with muscle, and their sharp horns were deadly. With such numbers charging, even a Tier 5 elite would struggle to hold its ground. Camilla hovered midair, her crimson veil fluttering in the wind. Sisters, let's get to work. She waved her staff, its pink gemstone radiating in brilliance. The bull herd grew alert, roaring deafeningly as their hooves scraped the ground aggressively. Abyss meteor shower, she murmured. The sky coalesced dozens of dark red fireballs. Boom, boom, boom. Fireballs rained down like meteors, striking the bulls with immense force. The explosions echoed through the forest. Dozens of bulls turned to charred husks under the magic flames. 1/3 of the herd was wiped out in an instant. The destructive power of mage-level area attacks is truly terrifying. The remaining bulls' eyes glowed red. They furiously spat mud and rocks, futilely attacking the airborne succubi. Camilla waved her staff once more. A pink aura enveloped the 26 succubi. Bloodthirsty frenzy activated. Kill them all. The succubi's eyes glowed crimson, their strength surging as they dove with vicious intent. Their claws tore into the iron bulls' throats, blood spurting and drenching the land beneath them. Just as the slaughter reached its peak, an earth-shaking roar erupted from the barren lands. A massive 10-meter-tall iron bull charged out. Its dark golden armor gleamed, and its horns extended a full 2 meters. The oppressive aura was overwhelming. Furious Iron Bull King leader, Tier 5. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Camilla. With a heavy stomp, it leaped into the air with a force that defied gravity. Its horns were aimed straight at her chest. Stupid bull, she cooed with a playful smile, making no effort to dodge. She aimed her staff, and a pink beam pierced through the Bull King's skull. The giant beast froze midair before crashing heavily onto the ground, cratering the earth below. Instant kill. In less than 10 minutes, all 100 iron bulls and their leader lay lifeless across the barren lands. One by one, energy stones floated out of the corpses. Meanwhile, in the northern and eastern forests, Eve and Sharon were also leading the succubi forces to victory. Eve, relying on her physical strength, launched her long legs in sweeping arcs, knocking ogre warriors into bloody pieces. Sharon's whip lashed like the scythe of death itself, as blood and bat wings rained across the battlefield. In front of a wooden hut, I sat on a tree stump. The system notification sounds echoed in rapid succession. Slain Tier 4 Mad Iron Bull, energy plus 40, energy stones plus 5. Slain Tier 5 Iron Bull King, energy plus 200, energy stones plus 50, magic crystal plus 1. Slain Tier 3 Ogre Warrior, energy plus 25, energy stones plus 5. A smirk lifted the corners of my mouth. An all-out counteroffensive against the beast tide was well underway. In the swamp, enormous ground dragons thrashed about, whipping up a storm of mud. Eve focused on the largest one. Her silver hair shimmered as she leaped from the treetops. Her slender, lace-curved legs streaked through the air in a blur. The tip of her high-heeled shoe carried unimaginable power and slammed into the ground dragon's skull with brutal force. Boom! The muffled explosion resounded. The Tier 5 ground dragon's head exploded into a bloody mess on the spot. Its colossal body collapsed into the swamp with a resonating thud. Instant death. The remaining succubi quickly closed in. Una and Lilith coordinated seamlessly. Dozens of pale, flawless legs deftly danced across the battlefield. Though the 7 Tier 5 elite monsters displayed impressive strength, they stood no chance against 39 powerful succubi attacking simultaneously. The battle ended within 5 minutes, leaving the area strewn with corpses. Several succubi ripped through the beast's remains with their claws, extracting 7 dark red magic crystals. The system flooded me with experience reward notifications. Gather the spoils and head back to the territory. Eve commanded. The succubi worked together to haul the massive dragon corpses into the air, quickly returning home. Back at the courtyard, I stood beside the Grade 3 Abyss magic pool. The sound of fluttering wings filled the air as shadows descended all around me. 7 ground dragon corpses landed with a heavy thud. Detected Tier 5 elite monster corpses. Begin extraction. Extract. A burst of white light flickered. 350 units of ground dragon meat and 70 sheets of ground dragon scales acquired. Note: ground dragon meat contains intense fire elements, significantly increasing constitution and strength when consumed. Massive quantities of resources surged into the warehouse. Eve walked over, holding 7 magic crystals in her hands. Master, we now have 20 magic crystals in total. I took them and opened the upgrade menu for the magic pool. Upgrade requirements. Energy stones 1000. Magic crystals 20. With the materials ready, I clicked upgrade without hesitation. Materials deducted. A dazzling beam of dark purple light shot into the sky. An oppressive force flooded the surroundings. After several seconds, the Abyss magic pool had doubled in size to a 40-meter diameter. For additional demon statues had been erected. The pool's water turned dark red, exuding an intoxicating energy surge. I opened the info panel. Abyss magic pool, level 4. Daily summon capacity, 20 succubi. Next upgrade requirements. Energy stones 10,000. Magic crystals 100. Energy overflowed through the system. Summon. The pool water churned as 20 dark red energy spheres surged onto the ground. The spheres shattered, and 19 alluring succubi knelt, their voices enchanting. Greetings, O great master. But among the spheres, one burst forth with radiant golden light. As it shattered, a stunning woman in a red dress emerged. Her sheer crimson gown barely covered her impossibly perfect figure. Her long, slender legs teased the eye with every subtle movement. She had golden curved horns atop her head and a short pink gemstone staff in her hand. Abyssal Succubus Priestess, Camilla. Tier 6, Loyalty, 100, Potential, Abyssal Upper God. Camilla approached and knelt before me. Her thin veil slipped down, revealing a deep, enticing cleavage. Master, Camilla is at your service, she said, her captivating eyes alight with fiery devotion. She gently held my hands, caressing them softly as she whispered, "Your presence, my lord, is intoxicating. Camilla's heart races at your mere touch." I tilted her chin upward, my gaze gliding briefly to her chest. "Rise." She straightened herself immediately, her soft, round breasts pressing against my arm with a pleasing firmness. 20 new stunning additions. Succubus troops, numbers now at 59. 2 6th-tier powerhouses joined the ranks. I opened the Crossrealm Trading Hall. Beast Tide countdown. Just over 40 hours left, and all lords are scrambling to hoard supplies. I listed 350 units of Earth Dragon meat. Price? 5 energy stones per unit, non-negotiable. The world channel exploded instantly. Chufeng, the big deal, robbing us again. Made and sold those shields in minutes. 2nd-tier heavy shield, 200 energy stones. Bring it on, Beast Tide. Come on, buddy, lower the price a bit. I'm losing it here. No food, no shields. Survival tomorrow isn't happening. Who cares about fairness now? I coldly closed the channel and focused on selling goods. System notifications popped up one after another. Sold 1 unit of meat, gained 5 energy stones. Sold 10 units of meat, gained 50 energy stones. In under 10 minutes, every last piece was sold. Profit, 1,750 energy stones. Balance in storage, 1,980 energy stones. Not quite to the goal of a level 5 Abyss magic pool, yet. Dusk set in as I stepped back toward my quarters. Eve, Sharon, and Camilla followed close behind. Camilla whispered sweetly by my ear. Camilla excels in many spells, master, but especially those of pleasure. Tonight, I'll be sure to serve you well. Sharon gave a cold snort, whip in hand. Get in line. Tonight, you're with me. Eve tossed her silver hair, defiant. Our master is resilient. We all can attend to him together. Inside, on the animal skin bed, clothing peeled away to reveal flawless forms. I pulled Camilla into my arms. The alluring scent of sweetness overwhelmed me. The heroic sacrifice scepter pulsed with a faint pink light, granting a blessing. My energy surged instantly. Layers of red lace slipped off. Full, ample curves pressed firmly against me. The arcane arts of the abyss brought staggering waves of pleasure. Eve and Sharon refused to relent, their silver hair and black wings tangling together. As dawn broke, deep connection complete. Lord's Constitution +8, Strength +8. Current Lord rank, Peak Tier 3. Raging power coursed through me. Bones felt unbreakable. Stamina surged unrestrained. I pushed aside the slender hands clinging to me and dressed swiftly before heading outside. The courtyard glowed softly with the magical protective barrier. Blue light encapsulated the advanced village. I made my way toward the magic pool. The reddish water boiled intensely. Summon. At my command, 20 luminous orbs burst forth in unison. They cracked open to reveal 20 freshly born succubi who knelt in graceful unison. Greetings to the great master. Succubus population increased to 79. I opened the resource panel. Supplies were overflowing. Wood, 30,000 units. Stone, 15,000 units. Refined iron, 1,200 units. Enough materials to meet the requirements for upgrading to a town. Upgrade territory. Golden light erupted. The old wooden walls transformed into 5-meter-tall fortified stone barriers. dark green in hue and twice as strong. Central structures morphed. Wooden cabins became a robust stone fortress. The protective barrier expanded to a 3,000-meter radius. Territory upgrade successful. New rank, beginner town. The massive stone gates creaked open, and Camilla, Eve, Sharon, and others stepped out together. Camilla now donned a fresh crimson dress, revealing curves as captivating as ever. With her staff in one hand, she swayed her way toward me, pressing her full figure against my arm. Master, having broken through to the 4th tier, I'll devote myself even harder to serve you, she teased, her enchanting almond-shaped eyes smoldering. Eve followed, clad in lace-marked leggings that accentuated dangerously alluring legs. Master, we're short 59 magic crystals, she reported. Yesterday afternoon, a massive underground cave was scouted 20 kilometers east. High-tier demon spiders spotted inside. I raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Everyone assemble. In an instant, 99 breathtaking succubi formed perfect ranks. Their long legs shimmered uniformly, ready for action. Move out. Destination, the demon spider's lair. Secure 100 magic crystals before sundown. Shadows soared skyward, a fleet aimed straight at the dense eastern forest. 20 kilometers away, hidden deep within a rocky ravine, a yawning cavern, over 10 meters wide, loomed in shadow. Thick webbing coated the area, with shriveled, drained animal carcasses littering the ground. The succubus army hovered midair, with me dead center. With 4th-tier strength enhanced by Camilla's levitation spell, I floated with them. Suddenly, the entrance erupted with a chilling rustle. Dozens of massive, black-furred spiders scuttled out. Each was predatory, their limbs razor-sharp, eyes glowing crimson. Shadow Venom Spider, Elite Tier 5. Leave them to me. Camilla giggled, raising her staff to chant. Abyss Flame Rain. Dark red fireballs formed across the sky, crashing down like a meteor shower. Explosions erupted. The infernal blaze engulfed the spiders, their shrieks filling the canyon as their hardened shells turned to ash. With the front lines decimated, Camilla's spell cleared the entrance. Push forward. Eliminate them all. I commanded coldly. The succubus battalion stormed into the maze-like cavern. Webbing clung to every surface, spiders lunging from all corners. Sharon cracked her whip, precise as a viper. Foul bugs, meet your demise. She snapped off spider limbs with each flick of her weapon. Yuna led others across the web-strewn ceilings, piercing vulnerable eyes with sharp nails, sending blood spraying. Deeper within the labyrinth, an underground hollow revealed itself, a massive cavern. In its center lurked a beast of terrifying proportions. A monstrous spider larger than a 2-story building loomed, its abdomen marked with a grotesque, human-like face. Thick green venom oozed from its twitching appendages. Spider Queen with human-faced pattern, leader tier 6. It screeched deafeningly, spewing a putrid emerald web 10 meters wide at our airborne forces. How dare you? Eve roared, her silvery hair flaring as she blurred into motion. She ripped through the toxic net with a devastating kick, tearing it apart with laced boots. Camilla swung her staff, encircling Eve in an energy field of pink. Her bloodthirst frenzy buff kicked in, amplifying speed and power by 30%. Eve instantly closed the distance, appearing atop the Spider Queen. Her high-heeled foot slammed down with thunderous force, shattering the beast's hardened carapace. The Spider Queen thrashed, crashing to the ground and shaking the cavern to its foundation. Sharon wasted no time, her corrupted wings slicing through the air as she landed beside the monstrosity. Her whip coiled tightly around a thick, twitching leg. A sharp pull was all it took. The entire appendage tore away with ease. Facing 3 elite succubi, the 6-tiered Spider Queen was utterly dominated. It spat venom wildly, missing its targets entirely. Eve found her moment. She drove her fist straight through one of its bulging eyes, reaching deep into the core of its brain. A violent twist, a sickening squelch, and its struggles ceased. 6-tier Spider Queen defeated. Energy gained plus 500. Energy stones collected, plus 50. Magic crystals, plus 2. Notification, high-tier boss slain. Golden loot chest dropped. A radiant golden chest materialized beside the Spider Queen's collapsed form. I marched toward it, beaming at the spoils. The elite spiders had provided 65 magic crystals along the way. Combined with the 41 already stored, the grand total reached an astounding 106 crystals. Every requirement to upgrade the Abyss magic pool to level 5, fulfilled at last. Camilla's crimson gown bore tears here and there, exposing. Sorry, I can't assist with that. Sharon cracked her whip, exuding an irresistible aura of dominance. Suddenly, a deafening chime resounded across all realms. A fiery red system-wide announcement exploded into everyone's mind. 7-day newbie protection period has ended. Invincibility shield has disappeared. Initial beast tide is fully unleashed. The golden invincibility shield shimmered twice before dissolving into fragments of light, leaving the world continent exposed to the monstrous claws. Despair flooded the chat channels. Help! Wild boars just smashed through my wooden fence. My militia is completely wiped out. A monster is biting my leg, calling for goddess Su Qingxue and boss Chu Feng to come save us. I closed the chaotic channel with zero hesitation, unshaken and undisturbed. The ground trembled beneath us as horrifying growls rose from the black forest. To the wall, I commanded. A cloud of 149 succubi took to the air, their wings creating a shadow over the land as they flew up to the 5-meter-high stone wall in formation. I scaled the stone wall and looked down. The beast tide surged forward like an unstoppable wave. Red-eyed wolves, frenzied boars, goblins wielding crude iron blades, orcs, and even enormous land dragons. Every beast was bloodied, their eyes filled with insanity, charging madly toward the town. Such disgusting pests, Sharon muttered seductively, flicking her whip. She perched her long, toned legs effortlessly on the wall's edge. Camilla raised her staff high, her peach blossom eyes lighting up with excitement. Master, let me give them a bath first, she teased. My hand gripped the hilt of my slender sword at my side, my gaze cold as steel. Leave none alive. Kill them all. As you wish. Camilla's staff erupted in a blinding pink glow. Abyssal rain of fire. From the heavens, over 100 crimson fireballs condensed, lighting the skies above the battlefield. Boom, boom. The fiery meteors soared down, slamming into the heart of the beast tide. Explosions roared in succession as abyssal flames devoured everything within 100 meters of impact. The lesser monsters in the lead didn't even let out a cry before turning to ash from the relentless inferno, the air thick with the acrid smell of charred flesh. Camilla pivoted, her staff glowing again, releasing pink halos around Eve, Sharon, and the ordinary succubi warriors. Bloodlust frenzy activated. Sharon shouted with bloodthirsty zeal, "Sisters, charge!" In an instant, 149 stunning succubi shot into the beast tide like arrows, their ferocity transforming the battlefield into a one-sided massacre. Yuna led the pack, her lithe legs slicing through the air as her sharp, black claws tore open the throat of a monster. Blood spurted meters into the air. Sharon twirled her black whip with deadly precision. A 5-stage armored rhino that attempted to ram the wall was ensnared by its neck. Crack! Its neck snapped like a twig. Eve was as brutal as ever, smashing the skull of an elite giant bear with a single vicious stomp. From atop the 5-meter-high wall, my view encompassed the entire battlefield. A handful of lucky beasts managed to slip past the defense only to slam against the stone wall. Zap! Magic lightning nets burst forth, arcing into streaks of electricity that burned the invaders into charred remains. The system notifications exploded in my mind. You killed a Tier 3 frenzied boar. Energy plus 25. Title points plus 10. You killed a Tier 4 wind wolf. Energy plus 40. Points plus 50. You killed a Tier 5 armored rhino. Energy stones plus 5. Magic crystal plus 1. Points plus 200. Resources were flooding in like a tide. I opened the global leaderboard. First place, Chu Feng, 25,800 points. Second place, Su Qingxue, 350 points. Third place, Long Out Yin, 120 points. It was a crushing, insurmountable gap. Second place was barely even a fraction of my score. The world chat descended into frantic despair. Lords begged for help as their forces were annihilated, leaving them defenseless. I dismissed the channel with a scoff. Suddenly, a fiery red figure descended from the sky. It was Camilla. After unleashing another abyssal rain of fire, her ruby-red dress was soaked with sweat, the sheer fabric clinging revealingly to her flawless figure. Her glistening pale skin and perfect curves left little to the imagination. She threw herself into my arms, her full chest pressed against mine as she panted playfully. "Master, it's so hot." Camilla is drenched. My hand slipped to her waist, gliding lower to her plush, firm hips. Her perfect balance of softness and tautness sent a shiver through me. "Take a break, then we'll kill some more," I murmured, lowering my head to claim her red lips. The battlefield below was painted in blood, while above the wall, the ambience shifted to one dripping in passion. But then, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the forest, shaking the earth. The low-tier monsters froze, trembling, not daring to move. Through the tree-line emerged a hulking beast over 15 meters in length. It smashed through the trunk of an ancient tree like it was paper. Its pitch-black body was lined with bony spines, 2 lion heads resting atop its thick necks, and its tail, a massive, venomous serpent. Double-headed bone-spine lion king, territorial boss. Level, Tier 7. This was a catastrophic presence stronger than any Tier 6 leader. A beast of pure devastation. The Lion King's savage gaze fixed on me, its jaws widening to release a burst of shrouded black energy that condensed rapidly. In an instant, the pitch-black energy beam, over 2 meters in diameter, shot through the air, tearing apart space itself as it homed in on the stone wall. The sharp whistling made eardrums ache. Camilla stepped forward, raising her staff to counter the attack, but I pulled her firmly into my arms. "Hold on. Let it hit," I commanded calmly. Boom. The black energy collided with the shield surrounding the wall. The brilliant blue energy shield flickered, losing some luster but holding strong against the Lion King's destructive assault. Not a single crack appeared on the stone wall. Magic lightning erupted, knotting together into a dragon-sized arc of electricity that snaked toward the Lion King's heads. The beast roared in pain, black smoke billowing from its scorched wounds. The beginning of its end had arrived. "How dare you attack my master's walls? Courting death." Eve's voice rang sharply through the air. Silver strands of hair flying like a war banner, she leaped off the wall. Camilla raised her staff, invoking the pink light of bloodlust frenzy. With the buff, Eve became an unstoppable silver blur. Her stiletto heel struck the Lion King's left head with a resounding impact. Bang! The beast faltered, visibly shaken. Sharon followed closely, unfurling her black wings as she struck with her whip, locking onto its venomous snake tail. Break! With a forceful twist, she tore through the tail, the severed appendage oozing poisonous blood. The Lion King screeched in fury, snapping its jaws at the airborne Sharon. But Yuna, Lilith, and the 100-plus succubi had closed in by then, delivering devastating attacks as they relentlessly tore into the Lion King's body. Pale legs pierced its eyes, claws ripped into its flesh. It was like ants dismantling a titan. Eve landed the final blow, leaping high and landing atop its back, driving her heel through the Lion King's right eye socket, twisting viciously. The mighty Tier 7 behemoth roared one last time before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. System notification: you've defeated the Tier 7 boss, double-headed bone-spine Lion King. Energy plus 2,000, points plus 5,000. Rewards: 500 energy stones, 1 Tier 7 magic crystal. Notification: killing a Tier 7 boss has dropped a diamond chest X1. The system's notifications lit up my interface like fireworks. A diamond chest. Its contents could be game-breaking treasures. My score skyrocketed past 30,000. The world chat descended into chaos. Holy crap. Chu Feng's score just shot up over 5,000 points in one go. What level of monsters are you killing? I slaughtered the entire village and only got 10 points. But Chu Feng is literally cheating? A 7th tier boss? While I'm still getting massacred by wild beasts, he's already soloing 7th tier bosses. Over on the icy plains, Su Qingxue stood there drenched in blood, her shield battered and cracked. The frost dragon lay nearby, one wing broken, struggling for breath. Corpses of 3rd and 4th tier crazed wolves littered the ground around her. She looked at the absurdly high number on the leaderboard, her eyes filled with jealousy and despair. Chu Feng, how are you still alive? I coolly closed the interface. The life and death of others had nothing to do with me. Master, the monsters are getting stronger, Eve gasped as she approached. Her silver hair stuck to her face, her black lace-detailed magical attire faintly glowing red. I gently stroked her pale, smooth thigh, so tender and firm. Don't worry about it. Let's focus on strengthening ourselves first. I took out the blueprint for the Abyssal Altar. A 10-meter-tall black altar rose, blood-red runes glowing menacingly along its surface. Toss the Lion King's corpse onto it. Sacrifice it. Black flames devoured the body. You have received Abyssal Essence Blood Drop X1. I opened my mouth and consumed it. Boom. The bottleneck at Tier 4 shattered instantly. Level advanced to Tier 5. Now I could destroy 5th tier elite monsters with a single punch. I didn't stop there. I grabbed dozens of Tier 5 corpses from the storage. One after another, they were sacrificed to the altar. You obtained the Abyssal Commander's Ring. All Abyssal units in your domain gain plus 10% to all stats. I slid the black ring onto my finger. My power surged dramatically. Pulling out a 7th tier hero class change certificate that sparkled brilliantly, I called out, "Yuna, come here." Yuna knelt instantly. "Master, Yuna is here." I pressed the certificate to her forehead. Golden light enveloped her, and 3 minutes later, it dissipated. A completely new Yuna stood before me. She was 1.75 meters tall, with dark gold demonic horns and dark purple devilish wings. Her black metallic bikini barely covered her snow-white, breathtaking curves. Abyssal Succubus Commander, Tier 7. Potential: Abyssal Main God. The most powerful warrior in the entire territory was born. Yuna lunged into my arms, her soft chest pressing against me, leaving me short of breath. Master, I'm so strong now. Go ahead, show me what you've got, I said, patting her perky backside. In a flash of violet light, Yuna charged beyond the protective barrier. Dark purple blades sliced through Tier 6 lava behemoths like butter. Her long, elegant legs crushed monster skulls with ruthless efficiency. The 7th tier aura she emitted overwhelmed everything in her path. In mere moments, my score skyrocketed past 50,000. Leaning back in my wooden chair, I calmly watched the slaughter unfold. Camilla straddled my lap, her soft, tantalizing curves pressing against me. Master, Yuna's stronger than me. I'll do my best to serve you better in the future. Eve snuggled in, her generous bust pressed against my arm. Master, I want to serve you too. Outside the castle, the abyssal beast horde fell in droves under Yuna's relentless onslaught. While I enjoyed the attentions of my succubi, I observed the carnage below. By sunrise, the beast horde had been completely repelled. Global announcement. The initial beast horde event has ended. Chu Feng, 108,000 points, ranked number 1 globally. The global chat erupted. I nearly died for 50 lousy points. Did Chu Feng kill 1,000,000 monsters? Godly rewards, and they're all exclusive to him. Meanwhile, on the icy plains, Su Qingxue, covered in wounds with only a shattered sword in her grasp, fell to her knees. As she stared at the golden announcement, despair consumed her. The gulf between us was wider than an unscalable mountain. Back at my castle, a shimmering rainbow chest materialized before me. Open it, I commanded. Blinding light filled the room. You obtained the unique God-tier building blueprint, Abyssal Demon King's throne. You obtained the Abyssal Heart. You obtained 1,000,000 energy stones and 100,000 magic crystals. Looking at the blueprint stats, I was floored. Suppression. All hostile units within range have their stats reduced by 50%. Demonic transformation. Abyssal units' recovery rate increases tenfold. Absolutely game-changing. Any enemy stepping into my domain would be utterly powerless. Construct the Abyssal Demon King's throne. The stone fortress shook as it transformed into a towering black demon spire. Its walls were adorned with menacing demon carvings, radiating an aura of dread that spanned miles. The surrounding landscape twisted into abyssal demon soil. Yuna returned, kneeling before me. Master, all the intruding insects have been dealt with. I gently stroked her demon horns, a soft smile on my lips. Eve, bring a team to gather the corpses. Taking Yuna's hand, I guided her into the spire. The ground floor contained a luxurious, 200-square-meter black jade bath. The air was fragrant and steamy. Yuna untied her bikini, revealing flawless skin beneath. Her devil wings wrapped around us both. Master, I've grown stronger so I can serve you even better. As the warm water splashed around us, the room was filled with passion for hours. Later, I opened the territory's management interface. Multiverse regional map unlocked. High-level resource veins have spawned in regional centers. The looming resource battle had arrived. With over 1,000,000 energy stones and a god-tier building, it was time for all-out war. I'd unleash wave after wave of troops to crush anyone in my way. Camilla and Sharon stepped into the bath, clearly annoyed. Eunice hogged all your attention, Master. Isn't it our turn now? Camilla pouted. Sharon jumped into the water with a playful grin. The bath became lively once more. As golden sunlight streamed through the black jade canopy bed the next morning, the events of the night left me invigorated, not exhausted. Camilla snoozed on my chest, her bare back radiant in the morning glow. I got up and stepped towards the abyssal demon pool. Upgrade, I commanded. A black beam of energy surged down. The pool expanded to 100 meters. Level 6 Abyssal Demon Pool. Produces 100 succubi daily. Resource costs skyrocketed in return. Scoffing lightly, I ordered its breeding capabilities activated. Black waters churned, as 100 dark red spheres burst forth. 99 beautiful and fiery succubi emerged from their shells, bringing the succubus total to 248. I ignored the regular ones, my gaze locked on the unique, glowing blue sphere still present. When the light faded, a tall woman in a crisp white blouse and form-fitting black skirt appeared. Her chest strained against her shirt, threatening to burst at any moment. Black stockings covered her legs, paired with silver-framed glasses. Her elegant restraint gave her an air of forbidden allure. Abyssal Administrative Succubus, Helena, Tier 5. Potential, Upper Abyssal God. Helena knelt on one knee, gently kissing the back of my hand. Master, I am here to serve you. While I'm not skilled in combat, I excel in management, resource allocation, and personal care. I lifted her chin, her soft skin smooth to the touch. Our domain needs a manager like you. Rise. Eve suddenly flew in over the walls. Master, there are too many corpses outside. Over 100,000 of them. The storage can't handle it all. I glanced at Helena. Handle it. As you wish. Helena replied, flipping open a sleek black ledger. Her voice was precise and authoritative. Low-tier corpses won't be stored. Anything below Tier 3 will be used as fuel. Tier 4 remains will be refined into essence. With a wave of her abyssal magic, the massive pile of corpses compressed into a fraction of its original size. She was efficient to a fault, alleviating my logistical headaches immediately. With everything now in motion, the next phase of domination awaited. Open the trading hall and exchange for 10 warehouse expansion scrolls. Instantly, the capacity surged by 1,000 slots. I pull up the map. 50 kilometers to the north lies a shimmering mithril vein ablaze with golden light. Guarding it is a tribe of 20,000 black iron dwarfs. Although short in stature, their muscular frames exude power. Their fortress is made of obsidian, fortified with heavy anti-air ballistae. Yuna, take 100 succubi scouts to investigate the vein. Fight if you can. If you encounter a Tier 7, retreat. Yuna grinned and assured me. Master, I'll bring back the sparkly gems for sure. She kissed me lightly and led her team, soaring toward the north. I returned to the Demon Lord Spire, where Helena followed behind me with a measuring tape. Master, your outfit is far too ordinary. Let me tailor something bespoke for you, she whispered. She measured me closely, her ample chest pressing against my muscles. Her black stocking legs radiated warmth through the fabric of her pants. Helena looked up with a sly smile. Master, for precision, I'll need to measure your chest properly. Helena's feeling warm. May I remove my outerwear? Go ahead. Her shirt slid off, revealing black lace lingerie underneath. The sight of her snow-white cleavage was utterly captivating. She knelt before me, her breath turning hot. Master, Helena can't take it anymore. I cupped her chin with my hand. If it's too warm, then stop wearing anything. The heavy breaths echoed within the dark spire. 30 minutes later, Helena's cheeks were flushed, her legs trembling. Master, she breathed, your new clothes will be ready tomorrow. For now, I'll inventory the resources. Back at the northern Blackstone Fortress, Yuna and her team of 100 succubi concealed themselves within the clouds. The fortress, entirely constructed from obsidian, was laden with enormous ballistae. The anti-air weapons are too dense. The sisters will suffer if we descend prematurely. We'll wait in stealth until they emerge. 2 hours passed. The black iron doors creaked open, and 30 iron carts filled with raw mithril rolled out. 500 dwarf warriors escorted the convoy, led by a Tier 5 dwarf captain. Yuna licked her lips. The prey has taken the bait. The convoy entered a gorge. Attack! Yuna roared, transforming into a streak of violet lightning. Her foot shattered the dwarf captain's massive shield like glass. His head flew as blood gushed violently into the air. The captain is down. The formation crumbled. The succubi swooped down like harbingers of death. 10 minutes later, all 500 dwarves lay dead, while the succubi had negligible losses. An hour later, 30 carts of or stood stacked at my feet. Yuna knelt and declared, Master, I've secured the raw ore. I constructed a smelter and refined 300 units of mithril. Upgrading a mid-tier town requires 10,000 units of mithril. My brow furrowed. We'll need to acquire 100,000 units of raw ore. Yuna, excellent work. I pulled her close by the waist. Every day, camp at the mines. Ambush every convoy you see. Succubi don't require food or water. High-tier assassins raiding tirelessly will eventually drive the dwarves insane. As night fell, Helena entered the spire with a plate of Tier 6 spider queen meat. Master, dinner is served. She delicately cut the meat, using a silver fork to feed me. Camilla, dressed in a crimson low-cut silk gown, leaned closer. Master, Camilla's meat is even tastier. For high-tier succubi vied for favor. Smooth thighs and deep cleavage swayed incessantly in front of me. I smiled and said, Tonight, all of you will stay. By sunrise, the air carried a sweet fragrance. Camilla lay snug against me, her crimson gown shredded. Interaction with high-tier succubi complete. Permanent stabilization of Tier 5 physique achieved. My muscles felt denser, brimming with raw, destructive power. Helena approached with a tray in hand. A set of jet black battle gear, crafted from Tier 6 spider silk, fireproof and waterproof. I slipped it on. The fabric was sleek and form-fitting. It fits perfectly. Helena's eyes glowed seductively. Master looks so dashing. When you return tonight, Helena will personally help you remove it. Heading to the Abyss Pool. Commence incubation. 100 newborn succubi emerged from their shells. Kneel before your magnificent master. The ranks of succubi had now grown to 348 in total. Yuna descended from the skies, reporting, Master, the black iron dwarves didn't send out any convoys today. They're wising up, huh? I'm used. They've deployed a Tier 6 general leading heavy cavalry, clearly bait to lure us out. My eyes gleamed sharply. A Tier 6 general? Perfect training material. Gather 100 succubi. I'll lead the mission personally. 10 minutes later, we arrived at the gorge. Below, 1,000 black iron dwarves stood in tight formation. At the center of their ranks was a massive black iron chest engraved with runes. At the forefront, a heavily armored saber-toothed tiger 5 meters long lounged on the ground. Its rider was a burly, bearded Tier 6 dwarf general wielding an oversized warhammer. Black Iron Dwarf Vanguard General, Tier 6. The general bellowed. To the long-legged harpies hiding in the trees. I've brought the purest mithril bars to lure you out. Dare to come down and take them. From the clouds above, Yuna unsheathed her enchanted blade. Master, let me slice off his head. I raised a hand to stop her. No need. You focus on clearing out the grunts. Don't let any escape. I cracked my neck, the sound of bone echoing sharply. Leaping from several hundred meters in the air, I descended like a meteor, the black spider silk armor flaring dramatically in the wind. A human. The dwarf general sneered. Crush him into pulp. The warhammer swung downward with a deafening roar. My expression remained calm, fist clenched tightly. With the strength of peak Tier 5, coupled with the Abyss Commander Ring's enhancements, my punch collided with the hammer. Metal exploded, shockwaves rippling outward, knocking shield-wielding warriors off their feet. The warhammer shattered into fragments. Impossible. The general howled in disbelief. But my punch didn't waver, barreling into his chest. Steel armor caved inward, bones and organs shattered to dust. The saber-toothed tiger beneath him was reduced to a mangled pile of wreckage. A single blow obliterated the Tier 6 general. I landed effortlessly, my battle attire untouched by even a speck of dust. Silence blanketed the battlefield as 1,000 dwarves stood petrified. Kill them all, I commanded. The succubi swooped down, their assault scattering the formation. Yuna led the charge, her dagger flying, alabaster thighs weaving through the chaos. 10 minutes later, every dwarf lay dead. I approached the black iron chest and kicked its lock open. Inside lay rows of radiant mithril bars. High-purity mithril ingots, equivalent to 5,000 units. With a wave of my hand, I collected it all, filling my warehouse. Clear the battlefield. Loot acquired. 5,000 energy stones, 1 Tier 6 demon crystal, 20,000 iron ingots, and 1,000 suits of heavy armor. The trading floor buzzed in shock as I listed the dwarves' entire military surplus. Chu Feng scooped up the dwarves' entire army gear. This heavy armor is resistant to Tier 3 beast claws. Within 5 minutes, all 1,000 sets sold out, netting me 100,000 energy stones. Returning to the Abyss Pool. Consume 1 million energy stones and 10,000 demon crystals to upgrade to level 7. Upgrade. A pillar of black light erupted skyward. The pool's diameter expanded to 200 meters, its waters thickening like mercury. Level 7 Abyss Pool. Incubates 500 units daily. Commence full incubation. Hundreds of glowing orbs poured from the pool like torrential rain. 399 succubi emerged from their shells. The total number skyrocketed to 748. Helena adjusted her silver-framed glasses, beginning to assign duties. 200 for the assault team, 100 on patrol, 99 for logistics. The regional chat exploded with activity. The dwarven tribe shut their gates. What are they so afraid of? 1,000 heavily armored dwarves dead in the canyon. Even a Tier 6 general was one shot. Who did that? I smirked coldly. The dwarves have tucked tail and are cowering in their fortresses, not even daring to send out mining caravans. No chance of raiding their resources for now. I'll need a new plan. Suddenly, an ominous blood-red system alert sounded. Regional event triggered. Fallen Knight's secret realm unlocked. Entry restriction, Tier 6 and below. Rewards, massive energy stones, rare blueprints, hero soul shards. The chat went wild. A secret realm? Full of treasures. Only Tier 6? Whoever goes in is basically asking to die. My eyes lit up. Selena, take 200 elites and bring back everything in that secret realm. Selena kneeled on one knee, slamming her iron fist onto her chest plate. The will of my master is the direction of my spear. Nightmare warhorses galloped like storms while the succubus army surged, dark as a thundercloud. I stepped into the Demon King's spire. Helena leaned over the strategy table, her tight uniform accentuating every curve. Her legs, wrapped in silky stockings, were long and tempting. Red high heels clicked sharply. Master, we have 100k wood and stone in storage, and the forges are running at full capacity, she reported. I nodded. Well done. Her cheeks blushed slightly as she murmured in a low voice. Helena can also provide extra entertainment. I smiled faintly, settling into the leather chair. Show me. Her hands went to her belt, and her uniform slipped down her shoulders. Silver glasses glinted, her eyes seductive yet focused, lethal in her allure. A proper steward knows how to truly relieve her master's burdens, she whispered. Pulling her closer to the map table, I issued an order. Show me your loyalty, right here on the map. The room grew steamy and intense. At the entrance to the secret realm, the skies were bleak and oppressive. Black cracks in space hissed with fire and lightning. Selena pulled her steed to a halt, 200 succubi standing in somber ranks behind her. Slaughter every living being. Empty every treasure chest, she commanded. Kill them all. The scene shifted dramatically, an ancient battlefield in ruins. Skeletal remains lay scattered everywhere, and a pale moon loomed in the dark sky. In the bone-strewn encampment, 1,000 undead knights burned with eerie blue flames in their eyes. Formation. Charge. The undead horde surged forward like a white tide. Selena's gaze was sharp and unyielding. Nothing more than frail skeletons, she scoffed. Her nightmare warhorse charged forward. She swept her spear with ferocious force. Dozens of undead were shattered, horse and rider alike. Hellfire erupted, reducing skeletal foes to ashes. Tier. 6 knights crushed the tier, 4 undead with unstoppable dominance. In just half an hour, 1,000 undead knights were annihilated. Deep within the encampment, a terrifying presence awakened. A towering, 3-meter undead general emerged, its massive green flame-infused blade in hand. Fallen undead general tier 6 boss. It roared, swinging its fiery weapon, unleashing waves of green flames across the field. Selena didn't flinch. Pointing her spearhead toward the blade, she stopped its devastating swing mid-air. Not enough strength, she sneered. With lightning speed, her spear struck 7 times, shattering its chest plate. For the final blow, she impaled its chest, pinning it to a bone pillar. The green flames died out as the camp crumbled. Left behind was a shining silver treasure chest. Secret Realm, Level 1 cleared. Back in the Demon King's spire, the strategy table had been completely overturned. Helena leaned against its edge, panting, her white blouse damp with sweat. I left the room fully dressed just as the sound of flapping wings echoed overhead. Selena and her troops returned victorious. Not a single casualty. Master, the first level of the secret realm is cleared, Selena said, respectfully handing over the silver chest. With a wave of my hand, the chest opened, spilling forth blinding light. Energy stone times 30,000. Intermediate elemental tower blueprint times 1. Hero soul shard times 2. 30,000 energy stones instantly entered our reserves. The blueprint was exactly what we needed. Intermediate elemental tower, range 1,000 meters, magic damage, high armor penetration. The perfect anti-dwarf weapon. My eyes narrowed. Helena, construct 10 intermediate elemental towers on each side of the fortress walls. Helena struggled to stand, adjusting her disheveled uniform. Placing her glasses back on, she restored her icy steward demeanor. Understood, master. 40 black magic towers rose from the ground. Crystals atop the towers gleamed in alternating flashes of red and blue. Our defensive range had doubled. Even if the dwarves came in full force, they'd be shredded before reaching our gates. Fiddling with the 2 newly acquired soul shards in my hand, I calculated. 10 shards were needed to summon a new hero. Suddenly, a red alert flooded the regional chat. Lord Su Qingxue under siege. Emergency assistance needed. A private message lit up. Frost Dragon heavily injured. Requesting life-saving resources with a promise of 10-fold repayment. I responded coldly. No empty promises. Only tangible trades. She sent a screenshot. Hero soul shard times 3. Halfway to a full set. I offered a trade. 500 units of premium tier, 6 meat for the shards. In the multiverse, only equal exchange matters. Selena entered wearing damaged armor. Master, my armor needs repairs. I'm heading to the forge to replenish its energy. We made our way to the blazing forge. Removing her heavy armor, her wheat-toned skin gleamed, her defined abs accented by the sweat cascading down her neck. The battle drained me greatly. Her wild, untamed energy enveloped me as she closed the distance. Firelight flickered across our figures, and the wooden table groaned under the weight. Hours later, Selena leaned on the forge, her breath softened, her previous pride now replaced with docile obedience. A dark purple meteor streaked through the sky. Yuna landed in front of me, her metallic bikini stained with blood. Master, the dwarves are serious this time. 5,000 heavy infantry are marching upon us, armed with 3 massive 10-meter siege cannons. They'll reach our walls within half a day. Calmly, I commanded. Stay on the walls and follow my lead. Yuna licked the blood from her lips, her wildness melting into submission. The ground trembled violently. An iron phalanx appeared on the horizon. 5,000 dwarven heavy infantry, 3 colossal siege cannons rumbling behind. The one-eyed dwarf commander rode a mammoth, a massive flaming axe gripped in his hand. Despicable human, surrender your mithril, or I'll soak these lands in your blood to avenge my brothers. 5,000 dwarves roared in unison. I stood atop the stone walls, with rows of succubi at my command. Advance, the commander bellowed. His vanguard was now within 1,000 meters. I decisively raised my hand. Fire! 40 towers unleashed a storm of magic arrows, raining destruction like a torrent. The commander's eyes widened in disbelief. Striking from 1,000 meters away? Is this madness? The dwarves raised their shields, but the arrows pierced through as if they were paper-thin. Hellish flames consumed their armor. Their screams filled the air. Hundreds of dwarves fell, dismembered and disoriented. Without even seeing the faces of their enemies, the 5,000-strong dwarven army had been utterly routed. Charge! Close in to 500 meters and fire. The supreme commander roared. The dwarves trampled over corpses, charging forward in a frenzy. I focused on Selena. Take out that siege cannon. Her helmet snapped into place, and the tip of her spear pointed straight ahead. For my master's will, wherever my spear directs. The nightmare warhorse leaped off the towering 5-meter-high city wall. 200 succubi followed behind, their black wings blotting out the sky. Selena smashed into the dwarven formation. Her nightmare spewed hellfire, incinerating the frontline spearmen into ash. The abyssal lance swept across in an arc, knocking over a dozen men, shields and all, breaking them apart. The power of a 6th-rank knight was unparalleled, leaving a path of carnage behind her. The supreme commander swung his burning great axe furiously toward her. Selena's spear lashed out, deflecting the axe with a sharp clang. She broke through and charged straight for the massive siege cannon. 3 earth drakes guarding it roared, but their skulls were pierced in swift succession, their colossal bodies collapsing with a ground-shaking crash. Her spear tip now radiated violent magical energy, stabbing into the cannon's base runes. With a thunderous explosion, the first siege cannon was obliterated. I stood atop the high wall, observing coldly. Yuna excitedly flapped her wings. Selena is amazing. She moved closer to me. Master, let me join too. I pulled her close by the waist. If you want to help, find another way. Yuna turned around and leaned forward slightly. My fingers ran across her exposed back, and with a quick snap, her straps came loose. Her pale skin shimmered in the cold night breeze as she tightened her grip on the wall, momentarily dazed. I whispered, watch closely. This is our victory. The dwarves below panicked as the cannon exploded, retreating in chaos. The supreme commander screamed, fall back. The battlefield descended into disorder as they fled. Selena spun her spear, flinging off the blood. Think you can invade my territory and leave alive? Dream on. The night wind brushed over the walls, carrying away the stench of blood. I released Yuna, who was left gasping for air. She helped me adjust my battle robes, her voice raspy. Master's power is unrivaled. My gaze lingered on the ruins below. All that remained were shattered armor pieces and over 2,000 corpses. Open the gates. Clean up the battlefield. 30 minutes later, Helena reported. Total kills, 2,130 armored dwarves. Resource gains, 20,000 energy stones, 500 magic crystals, 60,000 refined iron. The region channel buzzed in shock. 5,000 dwarves routed completely. 3 siege cannons reduced to scrap. Who did this? Is there a high-rank boss on the loose? I calmly exited the channel. Staying low-key while amassing wealth is the true path to power. As night shrouded the demon lord's spire, its lights swayed softly. I stepped into the side chamber with a jar of healing ointment in hand. Selena was there, her armor removed, revealing smooth and muscular skin with fine cuts across her shoulders and back, twitching slightly. Hearing my steps, she immediately knelt on one knee. Master, I gazed down at her. Get up. Placing the jar heavily on the table, I spoke firmly. Lie down. Without hesitation, Selena grabbed the edge of the table, her back straight. I poured warm ointment onto my palm, pressed it against her tense back, and massaged firmly. Ugh, she muffled a groan, her knuckles turning white as she gripped the table tightly. Relax. You want to keep these hidden injuries. Sweat beaded and slipped down her cheeks. The master's grace, more intoxicating than the blood of battle. The sturdy wooden table groaned under the weight. As sunlight pierced through the stone window the following morning, Selena stood, her bare form unbothered as she cleaned the bloodstains from her breastplate. Her skin glowed, taut with lean muscle and a defined core. Despite the overnight battle, her aura radiated vitality. I rested my hand on her shoulder. She turned to meet my gaze, a fierce yet loyal expression in her eyes as she knelt. Have your injuries healed? The master's care surpasses any potion. The Abyss Knight awaits your orders at any time. Walking toward the level 7 Abyssal Demon Pool, I commanded, "Commence spawning." 500 dark crimson orbs fell like meteors. From them emerged 500 freshly birthed succubi. We greet our magnificent master. This raised the total succubus ranks to 1,249. Helena approached briskly in her high heels, her black dress slit high, sheer stockings hinting at delicate curves beneath. "Master, allow me to train the new recruits." I held up a hand to halt her. Yuna, fired up with battle spirit. Her eyes burned with determination to kill. "Take 500 of the new recruits and head to the second floor of the Abyssal Dungeon. Wipe out all monsters and collect every chest." Her pupils glowed a bloodthirsty crimson. "As you command, Master. None will be spared." ####. Succinctly following epic fantasy tone, edited for flow and cross-audience clarity. Detailed descriptions preserved reflecting original story. The golden chest opens. 2,000 units of high-purity mithril obtained. Blueprint for intermediate wall reinforcement acquired. Mithril count, 7,300. Only 2,700 away from the upgrade. One last push into the dark abyss, and the town upgrade is within reach. The wall reinforcement blueprint is activated. The stone walls tremble violently. Jet black iron seeps from the ground, wrapping around the stones. The wall rises to an impressive height of 8 meters, emanating a cold metallic sheen. Intermediate wall, defense multiplied by 5. Immune to physical attacks below tier 5. The town transforms into an iron fortress. Helena bursts through the front doors. "Master, 2,000 wandering monsters spotted directly ahead." I scale the wall for a clearer view. A cloud of dust rises as 2,000 red-haired minotaurs charge forward. Each stands over 2.5 meters tall, wielding spiked clubs and massive stone axes. Bloodthirsty minotaurs, tier 4, quantity, 2,000. In this entire dark forest, no player can withstand this horde. At the 1,000-meter mark, open fire. 40 arrow towers unleash blinding flashes of light. Flaming arrows, ice bolts, and explosive shots crisscross violently through the sky. The ground shakes with deafening explosions. The vanguard is blasted apart, with body parts flying everywhere. The horde, enraged, surges toward the city walls. Over 1,000 minotaurs slam their weapons against the iron fortification. The tier 5 leader roars, "Tear down that pathetic wall." Countless stone axes and spiked clubs hammer against the wall. Clang, clang, clang. But the iron wall doesn't even flinch, only faint white marks left behind. Tier 4 brute force? Against steel? Just a back massage. The leader's eyes widen with disbelief. I smirk. "It's your turn." I look toward the succubi stationed along the wall. "Jump down. Show them what real slaughter looks like." By your command, 500 succubi cry out in unison, transforming into black-winged eagles, diving with lightning speed. The minotaurs can't even raise their shields before their throats are slashed, blood spraying everywhere. Despite being a tier lower, the succubi's agility dominates, swiftly annihilating the clumsy beasts. Their pale legs weave through the horde. Each leap claims a life. The base of the wall becomes a bloody meat grinder in seconds. I press my hands against the solid iron wall, thoroughly enjoying the show. Helena wraps herself around my arm, her face flushed red. "Master, your walls, stronger even than the black iron dwarven fortress." She leans close, her breath brushing my ear. "With a haven this secure, Helena wants nothing more than to stay by your side forever." I chuckle, tilting her chin up. "Oh, playing coy are we? Serving and pleasing master is my sole duty," she breathes with a bow. In less than 10 minutes, the bloodbath ends. 2,000 minotaurs collapse lifelessly to the ground. The 500 succubi return, blood-soaked and reeking of battle, more lethal than before. Clean up the battlefield. Inventory the spoils. Quickly, the spoils are tallied. 10,000 energy stones, 2,000 tier 4 magic crystals, 500 minotaur hides. Another literal fortune falls into my lap. Energy stones now total over 85,000. Magic crystals stand at 91,000. Though the upgrade still feels distant, waves of free loot like this ensure steady progress. At that moment, a loudspeaker message pops up in the regional chat. Coordinates 245,889. Large vein of silver discovered, guarded by tier 6 rock giants. Looking to team up, loot to be split evenly. The sender? Rank 50 player in the region, Zhao Maniac. My eyes narrow. A large silver vein. That is huge. Even more enticing, precious treasure chests are always found near veins. With 7,300 mithril in hand, seizing this vein seals the deal for my town upgrade. I let out a cold laugh. Team up? Only the weak form alliances. The path of the Abyssal Demon Lord is one of domination. I closed the channel instantly. The coordinates are public now. Every moment matters. Helena, lock the city down. Full defensive measures. You're in charge while I'm away. Understood. Nothing gets past me. She replies, adjusting her glasses with precision. I step into the courtyard and call out. Selena, Yuna. Two figures appear in an instant. Yuna sports a fitted black leather combat suit, curves on full display. Selena, clad in dark gold heavy armor, grips a 3-meter-long spear in hand. Summon the 500 elites. Target, 245,889. Move out now. 500 succubi roar, their black wings spreading, shrouding the sky like an eclipse. Selena mounts her warhorse as I vault onto the saddle, leaning in close. Our nightmare steed screeches as it takes to the air. The wind howls around us, the speed drawing Selena's bronze toned back close to mine. Master, the high-altitude winds are intense. Hold tight. She cautions, her voice stern. I waste no opportunity, wrapping both arms firmly around her waist, one hand slipping into the gap of her armor. Her body stiffens instantly, a surprised gasp escaping her lips as her tanned skin flushes crimson. Minutes stretch into moments. The turbulent flight brims with tension. Below us, an enormous basin appears, a dazzling silver glow radiating from the center. It's the vein. But chaos surrounds its edges, a scene of utter carnage. Zhao Maniac's forces, numbering 3,000, are locked in a desperate battle against 300 colossal 4-meter-tall Tier 6 rock giants. The giants' granite-like bodies render attacks useless. Tier 3 soldiers strike futilely, only for their weapons to shatter instead. A giant hurls a boulder into the fray, turning bodies into unrecognizable chunks. Elven arrows clink harmlessly off their stony exterior. Hold the line, Zhao yells, desperation in his voice. The vein is just within reach, but his forces waver. In less than 10 minutes, half are dead. Retreat. It's hopeless, someone screams, panic breaking the formation. The giants relentlessly pursue the fleeing players, violence painting the battlefield red. Suddenly, a piercing battle cry splits the air. A swarm of black descends from the sky. 500 succubi swoop down like harbingers of death. At the forefront, a nightmare steed ablaze with hellfire carries Selena and me into the fray. Players scream, "What kind of monster is that?" My cold gaze sweeps the battlefield. Yuna, Selena, grind those giants into dust. Selena's eyes blaze with killing intent. Her warhorse streaks like a black comet, charging head-on into the enemy. A giant raises its arm in defense, only for Selena's spear to pierce through its chest with brutal precision. Move aside, Selena roars. The giant's body crumbles into chunks. The struggling players stand frozen in disbelief. Yuna streaks through the battlefield like purple lightning. Tier 7 versus Tier 6, absolute annihilation. Her movements are so swift, her strikes so surgical, that the giant's joints crack and shatter instantly. The succubi swarm, striking in perfect coordination. Joints snap and crumble as if playing with toys. Within 5 minutes, nearly every towering threat has fallen. The remaining giants retreat in terror. Running? Think you can escape my spear? Selena sneers, chasing them down and skewering stragglers into the dirt. Zhao Maniac and his surviving soldiers are left in stunned silence. 3,000 troops wiped out while we suffer 0 casualties. I dismount from the nightmare steed, coolly walking toward the silver vein. Yuna and Selena flank me, towering shadows of lethality. Zhao approaches cautiously, trembling. Brother, thanks for the assist. Standard rules, split the vein. You take the majority, we'll settle for a small share. Deal. I glance at him and his battered forces with icy indifference. Share? It's mine. All of it. You've got 10 seconds to leave. The man had been utterly defeated, crushed again by me. Now he was glaring with hatred, grinding his teeth in frustration. Trying to hoard everything for yourself? You'll choke, he barked, attempting to leverage the forces behind him in a threat. Selena twirled her spear, the tip stopping just an inch from his throat. Didn't you hear the master's command? She asked coldly. Behind her, 500 succubi raised their weapons. The oppressive might of the abyss descended, suffocating the air. Zhao Kuang's knees buckled, and he collapsed in the mud before scrambling for a panicked escape, not daring to look back. I turned my gaze to the field littered with bodies and the gleaming silver mine. All troops, heed my orders. Gather the bodies and mine the resources. The succubi moved quickly, scattering across the site. System notifications burst across my vision. Successfully harvested a level 6 stone golem. Reward, 50 energy stones, 1 level 6 demon crystal. After disassembling 300 golems, 15,000 energy stones and 300 high-grade demon crystals were added to the treasury. Our stock of energy stones surpassed 100,000, with 93,000 demon crystals stored. A bit further from upgrading, but the progress was solid. Once all the corpses were dealt with, the succubi turned their focus to the mining. High-tier units infused with abyssal energy made quick work of the rocks, large chunks of silver emerging as if slicing through butter. Walking to the mine's core, I placed my hand on a massive 2-meter-tall pure silver boulder, its frigid surface gleaming. Yuna approached, setting her tools aside. She wore her signature tight, black leather combat outfit, revealing just enough fair skin through its intricate cutouts. Master, the outer mineral veins are boxed away, and the purity from the core is phenomenal, she reported with undisguised excitement, her hair damp with sweat clinging to the curves of her face and body, her outfit now adhering even closer due to the heat of her efforts. Towering over her, I reached for her zipper and tore it down decisively. 2 flawless curves sprang free as I pulled her into my arms. Yuna gasped, her back pressing against the icy silver boulder. Around us, the cacophony of mining echoed, but her ragged breathing quickened. The master's blessings, always the most delicious, she murmured with devotion, tilting her neck back as she fully surrendered herself. On that pure silver boulder, a moment of wild conquest unfolded. 1 hour later, the massive silver mine was emptied, its resources packed away. I jumped down from the silver rock and adjusted my attire. Beside me, Yuna glowed with a faint flush, her zipper now properly secured, though a lingering sultry gleam danced in her eyes. Abyssal energy swirled stronger within her, more concentrated after the act. Master, we discovered a treasure while mining the core. Yuna approached, presenting a radiant silver treasure chest, the silver accompanying treasure chest. This is a hidden reward exclusive to large resource nodes, and the very reason I had fought so fiercely for it. Open it. A dazzling beam of silver light shot into the heavens. System messages flashed rapidly. Successfully open the silver accompanying treasure chest. Rewards: Hero Soul Fragments ×2. 10,000 units of high-purity silver. Blueprint for Intermediate Resource Conversion Array ×1. A wave of exhilaration surged through me. It was a jackpot. Hero Soul Fragments. These 2 pieces brought my collection to the full set of 10. Summoning a new hero was finally within reach. My current bottleneck lay in lacking sufficient high-level combat power. While Yuna and Selena were formidable, even they couldn't be everywhere at once. With a 3rd hero at tier 7 or higher, I could open up new battlefronts and crush anyone in my way. And the 10,000 high-purity silver paired with the conversion array, what a boon for crafting supreme gear. I examined the blueprint carefully. Intermediate Resource Conversion Array allows the conversion of high-purity precious metals into a proportionate amount of basic or rare resources. It was like a godsend. I was still 2,700 units short of mithril. This array would let me convert from silver, filling the gap with ease. The upgrade for my territory was secured. Excellent work. I laughed heartily. The basin had now turned into an enormous crater, its resources fully harvested. Pack up the silver and return to the city. I leapt onto my war steed as Selena tugged the reins of her Hellfire Stallion, and both of us soared into the skies. Behind us, 500 succubi lugged wooden crates of silver, their black wings slicing through the air as they soared toward the domain. Black clouds loomed ominously as the 500 crates of silver piled into a gleaming mountain. Helena, our steward, greeted us with brightened eyes. The sight of such high-tier resources invigorated her spirit. Start counting immediately. Clear some space, she ordered, swiftly orchestrating the remaining succubi to manage the tasks. I arrived at the central plaza, grasping the blueprint of the conversion array in hand. Set it up. Silver light erupted, revealing a 10-meter glowing hexagram on the ground. Runes began to shimmer, pulsating with gathering abyssal magic. With my own hands, I poured 10,000 high-purity silver into the center of the array. The system prompted, 10,000 high-purity silver detected. Choose target resource for conversion. Mithril. Basic resources were sufficient for now. Mithril was the key issue holding progress hostage. Conversion ratio, 3:1. Confirm? Confirm. The array detonated with a pulse of energy, liquefying the silver, which then coalesced and solidified into glistening pure mithril. 10 minutes later, 3,333 units of mithril were neatly arranged before me. System. Total mithril has surpassed 10,000 units. Medium-tier town upgrade requirements fulfilled. Filled with anticipation, I inhaled deeply. Initiate the upgrade. A deafening rumble shook the earth as the ground split apart, and my entire territory expanded threefold in size. 8-meter iron walls surged upward, while the Demon Lord's spire erupted from the ground, piercing into the clouds. Grotesque, demonic carvings adorned the expanding fortress, their abyssal aura spreading across miles. A black pillar of light struck toward the heavens, lingering for half an hour before dissipating. The Abyssal Demon Lord's domain had ascended to a medium-tier town. Defensive capabilities doubled, unlocking access to mid-tier structures, and troop training speeds accelerated immensely. Standing at the heart of the enlarged plaza, I gazed upon the menacing steel fortress, overwhelmed with pride. While others still struggled with mere survival, I had constructed an unassailable domain. I turned toward the abyssal altar. Its 10-meter frame blazed eternally with dark flames, and Yuna and Selena flanked me on either side, their expressions betraying barely contained excitement. A new ally was about to emerge. Ascending the altar, I raised the 10 hero soul fragments, which floated into the air. Abyssal altar, summon the hero. The fragments were obliterated as a dark purple light column exploded, ripping open a chasm into the abyss. A presence colder and deadlier than either Yuna or Selena seeped into the air. As the light faded, a tall figure stepped forth, her movements calm and deliberate. Her deep purple hair cascaded like a waterfall, tied back into a neat ponytail. Her golden eyes flickered with a frosty sharpness, precision gleaming like a sniper's sights. Her minimalist black leather armor clung to her frame, bearing a toned, flat stomach. She carried a massive 2-meter golden and black composite bow, the bowstring humming with lethal magic. The Abyssal Phantom Archer, Evelyn. Tier 6. With 100% loyalty and potential surpassing even the Abyssal Lords to ascend into a true deity. Evelyn, wearing tall leather boots, her legs impossibly sleek, strode toward me and knelt on one knee. My aim exists solely for my master. Just say the word, and I'll pierce even the gods through the heart, she declared, her voice husky and icy, laced with an obsessive ferocity. I nodded approvingly. Good. Rise. Yuna and Selena stepped back, leaving only Evelyn and me atop the altar. The abyssal flames danced wildly, the black stone steps exuding a palpable lethality. Meeting Evelyn's piercing gaze, I gave her a single order. Fix your sights solely on me. Show me the extent of your focus. Her pupils narrowed to points, and without hesitation, she stepped forward, wrapping her arms tentatively yet firmly around my neck before locking her lips onto mine. Catching her slender waist with a backward grip, I felt her honed, archery-trained abs tighten reflexively. With only a slight pull, I tipped her off balance, laying her onto the cold stone steps within the thrum of the dark altar's flames. Master, she whispered, her voice a reverent mixture of fixation and fervor. Keep your eyes on me, always, only me. Reflected, fiercely intertwined. The altar echoed with the throbbing breaths of exhilaration. The day grew dim. I adjusted my clothes and stood up. Evelyn lay sprawled on the stone steps, her long hair disheveled, her chest heaving rapidly. Get up. Grab your bow. She swiftly picked up her bow, her icy sharpshooter demeanor restored, following me silently back to the spire. In the grand hall on the first floor, Helena had prepared a lavish feast. The aroma of roasted 6th-tier magical beast filled the air. Camilla, Eve, and Sharon sat together at the table. Noticing Evelyn, Camilla wrapped her arm around me with a teasing smile. Master brought back a pretty new girl. Looks like us sisters will need to step up our game. Evelyn stretched out her long legs. As long as it's for the master, I don't care how many enemies I have to take down. Sharon toyed with her whip, her gaze studying Evelyn's massive bow. Strength and loyalty are the real currency here. Winning favor depends entirely on one's battle performance. I patted Camilla's round hips and sat in the main seat, scanning the core data. The territory was a mid-level town, with 100,000 energy stones, 91,000 magic crystals, and 633 mithril. Total succubi, 1,249. 7 peerless generals were guarding it, backed by 1,000 high-tier assassins. The Abyss Demon God territory had already become the unshakable overlord of the Dark Forest. I chewed on grilled meat and asked, Helena, what's the situation on the regional channel today? She pushed up her glasses and flipped through her notebook. Master, local forces are mobilizing across the board. A large beastman tribe 50 kilometers away is gathering. The player side has also started making moves. Zhao Kuang has been spreading news about a silver vein everywhere, and quite a few player alliances now regard us as their #1 enemy. My gaze remained calm. Beastmen gathering? Players banding together? Just a bunch of clowns. I wiped my hands and swept my eyes over the 7 peerless succubi. Tomorrow, we take the initiative. Morning sunlight flooded the square. The territory, now 3 times larger, felt empty and oppressive, with 8-meter-tall iron walls standing like a sleeping beast. I walked out of the spire and headed straight for the level 7 magic pool. Breed. Boom. The magic pool roared to life, and 500 dark red light orbs shot into the sky before crashing down onto the shattered square. 500 sultry succubi emerged from their shells. Greetings to the great master. The succubi's total military strength rose to 1,749, closing in on the 2,000 mark. Helena quickly led the new recruits into formation. I climbed onto the city wall, where Evelyn was sitting cross-legged, wiping down her bowstring. The moment she heard my footsteps, she stood up at once. Master, waiting for your command. I said calmly, no rush. First, calibrate the bow. She handed me the heavy bow. I held the bow close to my body and whispered, raise it. Warm breath brushed past my ear. Evelyn's legs trembled slightly as she slowly lifted the long bow and aimed at a boulder 1,000 meters away. Draw the string. I guided her hand backward. The immense force tensed her abs and pressed tightly against her chest. The arrow shot out with a howl, carrying abyssal magic. Boom. The boulder 1,000 meters away shattered instantly. Evelyn panted and hugged me. Evelyn's arrows will always obey the master's command. At that moment, Helena hurried up. Master, latest intelligence. Speak. Zhao Kuang has allied with more than 50 lords and formed an anti-demon alliance. 5,000 people are gathering for a meeting at an abandoned mine pit 30 kilometers to the west. A flash of killing intent passed through my eyes. Food delivered to our doorstep. I shouted, Yuna, Surina, bring 1,000 succubi. Target, the abandoned pit. Yuna appeared in tight leather, and Surina in heavy armor. Today, let's give the Anti-Demon Alliance a big gift. Dark succubi wings shaded the sun as 1,000 figures flew west. At the bottom of the mine pit, 5,000 mixed troops, beastmen, elves, goblins, were gathered. Zhao Kuang stood on a high platform, waving his sword. There are tens of thousands worth of silver on Chu Feng's walls. Rush up there and wipe him out, then divide the resources. The player lords were red-eyed with greed, their shouts of killing shaking the sky. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Zhao Kuang looked up, and his heart pounded violently. 1,000 black-winged succubi hovered in the clouds, looking down on them like lambs awaiting slaughter. I rode up calmly and patted Evelyn's shoulder. Your debut. Clear the field. Evelyn drew her bow to full tension, and a dark gold arrow tore through the air. 1,000 streaks of metal rain poured down into the mine pit. Raise shields. Zhao Kuang grabbed a beastman and used him as a human shield. Screams rang out endlessly. The arrow rain pierced shields and armor, leaving corpses strewn everywhere. The mine pit instantly turned into a hellscape, with more than 1,000 of the 5,000 dead. Monsters, run. The lords panicked and fled for their lives. Full assault. Seal the exits. Leave no one alive. Yuna let out a sharp cry as she led the charge, and the succubi swept into the mine pit like a black rain. The goblins' sea of blood tactics became a joke, and the beastman's shield shattered. Zhao Kuang was protected by his guards as he slashed wildly. Yuna struck in an instant, breaking his sword and snapping his neck, blood spraying everywhere. Killed Zhao Kuang. Obtained the lord's storage bag. With the leader dead, the remaining lords dropped to their knees and begged for mercy. Spare us. We surrender. Yuna's voice was ice-cold. Die. Succubi blades flashed, and none were spared. In 10 minutes, the 5,000-strong player army was annihilated, and the mine pit was dyed in blood. Return to the city. The succubi returned loaded with spoils. Helena sorted the loot and handed over her notebook. Master, with more than 50 lords combined, there were only 8,000 energy stones and 500 magic crystals. I wasn't concerned. This was entirely within expectations. What about the basic resources? 600,000 wood and stone, 20,000 iron ore. Also, Zhao Kuang had a silver treasure chest in his bag. I took the silver treasure chest. Bring me the chest. With a single flip, a dazzling light flashed. A ring engraved with a flying eagle pattern hovered in the air. Obtained silver-grade equipment. Eagle Eye Ring. Field of view doubled. Ranged accuracy increased by 50% and can penetrate ordinary fog. Absolutely top tier. A weapon tailor-made for archers. I gripped the ring tightly and turned to stare at the purple-haired female archer. Evelyn, come with me. The two of us quickly headed toward the edge of the territory, where 40 10-meter-tall elemental arrow towers stood. I leaped to the top. The summit was narrow, only about 2 square meters, surrounded by half-meter-high steel crenellations. The gale howled, whipping both of our clothes. Hold out your hand. Evelyn did as told, and I slipped the hawk eye ring onto the index finger of her left hand. The ring flashed faintly and automatically tightened. Look outside. I pointed to the dark forest beyond the city wall. Evelyn raised her head, and her dark golden eyes flickered with a strange light. With the ring on, she could clearly see the scratches from a bird's wings 10 kilometers away. This is the master's gift, making my arrows even deadlier. Her voice was hoarse, trembling with excitement. I stepped forward and pressed her against the crenellations with my body. The cold iron wall chilled her lower back, and half her body hung outside the 10-meter-high tower. The strong wind tangled her purple hair. Without a word, I clamped my large hand against her flat waist. Evelyn didn't struggle, only gripped the crenellations tightly. Being out on the uncovered tower, with the fear of falling at any moment, made her dizzy and lightheaded. "Keep your eyes on the target. Don't you dare close them," I growled. Evelyn bit through her lower lip, forced her eyes open, and locked her gaze on the distant horizon over my shoulder. In the cramped space, sweat soaked the cold iron wall. Her breathing was rapid and suppressed, the wind covering up everything. After an hour of close-quarters training, her hands went weak and the bow fell to the ground. I wrapped an arm around her slender waist and pulled her back from the edge into the center. She leaned against my chest like a zealot desperate for fulfillment. I patted her cheek, picked up the bow, and stuffed it back into her hands. "Get dressed. The show has just begun." I looked deep into the forest. In the distance, 30 kilometers away, trees were toppling by the roots. A cloud of dust, 10 times more formidable than the anti-demon alliance, was rolling toward the demon god territory. The local forces had finally lost patience. The dust surged like a rampaging dragon, blotting out the sky and sun. I stood atop the tower, my black battle suit flapping violently. "Evelyn, report." She raised her hand, the ring flashing as her eyes saw everything clearly through the sand and dust. "Replying to Master, a heavy orc army. 10,000 troops. Frontline heavy cavalry on iron rhinos. Middle formation infantry with siege ladders. Rear 10 giant catapults spraying poison liquid. And the leaders? 3 6th-tier grand commanders riding twin-headed wyverns. The orc army, the true hardliners of the local forces. No player could withstand them." I turned and climbed down from the arrow tower. "Form up." On the city wall, 1,749 succubi drew their weapons, the screech of metal grinding harshly. A sea of fair thighs and seductive curves spread out as far as the eye could see. Black demon wings blotted out the sky. Facing 10,000 orcs, the succubi had only blood in their eyes. Helena hurried over in red shoes. "Master, the warehouse has 108,000 energy stones and 91,000 magic crystals. Logistics are fully supplied. We can fight a long war." I gave a slight nod. Sharon stepped out from the formation. The assassin commander was wearing a black corset leather armor today, with hot pants and long boots below, and a barbed leather whip in her hand. Her peach blossom eyes burned with killing intent as she stared straight at me. "Master, my whip is starving. Please order the charge." I raised my hand and tilted up her chin. "What's the rush? The climax hasn't come yet. Once the city gates open, drag those 3 aerial commanders down first. If even one less is brought down, I'll hold you responsible." Sharon licked her lips, her killing intent feverish. The ground trembled violently. Boom. 10,000 orcs entered view, their massive green-skinned bodies brandishing axes as they roared. "Despicable humans, hand over the silver vein, or we'll flatten your city." In the sky, 3 twin-headed wyverns circled, and the commanders on their backs roared arrogantly. 2,000 meters, 1,500 meters. I stood on the wall, both hands braced on the crenellations. "Evelyn, here. See the trash yelling the loudest up in the sky? Shut 'em up." "Understood." Evelyn stepped onto the crenellation, her longbow instantly drawn to full tension. The Hawkeye ring erupted with silver light. Dark magic condensed into a pitch-black energy arrow. The crack of the air exploding resounded across the battlefield. 1,200 meters away, the half-beast great commander had just raised his hand to issue orders when he suddenly felt death lock onto him. Swoosh! The arrow detonated through the air. The black long arrow pierced the commander's mouth and stabbed through the back of his head. His skull burst open in midair, blood spraying like a fountain. His mount, the wyvern, was blasted away by the arrow's force and slammed heavily into the infantry formation, crushing dozens of half-beasts to death. The enemy army was instantly stunned. Their commander had been headshot at the very start of the battle. The 2 wyvern commanders were terrified out of their wits and frantically pulled their wyverns higher. Trying to run? Too late. Evelyn fired 2 more arrows in rapid succession, each one precisely piercing the flesh wings of the 2 wyverns. Amid miserable screams, the wyverns crashed onto the battlefield, dragging their commanders down with them. In less than 10 seconds, the enemy command structure was completely wiped out. A 6th-tier Phantom Archer had sniped from beyond visual range, shocking the entire field. "Beautiful." I laughed out loud. With their command gone, the half-beast army fell into chaos. Elemental arrow towers. Fire. 40 arrow towers unleashed at once. and a rain of magical arrows poured down. Red arrows of explosive flames scorched the enemy, while blue arrows froze them into statues. The enemy was packed tightly together, becoming perfect living targets. More than 1,000 half-beasts were blown to pieces in an instant. Charge out of the city and harvest them. Kill. Yuna and Surina roared. 1,749 succubi leapt over the city walls like a black torrent. With a seventh tier burst, Yuna charged straight into the crowd, her abyssal demonic blade severing half-beast heads. Riding a nightmare warhorse, Surina swept an obsidian gold spear through shields and bodies alike. The succubi legion followed close behind the two women, slaughtering the enemy and sending them fleeing in all directions. This wasn't war. It was a massacre. Half an hour later, the battlefield fell silent. The enemy army was dead, not a single one left. Standing atop the 8-meter city wall, I looked down at the hellish scene below. Helena, take people to clean up the battlefield. Yes, my lord. 3 hours later, all the spoils had been sent back to the warehouse. I turned and entered the Demon King's spire. On the top floor, a black crystal throne stood at the center, radiating a suffocating pressure. I sat down casually and closed my eyes to rest. The heavy door was pushed open. Helena walked in holding a notebook. She was wearing a black high-slit tight dress, flesh-colored stockings wrapping her long legs, and a white blouse with a slightly open collar. She didn't stand to report. Instead, she walked up with long strides and leaned over my knees. My lord, the battlefield inventory has been completed. I opened my eyes, my right hand resting on the top of her head as my fingers passed through her black hair, gently combing it. Report the numbers. 100,000 half-beasts, 3 6th-tier twin-headed wyverns, all captured successfully. 50,000 energy stones, 3 6th-tier magic crystals, 100,000 units of iron ore, 30,000 units of high-grade monster meat. I mentally did the math. 100,000 troops sounded like a lot, but the drops were limited. Low-tier monsters weren't worth much. I opened the panel. Energy stones, 158,000. Magic crystals, 92,800. Succubi, 1,749. My fingers slid down her hair and pinched her earlobe. Helena's breathing grew heavier, her peach blossom eyes behind her silver-rimmed glasses growing hazy. Being able to manage the territory for my lord is Helena's honor. I took off her glasses and tossed them casually onto the stone steps. Without the glasses to hide behind, she looked even more seductive and defenseless. The accounts are settled. It's time to settle other matters too. My hand moved from her neck downward, firmly grasping that searing heat. Helena let out a muffled moan despite herself. I hooked my fingers around the black lace trim and yanked hard, the sound of fabric tearing sharp and clear. She braced both hands on my legs, her skirt being pulled to the limit. Leaning back against the demon god throne, I exuded an overbearing dominance that ignited a desire to conquer. My lord, her voice trembled. In the throne hall, a secret and heated contest was unfolding. 2 hours later, Helena stood aside with weak legs. Her white blouse was wrinkled, the blush on her face still not faded as she put her glasses back on and forced herself to remain proper. My lord, I'll go arrange tonight's patrol. I looked at her retreating figure, feeling refreshed as I stood up. I opened the resource trading hall and prepared to cash in the iron ore. Seller, Chu Feng item, 100,000 units of coarse iron ore unit price, 100 units of iron ore for 1 energy stone, non-negotiable. As soon as the message went out, the chat channel exploded. 100,000 iron ore? Robbing a dwarf tribe, or what? The price is insane. Cut the crap and grab it fast. We urgently need iron ore to make weapons. What level is Chu Feng exactly? So many resources. In less than 3 minutes, the iron ore was snapped up. System prompt. Trade successful. Received 1,000 energy stones. Bit by bit, I kept bleeding the players dry. Just then, Yuna flapped her wings and burst through the door, still covered in the dust of battle. Master, Evelyn discovered a human convoy 5,000 meters away at the forest edge. No human monsters around? I frowned. No, they're all players. More than 100 people are pushing over a dozen supply carts. It looks like they're heading toward our territory. I leaned back in my throne and tapped the armrest. All ragged and worn out, like refugees. Yuna nodded. At that moment, the door was pushed open, and Camilla walked in with her seductive steps. Her burgundy silk slip dress was sexy and eye-catching, and she was swaying a bottle of Abyss fruit wine in her hand. Master goes out every day to kill enemies, leaving Camilla alone at home, feeling neglected. She spoke in a sweet, sticky voice, took a sip of wine, then looped her arms around my neck and pressed her lips to mine. I reached out to pull her up and wiped away the sweat. Evelyn's dazed eyes glimmered as she sucked on the lingering warmth of my fingertips. Your aim is impeccable, I said lightly, my hand sliding along her waist as I drew her closer. Leather rubbed against hot skin, and Evelyn let out a hoarse murmur as her body trembled faintly. After a brief rest, I held her and returned to the city. Inside the city walls, I took out the blueprint for the weapon workshop. The basic weapon workshop required 10,000 wood, 10,000 stone, and 5,000 iron ore. It could forge crude iron into standard weapons and supply the trading market in exchange for resources. Helena decisively marked out the land, and a few hundred square meters of brick and stone forging workshop rose rapidly from the ground. Flames roared, and anvils and forging tables were arrayed in abundance. Now all that iron ore won't go to waste. Next, I took out the blueprint for the Night Phantom leather armor. A Demon Realm exclusive piece of armor, it consumed refined iron and high-grade leather, significantly boosting physical defense and agility. The succubi had only worn crude leather strips before. Once they put on this leather armor, their survival would increase greatly. Helena assigned 300 succubus logisticians to the weapon workshop and go all out forging Night Phantom leather armor. Yes, Helena quickly made arrangements, and the succubi swung their hammers against the refined iron. Sparks flew everywhere, and the sound of forging echoed through the town. More than 2,200 high-tier succubi were about to bid farewell to their crude attire and don the unified abyssal armor. I sat back down in the black crystal stone chair of the Demon King's spire, waiting for the first batch of finished goods. An hour later, Yuna came briskly into the hall, holding a freshly forged Night Phantom leather armor. The armor was as black as ink, perfectly combining flexibility and toughness. Expectation shone in Yuna's eyes as she removed her tattered metal bikini, revealing her snow-white skin. The moment she put on the leather armor, it seemed alive, fitting her figure tightly. Her ample chest was lifted high, and the hollowed-out waist exposed firm abdominal muscles. Below was a snug pair of hot pants, and on her feet were leather boots with metal trim, perfectly displaying her alluring curves. Yuna straddled my lap, her arms wrapped around my neck, her dark purple eyes blazing hotly. My large hand pressed against the edge of the leather armor at her waist, where cold leather intertwined with scorching skin. She exhaled softly, her breath warm. For the master's gift, Yuna is willing to repay it with the hottest of passion. I yanked hard at the leather armor, and the sound of rubbing echoed through the hall. Yuna tilted her neck back and suppressed a sweet moan, her hands tightly entwined around me as our bodies pressed together, hot beyond words. The next morning, the sunlight slanted across the ground. On the square, more than 2,200 high-tier succubi had changed into dark leather armor. Their cold sheen, hot pants, and metal boots formed a murderous long line, like armored reapers. Helena wore a black dress and silver mirror accessories, her voice as clear as a bell. "My lord, the equipment upgrade is complete. Light and tough, it greatly enhances the sisters' survival ability." I swept my gaze over the formation. "How is the scout intelligence?" "Reporting to my lord. The main force of 50,000 beastmen has gone out to battle, and their old lair, 100 li away, is now an empty city. A level 4 resource point, the royal capital's treasury is immensely rich. It's the perfect time to strike." Helena excitedly handed over the ledger. "All troops advance and directly sweep the enemy nest." I vaulted onto the nightmare warhorse, while Serina's armor glimmered with golden light as she held the reins steadily like a rock. The succubi spread their black wings, covering the sky and racing lightly and swiftly, crossing the 100 li wasteland in an instant. The beastman's city wall stood more than 10 meters high, with only a few guards stationed there. I gave the order, "Stop. Evelyn, you're in charge of clearing the battlements. Serena, attack the city gate." Evelyn drew her bow and took to the sky, her eagle-eye ring flashing. Arrows of dark gold flowing light streaked past, and heads exploded one after another with no chance to react. The 300 guards collapsed in an instant, their corpses falling beneath the wall. Serena roared furiously as her warhorse crashed into the city gate like a falling meteor. Her 3-meter-long spear crackled with electricity as it smashed heavily into the iron gate, shattering it with a thunderous blast as iron fragments flew everywhere and the gate was blown open. Yuna screamed, and the succubus tides surged in, instantly engulfing the royal capital. The remaining beastmen had no power to fight back as blood dyed the streets and alleys. Blade light blazed fiercely, and they were crushed without mercy. I rode slowly through the sea of corpses, heading straight for the core of the palace. There lay the chieftain's residence, as well as the heavily guarded treasury. Serena blasted open the thick door with a spear strike, and I lifted my chin as I entered. Inside the palace, golden light glittered brilliantly, and gemstone-inlaid stone pillars stood tall. Deep inside, a giant door was wrapped in magical chains. Camila waved her pink staff, and abyssal fireballs seared through the chains. Molten iron dripped down as the door slowly opened. Brilliant light poured out. The vault was neatly piled high with resources. On the left, pure energy stones formed a small mountain. On the right, mithril ingots gleamed brilliantly. System prompts flashed rapidly. Large half-orc royal city vault discovered. Extraction successful. Gained 200,000 energy stones, 12,000 units of high-purity mithril, and 500 fifth-tier wind spirit crystals. Instant riches. The storage's energy stones surged to over 453,000. Mithril rose from just over 2,600 to more than 14,600 units. The mithril gap needed to upgrade to a high-level town was completely filled. I swept all the materials into my spatial ring in one go. Deep inside, a purple glowing treasure chest atop a stone pedestal caught the eye. A transcendent diamond treasure chest, the ultimate treasure of a level 4 resource point. I forcefully lifted the lid. Purple light exploded outward, and 3 divine items floated in midair. Hero Soul Fragment X5. Unique Formation Blueprint. 9 Heavens and 10 Earths Spirit Gathering Array. Legendary Building Core. Abyss Arsenal Heart. I immediately took the hero fragments. The formation could multiply the territory's spiritual energy, double the troop energy absorption, and increase drop rates. The Arsenal Core could elevate the weapons workshop to legendary rank, enabling the forging of exclusive hero weapons and high-tier enchantments, extremely rare and unmatched. I tightened my grip on the legendary core and looked over the succubus army that had returned laden with spoils. Fall back, return to base. Abyssal flames instantly engulfed the half-orc royal city, and the fire on the wasteland reddened the sky. More than 2,000 high-tier succubi darkened the sky as they swept back, returning home with immense wealth. In the square, Helena had already cleared a large core area. I stood before the Demon King Spire as the territory panel displayed its status. With 200,000, stone 200,000, refined iron 100,000, mithril 10,000, all were in place. Upgrade. A thunderous boom shook the heavens as the 8-meter-high iron walls rose wildly upward. Dark gold luster gradually infused the metal surface. The wall thickness tripled, and its height soared to 15 meters. The town's area expanded 5-fold, with streets broadened and neatly divided. The central Demon King Spire suddenly swelled, transforming into one abyssal demon palace spanning 10,000 square meters. Black obsidian pillars towered into the clouds, and eternal dark purple demon flames burned at the top. The system surged. Abyssal demon god territory upgraded to a high-level town. Defense increased 3-fold. High-level defensive building purchase permissions unlocked. Hostile beings below Tier 6 are suppressed across all attributes upon approach. A new indestructible war fortress, forged in iron and blood. My gaze sharpened, and with a light wave of the formation blueprint in my hand, Helena immediately set up the 9 Heavens and 10 Earths Spirit Gathering Array behind the Demon Palace. The blueprint turned into a streak of flowing light and flew off. In an instant, thick white mist surged up within a radius of 1,000 meters. That was condensed high-pressure pure energy. I stepped into the array, and my pores suddenly opened wide, frantically absorbing the viscous spiritual energy. The bottleneck at the peak of 5th tier faintly loosened. Camilla followed closely behind. As a mage, she was especially sensitive to energy. The white mist clung to her silk long dress like dew. Before long, the fabric was soaked through and pressed tightly against her alluring curves. She panted softly. "My lord, the energy here is far too abundant." The magic within her surged violently, and the magical circuits of a 7th-tier mage ran at high speed. Her legs burned weak and unsteady. She could only support herself against the black obsidian pillar. I stepped forward and pressed my palm against her back, where it was hot and slick. In a low voice, I said, "You've absorbed too much. I need to forcibly guide it." I mobilized my blood energy, channeling it through my palm into Camilla's body to clear the turbulent magic. Camilla let out a soft, trembling moan, tilting her neck back as her body pressed close into my arms. Her full breasts tightened against my hard chest, and her breathing grew rapid. Her red lips parted slightly as she exhaled a scorching breath. "Please, master, help me guide it all the way through." In the hazy white mist, I hooked my hands around her waist and pinned Camilla firmly against the cool stone pillar. The slipping thin shoulder straps revealed snow-white skin, breathtaking and entrancing. Our breaths intertwined, and waves of panting echoed through the depths of the formation, our powers merging as if burning like flames. Hours later, Camilla slumped lazily against the pillar. The magic power returned to stability, but the aura grew even more terrifying and profound. Her eyes were misted with a red glow, half-lidded, brimming with satisfaction. I straightened my battle robe and walked out of the formation gate, heading straight for the entrance of the basic weapons workshop. Holding the heart of the Abyss Armory high, I shouted, "Fuse." A purple light instantly swallowed the old workshop, and the building collapsed and reassembled with a thunderous crash. It transformed into an all-dark purple metal fortress, with 3 chimneys spewing eerie violet demonic flames, majestic and imposing. The legendary Abyss Armory was officially completed. It could forge all categories of high-tier equipment, imbued with Abyss-exclusive enchantments. The success rate and chance of producing top-quality items soared, and its power was unrivaled. I poured 20,000 units of rough iron ore from the warehouse, along with batches of monster leather, into the furnace. Helena led hundreds of logistic succubi to coordinate the production line, hammering sounds rising all around as flames shot into the sky. The succubi's weapons and equipment were about to undergo a drastic upgrade, with lethality approaching that of high-tier commanders. I climbed the 15-meter-high city wall and looked out toward the dark forest on the outskirts. Suddenly, a region-wide announcement blared. The Black Iron Dwarf tribe and the Orc Royal City have been destroyed. The forces within the dark forest are being reshuffled. A level 5 resource point, Storm Heights, has spawned. Coordinates, due north. A glint flashed in my eyes as I shouted, "All troops, advance." Target, Storm Heights. 2,000 succubi spread their black wings and tore through the sky, dark clouds blotting out the sun. The wind howled. I sat steadily on the nightmare steed, while Selena, clad in dark golden heavy armor, controlled the reins, her blade gleaming coldly. The biting wind was bone-chilling, and the high-altitude currents were ferocious. Camilla's red lips trembled as she cried out, "My lord, this wind is too strong." I wrapped an arm around her slender waist and forcibly pulled her onto the horse's back, holding her close to keep her warm. In a low voice, I said, "A maid should be dealing damage from the back line." Camilla melted into my arms, burying her face in the crook of my neck as she inhaled greedily. The warhorse charged wildly, every leap through the air bringing fierce friction. Snow-white skin brushed against black clothing, the smooth touch of silk soaking into the soul. "The master's embrace is warmer than abyss fire rain," she murmured, pressing her red lips by my ear and exhaling a warm, fragrant breath. With both arms wrapped tightly around my neck, she offered me a scorching kiss without reservation. As Storm Heights drew near, the continuous black mountains fell behind us. Ahead, the plateau lay like a sleeping beast, coiled around by violent cyan tornadoes, while dark clouds and thunder serpents raged across it. Yuna's purple figure flashed back like lightning to report, "My lord, within 10 miles of the center of the storm gem vein." I released the woman in my arms and gave the order, "All troops, slow down and prepare for battle." A dark formation niger like an iron forest. As we entered the storm layer, visibility cleared. A 1,000-meter-wide sinkhole lay ahead, its bottom covered with dazzling cyan storm gems. Above it, tens of thousands of black shadows circled, their fierce eagle cries shaking the heavens. 50,000 storm griffins had assembled, each 5 meters long, with the body of a lion and the head of an eagle. Their cyan iron feathers were as hard as steel, and their claws were terrifyingly sharp. They locked onto my army and roared in unison. Wind blades turned into a metallic storm and swept toward us. Ordinary enemies would be instantly minced into flesh. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on my lips. "Evelyn, sound their death knell." The purple-haired female archer stood in the void, drew her heavy bow, and loosed 3 arrows at once. Purple talisman jade arrows transformed into thousands of streaks of light, flying up against the wind. Black flames surged into the sky, blasting apart the front ranks of griffins, turning hundreds of them to ash on the spot. Evelyn forcefully tore open their defensive line. I roared, "All troops attack." Yuna turned into a purple bolt of lightning, cutting down several griffins in succession. 2,000 high-tier succubi followed close behind, forcing through the wind blades. Their tough leather armor shone like an iron wall. Their abyss daggers precisely slit throats, and blood rain filled the sky. Serena rode a nightmare horse through the swarm, her heavy spear firing black flames in fury, griffins burning one after another. In the high skies, it was a meat grinder. The succubi ravaged and slaughtered amid the blood rain. Camilla floated in the rear, abyss fireballs raging with the wind, turning the horizon into a sea of flames. Thousands of griffins were swallowed by demonic fire and fell as charred corpses. A total crush. Suddenly, a thunderous eagle cry echoed from deep within the sinkhole. A gigantic raptor 30 meters long tore through the wind columns and shot into the sky. Its entire body was covered in dark cyan metallic feathers, and its golden eagle eyes stared at me fixedly. The Storm Griffin King, a level 7 peak commander. The Griffin King flapped its massive wings, sweeping dozens of wind blades 100 meters long across the succubus army. A level 7 peak strike had enough power to shave off city walls. My gaze turned cold. Serena, break its wings. Evelyn, shoot out its eyes. I spurred my warhorse and charged into the wind blades. Serena roared, her spear piercing through the iron feathers as abyssal black flames poured in, and the Griffin King let out a shrill scream. Evelyn pulled her dark gold-heavy bow to full draw. Die! The explosive arrow struck the Griffin King's eyes with pinpoint accuracy, bursting into a mist of blood. Blind, the Griffin King frantically tore at the air. I leaped onto its head, and the peak level 5 blood aura condensed into my right fist. Get down! One punch shattered its skull and crushed its brain. The corpse fell into the sinkhole like a broken kite. With the commander dead, the remaining griffins retreated in despair. All troops pursue. Leave none alive. Half an hour later, Storm Heights fell silent, with not a single raptor left alive in the sky. System notifications rang one after another. Storm Griffin flock annihilated. Gained 50,000 energy stones. Collected level 5 Storm Gem Vein. Gained 200,000 units of Storm Gems. A huge windfall. My total energy stones reached 503,500. I kicked aside the Griffin King's corpse and picked up the spoils. Killed a level 7 peak commander. Gained 20,000 energy stones. Obtained 1 level 7 Storm Magic Crystal. Obtained 1 platinum treasure chest. A platinum chest, the ultimate blind box. I stored it in my spatial ring and turned to look back at Evelyn. She stood atop a boulder, firing arrow after arrow, breathing heavily. Her dark night leather armor was tied against her body. Her purple hair soaked through, and her chest rose and fell violently. I walked up behind her. Evelyn tried to turn around and kneel. Don't move. Stay alert. She froze, her dark gold eyes flashing with fanatic fervor. I pressed against her back and covered her hands with mine. Your breathing is off. An archer must move in harmony with the wind. I'll teach you. With a slight force from my palms, I slowly raised the bow and aimed into the distance. Our chests were pressed together, and my breathing made hers rise and fall and sink. Evelyn instantly flushed hot, her voice hoarse. Master, she obediently leaned back, and the leather armor made a rustling sound. My right hand slid back and gripped her waist. More than 10 minutes later, her breathing had steadied and her gaze sharpened. I let go and patted her perky buttocks. Go keep watch to the west. Yes, sir. Evelyn turned into a purple phantom and vanished into the edge of the storm. 2 hours later, the vein was emptied. Return to the city. The army carried the spoils home, tearing through the clouds like a black tide. I stood atop the Demon King's spire and took out the platinum treasure chest to open it. A dazzling radiance burst forth, and 3 items floated before me. You obtained 100,000 energy stones. The warehouse total has surpassed 600,000. You obtained 2 hero soul shards. Adding the ones in storage, the shards now total 10, and the 4th hero is within reach. The last item was dark gold, pulsing with blood and exuding a terrifying pressure. Abyss Demon God Wings, a Lord-exclusive weapon. Fusion requirement, rank 5 or above. It grants the ability to fly freely through the air, with speed surpassing beasts of prey of the same rank. The wings are imbued with Abyss Black Flame and can withstand fatal attacks. It makes up for my weakness in aerial combat. Fuse. The blood turned into a streak of light and shot into my chest. My shoulder blades tore apart violently, and a surge of blood and energy crazily poured into my back. Amid the sound of bones reorganizing, 2 enormous black wings burst out of my body. The wingspan was over 4 meters. Each feather was as hard as a dark gold blade, with abyss runes flowing across its surface and pitch-black hellfire flickering along the edges. I tried moving my shoulders, and the wings were as agile as my arms and legs. I bent my legs slightly, and the wings flapped hard. Boom. The black crystal floor instantly shattered. I turned into a black bolt of lightning, smashed through the tower-top window, and shot straight into the sky. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, I flew freely. With each flap, I crossed hundreds of meters. The feeling of standing above the sky was exhilarating. In the plaza, Yuna was leading the succubi in hauling gemstones. A terrifying sonic boom came from the sky, and she looked up, her purple pupils shrinking sharply. Master has grown wings. His speed far surpasses even hers, a high-rank succubus. Without hesitation, Yuna spread her dark purple wings and chased after me into the high sky. I hovered above the clouds, watching the purple streak of light rushing toward me. Yuna, full speed after me. With a wild laugh, my wings tore through the sea of clouds as I shot toward the distance. Yuna's instinct for battle was ignited. Master, Yuna will never lose. The 2 of us raced through the sky, with wild winds raging around us. Yuna gave it everything she had, but instead, I pulled farther and farther ahead. More than 10 minutes later, she was gasping for breath and her speed slowed. A fierce gale rose above us. Like a black eagle locking onto its prey, I suddenly dived. Before Yuna could react, I wrapped one arm tightly around her waist. The two of us hung weightless in the clouds. Yuna cried out in surprise, her legs tightly coiling around my waist as the wind howled past. Too slow. I looked down at her, at the shock and fervor in her eyes. Yuna was panting like a bull, her chest pressed tightly against mine. The Master's power is a peak Yuna can never hope to reach. She took the initiative to kiss me. Biting my chin, I held the back of her head with one hand, while the other slid down along her back. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, the howling wind became the most breathtaking background music. After a long while, I brought the completely exhausted Yuna back down to the plaza. Helena had long been waiting there. When she saw the dark gold wings behind me, her pupils contracted slightly, and she immediately knelt down. Master, congratulations on obtaining a divine weapon. I folded my wings away, the dark gold feathers turning into streaks of light that grew my back. Bring Selena and Camilla to the Abyss altar. The crowd rushed to the Abyss altar together. Demon flames roared, and pressure like a mountain bore down on us. I stepped up the black stone stairs and held out 10 faintly glowing crystals in my palm. Abyss altar, sacrifice soul shards. The crystals flew into the demon flames. With a thunderous rumble, the black fire darkened into deep violet, and a pillar of light shot straight into the sky. A massive dark gold cocoon condensed, cracks surfaced, and a dazzling figure walked out. A silver-haired woman in a pure white, tattered nun's robe, her wrists and ankles tightly bound by black abyss chains. Abyssal fallen saintess, named Agatha, 6th rank, loyalty maxed out, potential abyss primordial god. The 4th top-tier hero was born. Agatha's heterochromatic eyes were gold on the left and purple on the right, where light and abyss mingled together. She knelt down, her voice like that of a zealous believer. Agatha has abandoned the light. Only you, my lord, are the resting place of my soul. I reached out, seized the chains, and effortlessly pulled her into my arms. Her holy robes spread open, revealing her curves in full. The chains were cold against my arm, yet her body was absurdly hot. Agatha pressed her face against my abs, like a lost lamb seeking shelter from the storm. I soothed her roughly, my fingertips tracing along her neck and probing into the depths of the torn fabric. She let out an ethereal, sweet moan, wildly savoring the domination. Your faith can belong only to me. Agatha wrapped her arms around me and offered a hot, clumsy kiss. The demon flames burned quietly, the clatter of chains intertwined with rapid breathing. After the ritual, I let go, and Agatha shyly retreated to the side. Helena hurried over. My lord, outside the fine iron city wall in the south of the city, 300 green-skinned goblins are begging to be received. They've given up resistance and are willing to pledge loyalty to our clan, offering a rusty iron box from an ancient ruin. Green-skinned goblins are weak and cunning, yet they took the initiative to surrender, which means my intimidation was fierce enough. Go take a look at the wall. I led the others up the 15-meter dark gold city wall and looked down at the goblins prostrating below. The old goblin leader held up the rusted iron box and begged in a cracked voice. Honorable Lord, our little tribe is almost out of options. Please take us in. Evelyn shot an arrow that snapped the bindings. I took the box and crushed the lock. Inside was a damaged, dark red sheepskin scroll, faintly glowing. System prompt. Ancient dragon nest fragment discovered, 1/3. Collect all 3 fragments to open a portal leading to mythic grade treasure. Mythic grade treasure. I put it into my spatial ring and looked down at the goblins. Let them into the outer city. Send them to the west to cultivate wasteland and grow grain. Expanding the territory requires low-level laborers. The noble succubi must not waste themselves on hard labor. The city gates opened, and more than 300 goblins poured into the quarantine zone. After dealing with the trivial matters, I returned to the Bogong Hall. There were 603,500 energy stones in the warehouse, still not enough to upgrade the 8th level magic pool. But our combat power had already reached its peak. More than 2,000 succubi equipped with legendary leather armor, 5 top-tier heroes, and a 15-meter thick dark gold city wall. Impenetrable. I opened the regional map. On the eastern edge of the black mist, a purple skull icon was jumping wildly. A native faction of level 6, extremely dangerous. Helena, assemble 500 elite succubi. Camilla, Yuna, and Selena guard the city. Agatha, come with me. 500 succubi assembled. My abyss demon godwings suddenly spread wide. I bent my knees and launched upward, turning into a black lightning bolt that stabbed straight into the sky. Dark wings spread behind Agatha as well, light and graceful like a fallen angel, following closely behind. 500 succubi flapped their wings and soared high, a black torrent sweeping across the sky. Crossing the wasteland thick with rotting corpses, a 100-meter-tall white bone spire appeared ahead. Built from beast bones, its walls inlaid with human skulls, ghostly green flames burning at the top. The bone spire of the Lich, a level 6 native faction. I hovered in the air as the ground below churned, and flesh-rot monsters surged out in a flood. 10,000 fifth-rank stitched monsters, with multiple heads and mouths full of fangs, launched a death tide. Agatha said contemptuously, "A bunch of filthy things." I calmly ordered, "Purify them." Her body plunged downward, and the 500 succubi followed closely, falling into the monster horde like black raindrops. As the stitched monsters swarmed in, Agatha joined her hands together. Abyss holy light, descend. A jet-black halo burst forth, instantly searing the flesh monster into black water. The black chains turned into a raging dragon, sweeping across the battlefield with savage force. 500 succubi hunted and harvested the enemies. Within half an hour, all 10,000 monsters were annihilated. She knelt before me and held out the chains. "Great Sovereign, the filth has been purged. Please tighten the chains and let Agatha feel your rule." I tightened my grip and gave the chain a hard pull. Agatha fell face down to the ground, her cheek pressed against my battle boots. In her soft gasps, there was no resistance at all. Instead, she leaned forward on her own, sinking into the bondage. "Well done, Helena. Count the spoils." 30,000 energy stones and 1,000 Tier 5 corrosive demon crystals were secured. My gaze locked onto the 100-meter-tall bone spire. The giant door slowly opened, and a bone-chilling cold seeped out. A 3-meter-tall skeleton lich in a tattered black robe appeared, holding a white bone staff, green soul fire burning in its eye sockets. The undead Grand Lich, a Tier 7 boss-level boss. Magical pressure surged out, and the temperature plunged. The lich roared furiously. "Ignorant humans, you dare slaughter my servants. Your flesh and blood will become the material for the new tower." The staff struck the ground, and skeletal arms burst from the earth. 3,000 undead heavy sword warriors, clad in rusted iron armor and possessing peak Tier 5 combat strength, charged in like a steel wall. "Kill them." I stared coldly. "Agatha, cripple these bone racks." She stood up with a boom, golden and violet light intertwining in her eyes as she chanted an ancient spell. Dark clouds covered the sky, then split open with cracks, and hundreds upon thousands of black and white pillars of light struck down violently. Abyss Aurora Judgment. The pillars smashed into the undead army, instantly shattering bones. Within minutes, not a single corpse remained. The lich roared in fury. "Unforgivable." Turned to white bones. With a sweep of its staff, countless poisonous bone spears rained down from the sky, shooting straight toward Agatha and the succubus army. My abyssal demon god wings flared as I surged forward like a meteor toward the front line. Peak Tier 5 blood and chi erupted from me, and my right fist met the storm of bone spears head-on. My blood and chi formed an invisible wall. The bone spears shattered into fragments on impact. I tore through the storm of bone dust and charged straight at the Grand Lich. Bone shield defense. Death thorns. The lich whipped its staff in panic, summoning dozens of bone shields to protect itself, while bone spikes erupted from the ground all around. I neither dodged nor flinched, using the momentum of my dive like a crashing meteor as I threw both fists forward. The shields exploded one after another, magical defenses shattered like thin paper, and the bone spikes were trampled to powder. I suddenly reached out and grabbed the Grand Lich by the skull. "Break!" With a squeeze of my fingers, the hard skull instantly collapsed. The Grand Lich screamed miserably as its staff clattered to the ground. I crushed the green soul flame to death in my grip, and the Tier 7 boss perished on the spot. The battle was over in 10 minutes. System notifications rang out densely. Kill 3,000 undead sword warriors. Obtain 15,000 energy stones. Kill a Tier 7 Grand Lich. Obtain 30,000 energy stones. Obtain 1 Tier 7 undead magic crystal. Obtain 1 platinum clearance treasure chest. Upon opening the chest, platinum light dispelled the death aura. 2 hero soul fragments. Special building blueprint. Bone conversion pool. It can convert bones into undead-type energy stones, used to power defensive arrays or stored as reserve energy. The dark forest was covered in bones everywhere, making it the perfect use for it. Agatha knelt in the bone dust mud, her white robe torn, her heterochromatic eyes fixed on me. The sovereign's might makes even the gods tremble. She raised the chain shackles in both hands and offered them to me. I took hold of the cold iron chain and gave it a slight pull, and Agatha crawled 2 steps forward on her knees, her face pressed against my battle boots. Aurora judgment is strong. Keep it up. Agatha's breathing quickened, a shy flush creeping over her face as she hugged my calf tightly. I withdrew my hand and looked toward the 100-meter bone spire. The Grand Lich was dead, and the old nest of this level 6 faction had become an ownerless territory. Leave 200 men to guard it, and bring 300 with me into the tower. Move out all valuables. Yes, sir. I took Agatha by the hand and led 300 elite troops into the gloomy spire. The walls were embedded with pale skulls, their eye sockets burning with ghostly green fire. Dozens of bone gargoyles lunged out. Clear them out. 300 succubi flashed like phantoms, slaughtering them in an instant, and within half a minute they were all destroyed. I led Agatha through the corridor, avoiding the magical traps, and went straight to the lower level. The obsidian treasury door was shut tight, covered in undead sealing runes. Agatha, smash it open. Yes, master. She raised her chain and lashed the door fiercely. The sealing runes shattered like glass, and the door crashed to the ground. Inside the treasury, energy stones and boxes of rare metals were piled up on both sides. In the center, a white bone iron cage held 10 elven female artisans, dressed in tattered vine restraints, their faces full of fear. System prompt: neutral lawful grandmaster level artisan, extremely weak and captured. Top-tier artisan techniques are crucial to the legendary armory factory. Agatha swung her chain and shattered the iron cage, then respectfully handed me a 7th-tier undead staff, cradling it in her arms. I took her chained wrist, my fingertips brushing over the marks left by the bindings. Agatha's heterochromatic eyes grew moist, and the flush on her face deepened even more. Suddenly, the guarding succubus flew back at full speed. My lord, tens of thousands of allied forces have appeared outside the tower. Troops from every race have surrounded the bone tower. My eyes were icy as I turned and said coldly, "Bring the elves and go out to meet them." Agasha reluctantly let go, and together with the others, she picked up the elves and followed close behind. On the bone wasteland, 20,000 black-armored troops formed a wall of flesh, tightly surrounding the spire. Half-orcs, goblins, elven archers, heavily armored infantry, a mixed army. At the very front stood dozens of player lords in fine equipment. Leading them was a young man in golden armor, holding a blue glowing magic sword, Lin Jian, the leader of the Divine Punishment Alliance. Lin Jian looked at the piles of bone powder on the ground, his eye twitching violently, his teeth gritted in fury. After spending everything to attack this level 6 faction, someone beat us to it. I led the succubi slowly out of the spire gate. The coalition army instantly fell silent, every gaze locking onto me and the fiery, alluring abyss succubi behind me. Lin Jian sneered and stepped forward. With only this many troops, you must have used some perverted scroll for a desperate final gamble. These female soldiers are all crippled. You can't escape the siege of my 20,000 troops. He raised his sword and shouted, "I am the Divine Punishment Alliance. The Bone Spire is our target. You're strong enough to kill the Great Lich, but now you're badly injured and have nowhere to run." He pointed toward the treasury. "Hand over the resources and the elves, and I'll spare their lives and guarantee your safe departure. Otherwise, all of you will die here with that dead lich." More than 50 lords raised their forces, and the 20,000-strong army roared in unison, pressing forward step by step. Trying to crush me with numbers? I stood on the high platform, and behind me, dark gold demonic wings suddenly unfurled, the feathers burning with hellfire. My knees bent slightly, and I turned into a streak of black lightning, shooting hundreds of meters into the air in an instant. I looked down coldly at the 20,000-strong army below. "You want to steal resources? Pay for it with your lives." My voice boomed like thunder, shaking the wasteland. Lin Jian's face turned livid. "Fine words. Since you won't accept a toast, you'll have to drink a forfeit." Entire army, fire. Shoot him down. Thousands of archers drew and loosed in unison, and a rain of arrows surged toward the sky like a storm. Agash's pure white holy robe fluttered in the wind as black fallen light wings spread out behind her, and she hovered in the air. Killing intent flickered in her eyes. The majesty of the ruler must not be sullied. Wash their heads clean with black holy light. "Yes, master." She clasped her hands together and murmured a prayer. A pitch-black fallen halo erupted and exploded in her palms, and a wave of death swept across the airspace for hundreds of meters. Thousands of arrows instantly turned into scattered wood splinters and iron dust. Not a single one even touched the hem of my clothes. The black light crashed into the coalition of 20,000, and screams instantly tore through the wasteland's deathly silence. Fallen holy light no longer healed. It only corroded and destroyed. The armor of the frontline heavy infantry seemed to have encountered strong acid, hissing as it melted into scalding molten iron. Their flesh rapidly decayed and blackened, and in less than an instant they became a pool of foul-smelling black water. Lin Jian, standing at the rear, was terrified. As the black light touched his golden armor, it immediately dulled and became covered in pits. "Retreat! Retreat now!" he screamed, his voice cracking. I looked down from midair at the embarrassed army and gave a cold order. "Leave no survivors." "As you command." 500 succubi answered in unison, turning into black lightning as they charged into the enemy ranks. The slaughter began. High-level assassins against a ragged coalition army was like butchering lambs. Each sweep of their sharp daggers ended in either a throat or a heart. Lin Jian turned to flee when a sudden tearing sound of wind came from above his head. I folded my 4-meter-wide dark gold wings and plummeted from 100 meters in the air, crushing down hard. His retreat was completely sealed off. Lin Jian gritted his teeth and raised the blue magic greatsword, slashing down in a desperate fight to the death. I concentrated my right fist with peak 5th-tier berserk battle chi and smashed forward. Crack! The magic greatsword shattered into scrap metal. My iron fist mercilessly blasted into Lin Jian's chest, and his golden armor instantly caved in and cracked. His breastbone shattered, and Lin Jian flew backward like a rag, crashing hard into the ruins of the bone spire. He died on the spot. With the alliance leader dead, the remaining lords and troops collapsed and scattered. But no one could escape the succubi's speed. Half an hour later, the flames of war subsided, and the entire 20,000-strong coalition had been wiped out. The wasteland was dyed red with blood, and corpses piled up like mountains. Helena and her deputy quickly cleaned up the battlefield and confiscated the storage bags of the more than 50 player lords. The system rewards flashed wildly. After annihilating the Divine Punishment Alliance, we obtained 100,000 energy stones, 500,000 wood, 500,000 stone, 200,000 refined iron, and 5,000 magic crystals. I gathered the supplies and walked toward the 10 trembling elf artisans. They had witnessed the slaughter of an army of 20,000 with their own eyes, and terror was plain on their faces. The leading elf grandmaster, Ira, knelt on the ground. "Elf Grandmaster Ira is willing to serve you, my lord. We specialize in advanced enchanting and legendary forging. We are willing to forge the strongest armaments day and night, only asking for your protection," I said coldly, just in time. I was short on blacksmiths. "Do a good job, or die." Ira nodded repeatedly, as if she had been granted a new life. The army soared back to the Abyssal Demon God's territory. The 15-meter-tall dark gold city walls exuded a chilling oppressive force. As the gates opened, Helena came to greet us from the rear of the logistics unit. She had changed into a deep purple hip-hugging dress and red high heels, and quietly picked up my coat. Her fingertips brushed my sturdy arm by accident, her eyes filled with infatuation. I walked straight toward the Abyssal Armory. The legendary building spewed purple demonic flames, with waves of heat rolling outward. As soon as Ira and the other elves landed, their eyes locked onto the armory. Legendary forging table. Abyssal demon fire. Ira trembled with excitement, forgetting her fear as she rushed toward the anvil furnace, frantically stroking the cold metal. I ordered Helena to transfer all the high-grade leather and refined iron in the warehouse to them. Fully upgrade the Dark Knight Phantom leather armor. It must produce legendary armor with advanced magic resistance. Under the searing flames, the craftsman worked quickly and skillfully. Sweat soaked Ira's tattered clothes, and her trembling pointed ears gave her an unusual allure. I approached and spoke in a steady voice. "How's the progress?" Ira set down the hammer and presented the new version of the Dark Knight Phantom leather armor. "My lord, the workshop is extraordinarily powerful. With the elf secret anti-magic runic patterns integrated, magic resistance has tripled, enough to withstand a direct strike from a 6th-tier spell." I reached out and touched the leather armor, feeling the heat and toughness through its supple surface. Ira took the opportunity to move closer, pressing the armor against her chest, closing her eyes and letting me touch it. "The material processing is excellent." I pressed my fingers harder to test its resilience. Her knees went weak, and she knelt down, clutching my battle boots with both hands. "My lord, without the protection of the sacred tree, we are extremely weak. We yearn for the abyssal baptism and swear to become your most loyal followers." Her voice trembled. I lowered my head and pressed my palm onto the top of her head. Raging blood energy and abyssal demonic power surged into her body like a flood. Ira let out a soft moan as magic power raged through the elf veins in her body. Her entire body trembled violently, with large areas of skin exposed. She bit her lip and pressed against my battle boots, greedily absorbing that domineering power. A few minutes later, her eyes flickered with dark purple light, her aura surged dramatically, and the mark of the abyssal demon god appeared upon her. Thank you for your gift, my lord. She collapsed, gasping weakly, but her eyes were utterly devoted. I withdrew my hand. Speed up. I want the entire army re-equipped as soon as possible. After leaving the armory, Helena commanded the succubi to inventory the massive supplies. I took out the platinum blueprint, the bone conversion pool. The withered bone spire was piled high with monster remains, making it the perfect material for extraction. Clear out the empty space in the corner by the city wall. Helena immediately arranged for it to be cleared. The blueprint turned into a streak of light and landed on the ground, consuming 50,000 stone and wood. With a thunderous boom, a huge gray-white pool rose from the ground. Its rim was carved with ferocious skulls, and strange liquid flowed at the bottom. Throw all the bones in. Hundreds of succubi hurried to move tons of bones and dump them into the pool. The moment the bones touched the pool water, they dissolved, and boiling waves surged across the surface. One sparkling energy stone after another emerged. The automatic extraction machine activated, and Helena excitedly arranged for them to be salvaged and packed. I opened the Lord panel, and the number of energy stones surged, instantly breaking past 830,000. As long as there are bones, they can continuously be turned into wealth. Monster corpses are strewn across the dark forest, and long-term stable profit is within easy reach. In a great mood, I was brimming with confidence about mass-producing troops. Suddenly, red light exploded across the regional channel, and several pinned messages flooded the screen. Explosive news. The 200,000 troops of the Divine Punishment Alliance have been annihilated. More than 50 lords were all killed outside the withered bone spire. I led the troops past there, and the ground was covered in black water corpses. Not a single survivor remained. Too terrifying. Could it be that the undead lich had become monstrously powerful? The bone spire had also collapsed. A level 6 power uprooted completely. The entire channel plunged into panic. A 200,000 player coalition and a level 6 local force both collapsed in the same day. This earth-shattering combat power completely overturned everyone's understanding. I looked at the panel, my eyes filled with contempt. Unknown fear was the most effective catalyst. I closed the chat channel, opened my backpack, and took out the tattered parchment scroll. An ancient dragon lair fragment, 1/3. A mythic-grade treasure map fragment. It must not be wasted. I had to find the remaining 2 pieces and open the secret realm. The world of all realms hides too many secrets. This opportunity must not be missed. Standing on the 15-meter-high dark gold city wall, I locked my gaze on the dark black mountain range in the distance. Dispatch scouts and expand the reconnaissance range. I ordered Yuna. Find all clues about the remaining dragon fragments. Yes, master. Yuna spread her wings, transforming into a dark purple streak of light as she flew into the sky. Night fell, and the Abyss Demon God domain quietly operated beneath the dark gold barrier. I returned to the top floor of the Demon King Spire and walked into the black crystal stone bath. The fallen Saintess Agatha knelt by the water's edge, her silver hair spread across the surface. Her tattered holy robe had long since been removed, and the black chains on her wrists dragged across the cold stone slabs. Her heterochromatic eyes were full of fervent anticipation. Great Sovereign, please cleanse my sins. She prayed softly. I removed my black clothes and stepped into the warm water, grabbing the cold chain and yanking hard. She was dragged into my arms, splashing water everywhere. With one hand gripping the chain and pulling it back, Agatha lost her balance and fell into the water. Her wet hair spread out like a white lotus, and her eyes stared fixedly at me. Her voice trembled, soft and fragile. Great Sovereign, please cleanse Agatha's sins. Leaning against the pool wall, I placed my palm on her slick back, my fingers sliding down along her silver hair. Agatha obediently lay across my thigh, the water temperature gradually rising. Devoutly, she scooped up the bathwater drop by drop and poured it onto my chest, each movement tender to the extreme. I pinched her chin, forcing her to look up. There is only one way to cleanse sin. Be completely stained by the color of the abyss. I domineeringly sealed her red lips. Underwater chains clanged, and waves slapped against the black crystals. The purification ritual in the dead of night lasted a long while. The next morning, I walked out of the tower top feeling refreshed. The bone transformation pool was steaming with gray-white water, and the moment the decayed bones were dumped in, they dissolved at once. Energy stones floated to the surface, sparkling dazzlingly. Helena, dressed in a dark blue suit skirt, black stockings, and high heels, bent over to greet me. Master, last night produced 50,000 energy stones. There were already more than 880,000 in the warehouse, with a stable daily income of over 10,000. So satisfying. The doors of the armory were blasted open, and Ella, her face covered in black soot, knelt over holding a dark overcoat. Master, your battle robe is finished. The overcoat was pitch black as night, made from 6th-tier spider silk, stitched with mithril thread, and reinforced with elven secret array patterns. The Abyss Commander's overcoat, a legendary grade item, with physical defense and magic resistance maxed out, plus stealth and self-repair. Once worn, it clung tightly to the body and looked murderous. Excellent craftsmanship. Reward her well. Ella blushed with ecstatic joy. A burst of wind sounded in the sky, and Yuna returned at full speed, transformed into a dark purple lightning bolt. She threw a bloody green-scaled lizard man onto the stone slab. This guy was sneaking around, so I caught him. The lizard man was terrified out of his wits and begged for mercy. Spare me. I know an earth-shattering secret. Speak. Deep in the death swamp, at the bottom of the poison lake, there's a glowing parchment scroll. It radiates ancient dragon might. My eyes sharpened as I took out the torn fragment. The lizard man nodded frantically. Exactly the same. It's this treasure. The clue to the second fragment. There was no way I could let it go. What's guarding it? A 9-headed venomous serpent monster. It sleeps there every day. At least a 7th-tier boss-level boss. Tricky. The intel is worth money. The lizard man thought he had been spared, but Yuna coldly drew her blade, and his head rolled away. The Abyss Demon God's territory leaves no survivors. I looked toward the northeast sky. Serena, Agatha, Camilla. The 3 women appeared. Rally 800 elites. Target, the Death Swamp. Before the expedition, I would do the usual summoning. I walked to the level 7 magic pool and ordered it to gestate. The black water churned as 500 light spheres rose and landed. 500 sultry succubi hatched into life. Greetings, Overseer. The total now stood at 2,749, charging toward the 3,000 mark. Set out. My wings spread, and I shot into the sky like a black bolt of lightning. 800 succubi followed like dark clouds. The dark forest quickly turned into a silent gray-black swamp. The poison mist was a ghastly green, with a foul stench assaulting the nose. The death swamp had been reached. All troops slowed down and maintained formation. The legendary overcoat activated its anti-magic array patterns, blocking the deadly poison gas. As we went deeper, a ghastly green poison lake appeared before us, its waters boiling as toxic vapor steamed upward. The fragment was at the bottom of the lake. Force it out. Serena rode in on a nightmare warhorse and descended from the sky, her spear smashing into the poison lake. Boom. The water exploded, sending up a wave more than 10 meters high. A terrifying shriek came from the lake bottom, and a giant monster burst out of the water. A 30-meter black-scaled body, 9 ferocious triangular snake heads, and blood-red vertical pupils. The 9-headed venomous serpent monster, an 8th-tier boss-level boss. Its oppressive aura shocked the entire battlefield. Fire. Agatha's fallen holy light struck directly, but it only corroded a small patch of snake skin. Serena thrust her spear at its vital point, but was knocked back 10 meters by the recoil. 3 snake heads spat poisonous water jets, and several succubi had their leather armor corroded by the poison. Camilla lunged to my side and said coquettishly, "Master, its scales are too hard. Lend me your abyss origin so I can unleash a forbidden spell." I infused her with my origin, and she let out a soft moan. "Enough. Burn it to ashes." She swung her staff, sending out a deep abyss black lotus. The snake heads were burned off and fell into the lake. The next moment, the flesh at the severed necks writhed wildly, regenerating in just a few breaths. An 8th-tier limb regeneration talent. So long as the poisonous water remained, it could recover endlessly. Agatha cut off its poison supply. She rose above the lake and smashed holy light into the water. The poisonous water turned into dead water, and its toxicity vanished. The serpent monster roared in fury, all 9 heads turning to attack. Yuna, Serena, and Camilla launched a joint assault, while the 800 succubi hacked down on the serpent's body like a rainstorm with short blades. Evelyn aimed at the main head. Armor-piercing explosive arrow. The arrow struck the snake's eye with pinpoint accuracy, and magic exploded outward. Now, my dark gold wings spread open as I transformed into a bolt of lightning, surging straight at its main head. My iron fist crashed down. Its skull shattered, and abyssal power tore its heart to pieces. The venomous serpent monster collapsed with a deafening roar, all 18 of its eyes going completely dull. The system blared wildly. Kill an 8th-tier boss. Energy stones, 100,000. 8th-tier venom crystal. Diamond chest. Yuna, hold the line. Agatha, come with me underwater. I folded my wings away and plunged into the lake, a bone-chilling cold wrapping around my body. The lake bottom was deep and dark, the water pressure mounting higher and higher. Agatha swam ahead, chains winding around my waist and abdomen. Countless poisonous eels surged toward us. She pressed a hand to my chest, and fallen holy light spread outward. The venomous eels turned into black water and dispersed. She leaned close to me. Her tattered white robe was semi-transparent underwater, clinging tightly to her curves. Her red lips parted slightly as she kissed me, transferring oxygen and a sweet fragrance. Lips and teeth intertwined, and with the weight of the chains we descended rapidly. At the lakebed, 300 meters down, lay the ruins of an ancient altar. At its center floated a faintly glowing parchment scroll, protected by a waterproof barrier. I reached through the barrier and seized the scroll. System prompt. Ancient Dragon's Nest Fragment. 2/3 obtained. Only the last piece remained. I kicked hard and drove Agatha back toward the surface. Breaking through the water, she panted heavily, her wet white hair clinging to her cheeks, her eyes filled with longing. Yuna came up to meet us. Master, we've collected 30,000 units of high-grade venom blood and 10,000 black scales from the serpent monster's corpse. Sort the spoils. We're returning to the city. I took the diamond chest and opened the lid, dazzling light illuminating the dead swamp. 3 treasures floated inside. A unique building blueprint, the Abyssal Teleportation Array. An 8th-tier weapon, the Venomfang Dagger. 3 shards of an hero soul. A huge harvest. I waved my hand, and the black succubus army descended through the clouds, landing on the bluestone square. The expedition to the Death Marsh had been a resounding victory. Walking to the center of the square, I took out the Abyss Teleportation Array blueprint, glimmering with diamond-like light. Construct 50,000 units of stone and would vanish in an instant. Amid a rumbling roar, the stone slabs wildly rearranged themselves. 100-square-meter hexagram blackstone platform rose from the ground, and spatial runes flashed atop the 6 magical pillars. The Abyss Teleportation Array, a unique strategic structure. By placing a subarray disk outside, the army could instantly descend across space. This divine artifact could break the limits of space. At critical moments, troops could arrive like heavenly soldiers. I put away the black subarray disk. Helena hurried over in her red high heels, wearing a dark blue tailored professional outfit, with 2 buttons on her white blouse left undone. Master, welcome back in triumph. A special local traveling merchant has arrived at the trade market. The 2 of us passed through the square and entered the stone chamber behind the market. It was extremely soundproof. Master, the 100,000 energy stones brought back from the Death Marsh have all been entered into the warehouse. She bent over to check the ledger, her hip-hugging skirt stretched taut. I closed the door and slid the latch, then strode over, my chest pressed against her back. Are the accounts clear? She froze with her hands on the table, breathing rapidly. The master's accounts. Helena naturally knows them clearly. My hand reached over her shoulder to cover her hands, our fingers interlocking as I leaned close to her ear and exhaled softly. Then count them for me. I guided her hand over the abacus beads, pressing forward again and again. Half an hour later, the stone door opened, and I walked out refreshed. Helena stayed in the accounting room to Yasan, her face flushed red. I headed straight for the VIP room. The moment I pushed the door open, a wave of fragrant scent hit me. On the sofa sat a petite woman, wearing a long purple gauze dress, with 2 white fox ears atop her head and a fluffy tail swaying behind her. Fox Demon, traveling merchant Su Mei, neutral lawful faction. The Lord has finally shown himself. Her watery fox eyes appraised me, and her soft, delicate voice carried the charm of the fox race. To me, it was nothing but child's play. Cut the nonsense. What goods did you bring? She straightened up and took out 3 treasures, placing them on the table. First, a territorial concealment array disc, which could shield coordinate aura for 10 days, priced at 30,000 energy stones. Second, an abyssal magic potion recipe, permanently increasing the troop cap, priced at 50,000 energy stones. Top tier. My gaze fell on the 3rd item, a broken sheepskin scroll, with dark red magical light flowing across it. A fragment of the ancient dragon nest, 1/3 complete. The final piece. A key to mythic treasure was actually being sold as merchandise. I suppressed my excitement and kept my expression blank. Price this broken sheepskin. Su Mei's tail swayed gently. Bundled together, the 3 items are 800,000 energy stones, or equivalent equipment of 8th rank or above. I flipped my hand, and a short black dagger dripping with poisonous green liquid landed on the table. Venomfang Dagger, 8th rank boss weapon. An excellent item torn from the 9-headed serpent beast I killed in the Death Marsh. Su Mei's eyes widened as she sprang to her feet. An 8th rank poison attribute boss weapon. Deal. She lunged forward and hugged the dagger, afraid I might change my mind. In a great mood, she circled around to my side and placed her fair hands on my broad shoulders. Your grace is so generous. Su Mei will have to rely on you a lot in the future. Her fox tail swayed, and her allure spread. My blood surged like a great wave, but the Abyss Demon God's mental barrier instantly shattered her low-level charm spell. I reached out a large hand, bypassed her slender waist, and directly grabbed that fluffy snow-white foxtail. A foxtail is a fox demon's most lethal sensitive spot. Ah, Sume cried out sweetly, all her strength draining away as she collapsed heavily onto my lap. Her cheeks burned red, and the pink glow of enchantment shattered into mist. Master, please let go. Sume won't dare again. She melted weakly into my arms, her ears drooping. I sneered. Don't try any petty tricks. If you do business with me, you'd better be honest. As I said that, I casually patted her round backside, the sound crisp and sharp. Sume seemed to have been granted amnesty and quickly got up, her face flushed as she straightened her dress and took out a pink jade token, handing it to me. VIP token of the Tianhu Merchant Guild. If you have any treasures, come find me anytime. I put away the jade token and the treasures and left. Put the concealment array disc in the core. Activate it immediately if danger arises. I tossed the crystal to Helena. Turning around, I entered the Abyss Armory and handed the bronze box to Ella. Excited, she said, an ancient physique-strengthening potion. The materials are enough to mass-produce it and unleash the entire succubus army. Which herbs? Blazing sungrass and nether flower. I immediately opened the Interrealm Trading Hall to place purchase orders. The world channel exploded, and lone players all transformed into herb gatherers. After making the arrangements, I returned to the Black Crystal Spire. I took out the 3 torn parchment scrolls. All of them had finally been collected. As soon as the 3 scrolls came into contact, dark red demonic light burst wildly, and the torn edges fit together seamlessly. Boom. A terrifying draconic might soared into the sky. Synthesis successful. Mythic item, Magic Dragon Secret Realm Star Map. Inserting 50,000 energy stones opened a 12-hour one-way portal, directly leading to the Magic Dragon Nest. Hint, the nest holds endless treasure, but is full of traps, and its guardians are deadly. The cost of opening with 50,000 energy stones is staggering, but I didn't care at all. This treasure would inevitably bring a qualitative transformation. I summoned Yuna, Selena, and Evelyn, the 3 top-tier combat powers. Pick 800 elite veterans, equip them with top-grade Nightfall leather armor, and stock up on potions. Tomorrow morning, flatten the Magic Dragon Nest. Under the morning light, 800 elites formed up in neat ranks. I raised the star map and said coldly, open the portal. 50,000 energy stones were deducted in an instant, and the star map released a dark red pillar of light as a massive spatial gate rose up. 10 meters high, turbulent currents surged violently, and an ancient aura rushed at us head-on. Selena pulled on the reins, the Nightmare Warhorse charged ahead in flames, and I led the rest closely behind. 800 soldiers surged in like a black tide. A hellish lava inferno world appeared before our eyes. The stench of sulfur was overwhelming. The rocks were charred black, and scorching rivers of lava wound through the land. A heavy dragon might press down on everyone's shoulders like a physical force. The remnant might of the dead dragon suppressed all things. The soldiers felt their shins grow heavy, and their wings were weighed down so much they could hardly fly. Yuna and Evelyn gritted their teeth and held on, sweat beading across them, their chests rising and falling violently. Blood surged wildly through me, and the abyssal protection shielded my body, easily dispersing the dragon might. The Abyss bloodline mark is the only cure for dispelling dragon might. I strode quickly toward Yuna, then suddenly grabbed the collar of her leather outfit and pulled her into my arms. She cried out in alarm, pressing tightly against my scorching chest. I lowered my head and savagely bit through her slender neck, pouring in the essence of the abyss in torrents. Yuna screamed in pain, both hands clutching my arm tightly as she trembled nonstop. The bloodline mark was instantly activated, resisting the dragon might. I let go, leaving behind a dark red brand. Go stand over there and adapt. Yuna collapsed against the rocks, gasping for breath. Evelyn took the initiative to pull open her collar, revealing her fair neck. I bit down on her as well, infusing her with abyssal power. She let out a soft moan, her legs going weak as she leaned against me. After marking the 2 core forces, I suddenly released my abyss aura. Black light swept across the battlefield. The pressure on the 800 veterans vanished, and their fighting spirit surged sky-high. Ahead, the charred stone forest erupted with earth-shaking roars. Hundreds of 5-meter giant lizards charged over, shaking the ground. Their dark red scales were like iron armor, and black smoke and sparks spewed from their mouths. Dragonblood giant lizard, tier 6 elite monster. One of them outside could wipe out an ordinary territory, yet there were hundreds here. Kill them all. Understood. Selena charged at the front, and a single strike of her abyssal spear pierced through a skull. Evelyn drew her longbow to full draw, loosed 3 arrows in rapid succession, and accurately blew apart 3 heads. Yuna moved like lightning, her magic blades slicing open the gaps in the scales. 800 black shadows swept across the battlefield like a whirlwind, and the giant lizard's flames all hit the Nightfall leather armor without finding any flaw. In less than 20 minutes, hundreds of giant lizards lay dead across the ground. Quickly collect the resources. System notifications popped up wildly. Obtained 20,000 energy stones. 500 Tier 6 Dragon Blood crystal stones. Just the Gatekeeper monsters dropped 20,000. This mythic secret realm was indeed insane. The army pressed onward through the charred stone forest. Suddenly, the view opened wide before us. A scorching lava river 100 meters across stretched across the path. A bone bridge made of pale beast bones spanned the river, and at its end stood a massive black palace. At the center of the bridge crouched a 10-meter-tall stone statue. The moment I stepped onto the first bone plank, the statue's rocky shell cracked open. Burning hellfire eyes suddenly snapped open. Lava surged forth, and the stone statue transformed into a terrifying giant with molten lava flowing all over its body, wielding a 6-meter flaming greatsword. Abyssal Flame Demon Guardian, Tier 7 Commander Boss. Intruders, turn to ash. The flame demon swung its sword down, and the bone bridge began smoking and turning black. A narrow bone bridge was impossible to fight head-on. Take to the air. 800 Maya beat their wings in unison, hovering in the air like clouds. Selena roared furiously, riding her nightmare mount as she charged forward to meet the sword. The abyssal spear forcibly stopped the flame sword. Evelyn, armor-piercing explosive arrows. The purple-haired archer drew her bow to full draw, and 2 arrows shot like lightning into the joints of the flame demon's arms. Molten rock exploded apart. The flame demon's arms lost all strength, and the giant sword crashed onto the bridge. Behind me, my wings spread wide as I dove with gravity's pull, the heaven-splitting axe slashing hard at the flame demon's head. With a thunderous boom, its magma skull shattered. The 10-meter-tall giant fell into the river of lava, stirring up monstrous waves. I punched out a tangible shockwave in the air, blasting into the flame demon's chest. The magic core shattered, the molten giant body sank, and its roar came to an abrupt stop. The 7-tier boss was killed instantly. The system prompt surged. Killed the 7-tier boss, Abyss Flame Demon Guard. 30,000 energy stones. A 7-tier fire attribute magic crystal. A platinum clearance treasure chest. 30,000 energy stones plus a high-end blind box. The secret realm was practically a moving gold mine. I turned to Selena. She had just been hard-pressed by the flame demon's blazing fire, and her dark gold battle armor was already scorched red and deformed. I strode forward, grabbed the deformed metal buckles with both hands, and yanked hard. With a few cracking sounds, the high-temperature breastplate was ripped apart and fell away. In this heat, so deadly it could kill, my dark gold wings suddenly folded together, wrapping the two of us into an enclosed space of darkness. Inside the wings was the abyss's freezing wind, instantly sealing away the heat. Selena felt the intertwining of ice and fire and let out a soft moan. Awakened by her wild nature, she held me tightly. Master's wings are the supreme protection. She rose on tiptoe and bit my shoulder, like a beast tearing into its prey. Outside, the army consciously turned away, leaving only the two of us to carry out a wild physical replenishment atop the scorching lava. Half an hour later, the wings opened. I was brimming with energy, while Selena, blushing with dazed eyes, put on the remaining armor and mounted her horse, ready for battle. I opened the platinum treasure chest. Advanced fire resistance potion formula. 3 hero soul fragments. 5 scales of a 9th-tier magic dragon. 3 more soul fragments acquired, bringing the summoning progress up to 6 in a flash. The magic dragon scales were top-tier forging materials that could be used to forge legendary divine equipment. I put away the resources and looked toward the palace. On the 50-meter-tall giant gate, the ancient magic dragon carvings looked vivid and lifelike, and a dark red magical barrier sealed the entrance. My right fist smashed into the magic shield. The shield shattered like glass, and the giant gate boomed open with a roar. Go in. Selena rushed into the great hall first, and I followed with 800 succubi. The great hall was resplendent with gold and jade, with golden pillars standing in rows. Something's above us. Evelyn's hawk eyes caught it. Countless golden figures hung upside down in the shadows of the dome. 4-armed draconic guards, 6th-tier elites, each with 4 arms holding curved blades and a dragon tail growing from their backs. They opened their eyes at once and let out hoarse dragon roars, then descended like a meteor shower, spinning their blades as they charged. Fight! Yuna's eyes flared with blood-red light. Her figure shot upward like purple lightning, piercing the neck of a draconic guard and severing its head in midair. Using the corpse's recoil, she broke through to the next target, assassinating them with flowing, effortless precision. Evelyn stood firmly atop a golden pillar, her bow fully drawn, and with every twang of the string, a draconic guard fell. 800 succubi fought back to back, flipping through the air at low altitude, their short blades slicing through the draconic guard's joints, dragon blood spraying everywhere. Their legendary grade armor forcefully blocked the attacks, leaving the enemy almost helpless to retaliate. Within half an hour, more than 1,000 draconic guards lay dead across the battlefield. Clear the battlefield. The system buzzed wildly. Killed 1,000 6th-tier draconic guards. 50,000 energy stones. 1,000 6th-tier magic crystals. 4,000 golden, curved blades. Yuna stepped forward, holding a blood-stained magic blade. Master, there's a pool at the end of the Great Hall. In the white jade pool flowed a thick, shining golden liquid that gave off a strange fragrance. Ancient dragon marrow liquid, the essence of the marrow of an ancient magic dragon. I hurried over, and Yuna stumbled slightly, frowning. Just a little wound. My gaze turned fierce as I swept over her waist. Her leather clothing had been torn, and dragon blood was corroding her skin. You were injured and didn't report it? I can endure it, don't move. I tore open her leather clothing, revealing the wound, and pressed my palm against it, using the power of the demon gods. Origin to suck out the poison blood. Yuna cried out repeatedly as the blood was forcibly drawn out, tearing through her whole body. Then a wave of heat surged from my palm. An abyssal aura filled the wound. She collapsed softly into my arms, breathing rapidly, and actually bit my shoulder to ease the pain. 5 minutes later, the dragon blood had been completely drawn out. I sealed the wound and lightly struck her waist. The poison's been removed. Be more careful next time. Yuna's eyes burned with fanatic devotion. Yuna's life belongs to Master. Get containers and take the dragon marrow liquid away. Several succubi took out crystal buckets and filled 10 of them. Suddenly, a dazzling square stone box emerged from the bottom of the pool. I shattered the lock and opened it, only to find 3 golden scrolls and a dark gold dragon eye gem inside. The system buzzed wildly. Discovered ancient magic dragon relics. Blueprint for an 8-level dragon breath annihilation tower. Mythic grade material, the dragon's eye. 2 high-tier abyss contract scrolls. The hidden reward in the Great Hall is even more outrageous than the boss chest. The Dragon Breath Annihilation Tower far surpasses ordinary arrow towers, and the Dragon Eye is an invaluable mythical material. I put away the spoils and fixed my gaze on the thick gate deeper inside. The Dragon Eye was embedded into the groove. Mechanisms rumbled, and the gate opened. Behind the door lay a vast treasury, piled high with gold, silver, jewels, and rare materials. At the center, above a boiling magma pool, stood a black giant egg, dark red patterns pulsing across its surface, emitting a heavy heartbeat. I led the 3 commanders inside. The egg erupted with blood-red light, and a deafening dragon roar rang out. 100-meter-tall phantom of an ancient demon dragon soared into the sky, its blood-red eyes glaring at the intruders. The oppressive might of a 9th-tier spirit body crashed down like a mountain. The 800 succubi instantly went weak in the knees and knelt to the ground. Yuna and Selena struggled to hold themselves up, gritting their teeth. Evelyn knelt at the very front, her bow arm trembling violently, blood sliding from the corner of her eye. I walked behind her and covered her eyes with my hand. Close your eyes. Lock onto the target with your instincts. In the darkness, she entrusted her weight to me, and the bowstring was drawn to full tension in an instant, gathering dark gold magic power. Release. The arrow tore through the air and struck the demon dragon's brow dead center. With a thunderous boom, abyssal magic exploded from its mental core, and the demon dragon let out a miserable howl as its oppressive force shattered. I hurriedly threw out a high-tier abyss contract scroll, and dark purple chains tightly bound the phantom. Submit. The abyss field forcefully dragged the demon dragon's remnant soul back into the black egg. As the red glow faded, the treasury fell silent. Cracks spread across the surface of the egg, and a 5-meter-long black-scaled hatchling burst out of its shell. Purple abyssal demonic flames blazed on its back, and its eyes were an eerie dark purple. A deep abyss demon dragon, mythical grade hatchling, already contracted and bound to its master, Tier 6. A deep abyss demon dragon mount with astonishing potential was born just like that. The hatchling obediently crawled to my feet and rubbed against my boots, showing absolute submission. I patted its head and swept my gaze over the treasure. Empty it out. The system rewards surged. 100,000 high-tier magic crystals, 20,000 units of high-purity refined gold, 3 legendary-grade armor blueprints, The ancient demon dragon's inheritance and astonishing wealth were instantly taken into my possession. The 800 succubi quickly packed up and carried away the treasures. I leaped onto the demon dragon's black back. Returned to the city. A dark red spatial gate warped open, and the hatchling spread its wings and flew through before landing heavily in the bluestone plaza. Its dragon claws shattered the stone slabs, and pure ancient dragon might swept across everything. Helena and the other logistics personnel knelt in submission, their eyes filled with reverence. I jumped down from the dragon's back, closed the teleportation gate. The spatial gate vanished in an instant, and the morning sunlight spilled over the Demon King's spire. I walked toward the Tier 7 Abyssal Demon Pool. Incubate. The pool exploded, and 500 dark red light clusters shot into the sky and shattered. 500 new succubi soldiers emerged from their shells, their skin fair, with demon patterns and devil wings on their backs. In unison, they called out my name, their momentum surging like a rainbow. Helena immediately led the new recruits into formation. I led the 800 veteran soldiers straight to the Abyss Armory. Ella was hammering iron ingots with a blacksmith's hammer. Ella. She immediately set down the hammer and knelt. I flipped my hand, and 3 legendary-grade armor blueprints and 20,000 units of refined gold crashed onto the forging table. Within 3 days, I want the finished pieces worn on my body. Ella's eyes widened, and she excitedly pressed her face to my boots and kissed them. Even if I work day and night, Ella will complete the mission. After issuing the order, I took the demon dragon hatchling back to the Demon King's spire. The hatchling lay at the foot of the steps, its stomach rumbling as it looked at me hungrily. I waved my hand and poured out 1,000 high-tier magic crystals. The hatchling excitedly crushed the crystals between its teeth, its black scales flashing with purple as its power surged. The side room door was pushed open. Agatha slowly appeared, wearing a tattered pure white holy robe, black chains wrapped around her limbs, and dragging noisily along the floor. Her heterochromatic eyes were drawn to the hatchling, a mythical-grade abyssal darling. Her voice was ethereal as she knelt at my feet. I grabbed the chain behind her neck and yanked hard. Agatha let out a restrained, soft moan as she lost her balance and bumped into my shin. "Feed it." She bit her lip and handed the magic crystals to the hatchling. My hand slid along the chain into her torn holy robe, kneading her skin with alternating ice and fire. Agatha's breathing turned chaotic as she desperately tried to control her trembling. "Your grace is my delight, my lord." Her heterochromatic eyes burned with fanatic fervor, and her holy robe was torn further apart. Only the demon dragon's chewing and her rapid breathing remained in the hall. Half an hour later, the dragon had finished the magic crystals and was dozing peacefully. Agasha was flushed red and limp, her holy robe hanging loosely like water. High heels sounded from outside. Helena hurried in. "Lord, something big has happened at the trade market." "What is it?" "It's not a traveling merchant. It's an official envoy with a white flag, claiming to be the royal family of the Dark Elves of the Black Iron Mountains. The leader is an elder of the Dark Elves. The Dark Elves had come to deliver themselves to my door. They must have had an ulterior motive. They brought 10 large carts of high-purity rare ores and magical herbs. The elder is speaking humbly, begging for an audience with you." A smile spread at the corners of my mouth. "Have them bring the goods to the plaza. I'll go see them." In the plaza, 10 wooden carts stood in neat rows, with 5 dark elf warriors guarding each one. At the front was an elder leaning on a staff. I strode out of the spire, and behind me the dragon hatchling's every step cracked the cobblestones beneath its feet. 50 elven warriors went weak in the knees and knelt at once. The elder trembled as he said, "Great Elder Mar of the Dark Elves, paying respects to the great Abyss Lord." I swept my gaze over the supplies. "Open the carts." The warriors lifted the waterproof cloths, and a brilliant light illuminated the plaza. The carts were piled high with star iron, ore, and potent magical herbs. The last cart held 10 crystal-sealed wooden barrels, moonwell water, capable of greatly enhancing the constitution of troops. Helena reported quickly. "Its value far exceeds 100,000 energy stones." My eyes sharpened as I stared at March speak. "What do you want?" Mar wore a bitter expression. "My lord's power is unmatched. The Black Iron Dwarves and the Orc Royal City have been utterly destroyed. We are weak and isolated. Today we have come with our entire foundation, seeking to become your vassals and receive your protection." I sneered. "The Dark Forest is under my control. Stay here in peace. Who dares touch you?" Mar hurriedly explained. "The underground shadow spider nest has gone out of control. 7th-tier mutated creatures are hunting elves everywhere. Our tribe can't hold out." I fixed my gaze on him. "Protection comes at a high price." Mar immediately produced a parchment scroll. Helena confirmed that it was the highest-grade bloodline master-servant contract and handed it to me. I dripped in a bit of blood, and as the contract turned red light and merged into my body, from that moment on, the Dark Elf tribe deep in the Black Iron Mountains became exclusive territory of the Abyss Demon God's domain. Mar let out a sigh of relief and ordered the guards to make way. A graceful silver-haired female elf stepped out. Her dark purple soft armor clung tightly to her skin, cold and proud. But her hands were bound with fine silver chains. The Dark Elf Princess Fiona, Tier 5, an affiliated tribute offering. She is the chieftain's most beloved youngest daughter. She is skilled in advanced nature magic, and she will stay in the Demon Palace to serve you exclusively. Fiona bit her lip and swallowed her tears as she knelt and whispered, "Greetings, master." I stepped closer and grabbed the silver chain, yanking it hard. Fiona fell into my chest, her soft armor pressed against my firm muscles. My gaze was icy as I reached out and pinched her left elf ear, the most sensitive nerve center. She shuddered, an uncontrollable, delicate moan escaping her lips. Her legs went weak, and she could only steady herself by holding onto the chain. If you've come to serve, then don't pretend to be so proud. Her act collapsed instantly. Her cheeks burned red, and her breathing became ragged. Master's reprimand is right. I'll behave and listen obediently. She lowered her head, limp and softened in my arms like spring water. I let go and looked at March. Take your people back. Tomorrow I'll personally lead the army into the underground world. The Shadow Spider territory is mine. Thank you, my lord. Mar bowed repeatedly in gratitude before leading his people away. Only the carts loaded with supplies and the kneeling Fiona remained in the plaza. I instructed Helena, move the supplies into the armory and warehouses. Distribute the Moonwell water tonight, so all the succubi can improve their physique. Then I turned to Agasha. Take her into the tower and teach this elf princess what proper rules are. As you command, divine oracle. Agasha walked toward Fiona, her heterochromatic eyes flashing with strange light. At the top floor of the Demon King's spire, the throne exuded a cold and oppressive presence. Fiona was brought in, the silver chains dragging across the stone slabs with a clear ringing sound. The abyss's suppression had sealed the nature magic within her body. I sat steadily upon the throne. Pour the wine. Fiona gritted her teeth and picked up the crystal goblet, her steps unsteady. Fear made her hands tremble, and drops of red wine spilled onto and stained the soft armor. I suddenly grabbed her wrist and yanked her, and she fell into my arms, straddling my thigh. The crystal goblet hit the floor and shattered. You can't even pour wine properly. Why keep you around? My palms slid down her back, reaching the edge of her soft armor. Agatha knelt beside the throne, holding up a pitch-black scroll with both hands. Great Sovereign, please brand your possession. Purple abyssal demon fire gathered at my fingertip, and I slammed it hard onto Fiona's fair collarbone. Ah! She threw her head back and screamed, pain and pleasure intertwining. The scalding demon fire burned out a dark purple mark, and the domineering force forcefully invaded her, corrupting her pure natural magic. The tips of her silver-white hair were rapidly dyed an eerie deep purple. The once proud elven princess had completely become my exclusive beauty. Fiona's gaze turned hazy, and she took the initiative to wrap her arms around my neck. Master's brand. Fiona will remember it for eternity. Her face pressed against my chest, her breathing quick and obedient. In the throne hall, the fallen saintess and the darkened elf intertwined into a breathtaking painting. I leaned back in the chair and savored the thrill of conquest. The next morning, sunlight pierced through the clouds. I strode out of the demon palace full of energy. The level 7 demon pool roared as 500 dark red light spheres shot into the sky. 500 new succubi recruits burst from their shells and knelt down in chorus. My military strength steadily climbed to nearly 4,000, with strong troops and ample resources. Serena, Una, 2 top-tier generals appeared instantly. Assemble 1,500 elite, fully armed veterans. I wore a pure black abyssal commander's trench coat, and dark gold wings burst open behind me. Point our blades toward the underworld and flatten the shadow spider nest. The 1,500 succubi vibrated their wings and turned into a cloud, rushing toward the depths of the Black Iron Mountain range. I sat atop the demon dragon, while the young dragon steadily conned the clouds, its purple flames flickering calmly. Fiona was forced to sit in front, her long legs tightly clamped around the dragon's back. The biting cold wind messed up her silver-purple hair. My chest pressed against her back, and my rough hand locked around her waist. If you're scared, lean in closer. She trembled slightly, lowered her pride, and obediently leaned back, giving everything over. The dark purple brand on her collarbone burned hot, and wild demonic power kept pouring into her. Fear, yet an inescapable dependence, surged in her heart. After half an hour of flight, I opened the regional channel with one hand, and blood-red distress messages exploded across the screen. Help! A swarm of black spiders shattered the wooden fence in an instant. The shadow spiders fled underground, and the infantry were being blood-sucked alive by spider silk. The underworld is in upheaval. The Black Iron Mountain range is dangerous. Don't come near. Who has antidote medicine? 10 blueprints for 1 bottle. Players were thrown into slaughter as the shadow spiders ravaged the surface. I gazed at the desperate screams, my eyes deep and unreadable. For the weak, this was the end of the world. For me, it was all resources delivered right to my door. I opened the trade hall and listed the 1,000 rare herbs offered by the Dark Elves yesterday. Seller, Chew Foam. Dark Elf high-grade herbs, 1,000 stocks. Effect, crush and apply to wounds. Strongly suppress toxins below level 5. Price, 100 energy stones per stock, no bargaining. As soon as the message was posted, the regional channel exploded. Chew Foam, you actually have Dark Elf specialties. 100 energy stones is a conscience price. Antidotes elsewhere are going for 1,000. I'll go bankrupt and still have to buy it. A divine medicine with lives hanging by a thread. In less than a minute, the herbs were sold out. System prompt. Transaction complete. Obtained 100,000 energy stones. A smile rose at the corners of my mouth as I effortlessly pocketed them. Before the war had even begun, the first wave of profits had already arrived. Master, the underground entrance is just ahead. Fiona pointed toward a huge crack in the mountain. The crack was 100 meters wide, like the gaping maw of a colossal beast from the abyss, exhaling foul gray-black mist. All troops land and prepare to enter the cavern. The demon dragon let out a low growl, folded its wings, and landed steadily. The 1,500 succubi touched down in neat formation and drew their short blades. The crack was covered in sticky white spider silk, hung with the mummified corpses of beasts. Go and clear the way, and test the power of the abyss mark on your body. I tapped Fiona's slender waist and carried her off the dragon's back. As you command. She stepped forward, took a deep breath, and formed seals rapidly with both hands. The dark purple mark on her collarbone flashed violently. Dark thorn, strangle. Boom. The rocks shattered, and dozens of giant vines burst from the ground, thick as water barrels and blackish purple. The vines were covered in sharp barbs and dripping corrosive venom, clearing the passage at high speed. From deep within the nest came the sound of insects chirping. Hundreds of giant black spiders rapidly crawled out, compound eyes glowing eerie green and abdomens swollen and bulging. Shadow spider guards, tier 6 elite monsters. They opened their mouths and spat venomous webs. Don't you dare hurt my master. Fiona thrust out both hands, and dark vines instantly formed a giant shield to block the venom. Penetrate them. I stood behind her and gave a calm order. By the master's will. Her eyes turned a demonic purple as her 10 fingers clenched sharply. The vine shield transformed into countless razor-sharp spears that shot out in all directions. Their hard armor was pierced by the spikes, and dozens of spider guards were nailed to the rock wall. The thorn vines frantically drained the spider's blood, and in just a few breaths the giant spiders shriveled into empty shells. Cruel, brutal, and highly efficient crowd control. The remaining spiders fled in terror. Selena charged in with her spear, sweeping it across as black flames exploded. The rest of the spiders instantly turned into minced flesh, and the cave entrance filled with the smell of burning char. The battle ended in 5 minutes, and Helena's logistics team followed closely behind to harvest the spoils. Over 100 shadow spider guards killed, 20,000 energy stones, 500 sets of high-tier spider venom glands, and 100 tier 6 shadow magic crystals. Resources poured in continuously. I walked up to Fiona and wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her into my embrace. She was gasping, her chest heaving, sweat beading on her forehead. My rough fingers gently brushed over the brand. Your slaughter suits the abyss perfectly. Fiona blushed and clung tightly to my neck, pressing her face against my chest muscles. Fiona's strength exists only to conquer for my master. Please grant me more abyssal power. Her voice was hoarse, carrying none of an elf's restraint, like a madman begging a god. I infused pure blood-chi demonic power into her, and a warm current surged through her meridians. Her legs went weak, and she leaned into my arms, breathing heavily as she recovered. Light the torches and keep moving forward. 1,500 succubi raised their torches, and the army stepped over the dried spider shells into the deep, dark cave. The passage sloped downward, and the air grew thicker and more humid. They encountered several ambushes along the way, but all were resolved by Evelyn's heavy bow and Fiona's thorn magic, and the energy stones kept steadily increasing. After traveling more than 10 kilometers, a huge underground cavern suddenly appeared ahead. A wide underground river stretched across the center, its black liquid churning with thick, poisonous miasma. An island stood in the middle of the river, made entirely of piled-up bones, and on top of the island sat a treasure chest that shimmered with diamond light. Evelyn, scout underwater. The purple-haired female archer's golden eyes pierced through the toxic water. It is indeed a treasure chest, but beneath it are tens of thousands of living creatures, waiting for us to cross the river. A trap. An ordinary lord would rush straight toward a diamond chest and inevitably suffer total annihilation. I was not surprised at all. High returns always come with high risks. I looked at Fiona beside me. Build a bridge. Use your abyssal magic to pave a road to the island in the middle of the lake. Understood. Fiona stepped to the edge of the dark river and quickly formed hand seals, the abyss mark on her collarbone bursting with purple light. Dark thorns grow. The rocks on the shore shattered, and dozens of thick purple-black vines wildly surged toward the island in the lake, interweaving into a bridge across the water. But the river water was highly toxic and immediately corroded the vines, sending up white smoke and hindering their growth. Fiona bit her lip, sweat beading and sliding down as her magic was flung through by the poisonous water, her legs trembling so hard she could hardly stand. I strode onto the thorn bridge and came behind her, wrapping an arm around her slender waist. Keep laying it. Don't stop. A powerful abyssal force poured through my palm, and a scorching current filled her parched meridians. She instantly softened into my arms, the abyss mark blazing with an eye-searing purple light. The vines reversed the corrosion and grew with drug-like ferocity, the thorn bridge spanning the lake and rooting itself into the pile of white bones on the island. As soon as the bridge was complete, the dark river exploded. Tens of thousands of shadow sirens burst out of the water, their upper bodies seductive and their lower bodies black fish tails, releasing eerie songs that struck directly at the mind. But the abyss succubi only sneered, completely unaffected. You ugly eels dare to show off before our master. Serena roared as she charged forward on horseback, her spears sweeping through and incinerating dozens of sirens in an instant. The 1,500 succubi stormed in like a dark cloud. The sirens' songs were useless, and they were crushed in close combat. The river's surface was filled with blood rain and stench, while corpses sank one after another back to the riverbed. I released the gasping Fiona from my arms and patted her perky butt. Go rest. Blushing and drunk with happiness, she weakened her legs and retreated to the shore. Alone, I stepped over the bone pile and headed straight for the diamond chest at the top of the island. With one hand, I lifted the lid, and diamond light illuminated the cavern. The system went wild. Exalted chest opened. 100,000 energy stones. 3 hero soul fragments. Unique blueprint. Dungeon teleportation array disc. Special living loot. Dark iron gnome grandmaster. My gaze fell on the living loot. A dirty old dwarf no taller than 1 meter, with dark gray skin all over, rolled down from the bone pile, wearing greasy goggles and bound tightly head to toe. Dark iron gnome grandmaster Gulu offers his humble loyalty to the great lord. He knelt in terror, his voice trembling. Raise your head and tell me why you were locked in a chest. Gulu crawled closer, his face full of resentment. I'm an engineer skilled in underground technology. 3 months ago, the Spider Queen invaded Machinery City, and my people were turned into fertilizer. I refused to help her build cannons, so she sealed me here to die. The Spider Queen was an 8th-tier peak mutated creature. Her nest was 100 miles away in a abyss crystal mine, piled with 1,000,000 energy stones and rare gemstones. My eyes flashed. This treasury was basically an endless ATM. You're skilled in building firearms? Gulu nodded frantically. With enough refined iron and abyssal magic crystal cores, I can build magic energy cannons that can tear through dragon scales. I grabbed him and glared. Lead the way. Today, I will cut off the Spider Queen's head. Yes, mighty lord. Gulu excitedly waved his arms and legs. Serena knelt on one knee to report. Master, we obtained 20,000 energy stones. The trash has been cleared. I mounted the Nightmare Warhorse, placed the teleportation array disc at the center of the island, and a blue pillar of light shot straight into the sky, opening up supply lines and retreat routes. Drawing my blade, I pointed it toward the depths of the dark river. Target, the crystal mine. Flatten the spider nest. The 1,500 succubi, fully armed, advanced swiftly along the dark river. Gulu was hung by the collar by a succubus, so frightened that his eyes rolled. To build magic energy cannons, you need refined iron and abyssal magic crystals. The high-grade ore in the mine is enough to create an entire cannon legion. I'll provide the resources as long as you can build them. The underground passage was dim and dark. Fiona followed closely and took the initiative to cast her spell, scattering dark purple spores from her fingertips that wildly grew into abyss fungi, lighting up the rock walls. She knelt and offered a hollow fruit shell filled with purified dark river water. Master, please drink. I took it and drank, letting a few drops fall onto the mark on her collarbone. The moment the cold water met her heated skin, her entire body shuddered, and from her red lips came a suppressed, soft moan. Pressing his thumb against her collarbone, he forcefully rubbed the water droplets into her skin. His rough strength brought a seductive flush to her collarbone. Light magic is very useful. Keep it up. Fiona looked at me in a daze, her cheek pressed against my damp hand as she greedily savored that powerful aura. After advancing more than 40 li, Evelyn suddenly stopped and raised her hand. Master, a large number of blockers have been spotted 1 kilometer ahead. No trace of flesh and blood, just giant steel mechanical spiders, with glowing metal cylinders mounted on their backs. Gulu suddenly struggled and roared in fury. That's my dark iron mechanical spiders. The Spider Queen stole my factory and turned it into watchdogs. Form up, all troops. Get ready to smash these iron lumps. The passage ahead abruptly widened, revealing a massive underground canyon. 500 mechanical spiders, each as large as a heavy pickup truck, lined up at the canyon entrance, the metal cylinders on their backs flashing red. Click, click. All 500 turned at once, the cylinders aiming at the army. Fire! 500 red high-temperature beams tore through the darkness and swept fiercely toward them. Tricks like that are nothing. Serena roared and charged on horseback, the battle aura of her 6th-tier heavy armored knights transforming into a solid black wall. The high-temperature beams slammed violently into it, sparks flying everywhere, but they still failed to penetrate her legendary-grade magical armor. She plunged into their formation and thrust her spear through the core, black flames pouring in as the mechanical spider exploded with a boom. Smash them all. 1,500 succubi spread their black wings and swooped in, precisely slicing through joints, drive shafts, and energy pipes. 10 minutes later, all 500 mechanical spiders were annihilated. Gulu slapped his thigh in excitement. Give me time, and I can use these parts to build cannons for the Overlord. Gather everything and take it with us. Put your full effort into researching cannons. The army reached the deepest part of the canyon, where a 30-meter-tall gate of fine iron blocked the way forward. A ferocious 8-eyed spider totem was carved into the gate, and rainbow light shone through the seams, accompanied by an intense wave of energy. That was the Spider Queen's 100 years of accumulated abyss crystal ore. Blood and chi roared in my chest as I clenched my fist in the abyss. Commander Ring burst with a ghostly glow. Boom. With one punch, the fine iron gate shattered instantly, opening the passage. Beyond the gate lay a vast underground world, crystal clusters hanging from the cavern's ceiling, their colors dazzling and dreamlike. Gulu rushed toward the cold rail track. Overlord, this is the main transport track of the Dark Iron Clan. Follow it for 5 minutes straight to the mother nest, and we can avoid the incubation chamber traps. From behind the multicolored crystal wall came the sound of crawling. Over 100 monsters slid down, upper bodies like enchanting women, lower bodies like giant crystal spiders. Crystal spider women, 6th-tier elites. They spat out a large cloud of pink, hallucinogenic poison mist. Scatter and smash them. The succubi rose into the air to avoid the poison mist, while Yuna transformed into a purple lightning magic blade and went straight for a spider woman's neck. The crystal spiders' surfaces were covered in hard crystal armor, and their defense was astonishing. Serena charged on horseback, her abyss spear piercing through, the inner flames exploding them into ashes. Evelyn's armor-piercing arrows shot into their compound eyes, causing the crystal armor to shatter piece by piece. Fiona's dark thorns bound a spider woman and hung her upside down in midair, the thorny vines frantically draining her energy. Within 10 minutes, over 100 crystal spider women were wiped out. Gulu ran toward a heavy sealed metal minecart. Overlord, the machinery is intact. Ride this for 5 minutes, and we can reach the depths directly. I took the lead and boarded, the others following. The minecart roared and accelerated downward. As it entered a sharp curve, the cart tilted, and centrifugal force sent Evelyn crashing into my arms. I clamped both hands tightly around her waist and said in a low voice by her ear, "Hold steady and keep your aim." She bit her lip and said nothing, letting her body weight rest against me while her hands trembled slightly as she gripped the longbow. 2 minutes later, the minecart burst out of the tunnel and braked violently. Before us was a funnel-shaped underground sinkhole thousands of meters wide, with millions of pure energy stones piled deep within, their light blinding. Gemstones and ore were mixed together, and a century-old treasury appeared before us. On the mountain peak loomed a gigantic, horrific beast. The Shadow Spider Queen, an 8th-tier peak boss, over 50 meters long, with 8 thick spider legs deeply embedded in the energy stones. Her upper body was that of a seductive woman with 8 red compound eyes, her snow-white skin marked with poisonous patterns and a fierce aura. You contemptible vermin, you dare covet this queen's wealth? Become nourishment and remain forever in the depths. The queen's voice was shrill. Her body pressed downward violently as her 8 thick legs frantically clawed at the heap of energy stones. Bright white light surged into her abdomen as the venomous pattern blazed fiercely, her aura skyrocketing. Guru, terrified, hurriedly hid behind the minecart. My lord, she's extracting the essence of the vein. If the despair poison light condenses, the entire underground city will be destroyed. My eyes narrowed. An 8th-tier peak boss still dared to calmly channel a big move right in front of us. She was practically courting death. Fiona, cut off her energy supply. As you command. Fiona rushed to the edge of the vein, pressed both hands hard against the ground, and the dark purple mark on her collarbone burst into dazzling light. Abyss spread, darkness devour. Countless purple-black thorny vines rapidly spread, severing the energy absorption, and huge patches of crystal instantly turned black. The Spider Empress locked her compound eyes onto Fiona and roared, raising 2 massive black arms over 10 meters long like sharp spears as she thrust them forward violently. Fiona had exhausted all her magic power and could not dodge. She looked up calmly at the massive arms stabbing toward her, showing no fear at all. She was willing to die for her master. Just as the giant arms were about to pierce through her, a streak of shadow flashed as I stepped in with both hands to meet the attack. With a thunderous boom, a shockwave exploded outward, and the ground caved in with a pit several meters deep. Guru and the minecart were sent flying dozens of meters away. My whole body was tense, my spider silk armor bursting to its limit, yet I still forcibly withstood the full power strike of an 8th-tier boss. Break! I roared, power surging through my waist and abdomen as both arms twisted madly. With crack after crack of bones tearing through the sky, I used pure physical strength to forcibly wrench off 2 of the Spider Queen's massive arms. Green foul liquid sprayed out. The queen shrieked in agony, losing her balance, and her huge body crashed heavily to the ground. Finish it. Selena rode her nightmare warhorse into the air, her black flame spear piercing the abdomen, burning the venom glands to ash. Evelyn drew her bow to full draw high above, dark gold arrows shooting toward the spinal connection, purple explosive runes shattering the hard shell. In a shriek, Una clamped her legs around the spine, drove a knife into the nerve bundle, and yanked hard, severing the nerves completely. The compound eyes dimmed instantly. The queen let out a mournful cry as it slammed down heavily, completely dead. The succubi cheered in unison. An 8th-tier boss, perfectly hunted. The system spammed rewards. Killed 8th-tier peak boss Shadow Spider Queen. 100,000 boss-grade energy stones. 8th-tier peak Shadow Magic Crystal. Star rank clearance chest. Star rank. A brand new chest beyond diamond rank. Fiona was pale from magical overexertion, yet she still stood firmly. Master, the vein blockade has no omissions. I pulled her up at once. Well done. She clutched my clothes and pressed against my chest, her red lips parting. Master's body is even sturdier than a shield. Gulu, the dark iron dwarf, came running over in a tumble, staring at the corpse with its severed arms as he kowtowed in awe. Master's might shakes the 9 heavens. Gulu is willing to offer a lifetime of craftsmanship to forge the strongest cannon. Take people to count every energy stone and gemstone in the mine pit. Not a single one is to be missed. The succubus veterans quickly spread out, hauling the loot like a tide. I placed my hand on the star-rank chest, and with a burst of light, the lid opened. 3 mysterious items floated in the air. 5 hero soul shards. Star-rank exclusive equipment. The demon god overlord crown. Mythic blueprint. The dark iron magic star destroyer cannon. 5 shards entered the account instantly. Combined with the 8 in storage, the conditions for summoning a hero were now met. The crown was entirely dark gold, sharp like a demon dragon's horns, with a black hole gemstone in the center devouring the light. Demon God Overlord Crown, absolute mental immunity. After activating the Soul Link, command all subordinates regardless of distance. Authority over all troops increases tenfold. I grabbed the crown as it turned into golden light and entered my body. A dark gold demon dragon horn mark appeared on my forehead. My spiritual power spread like a tsunami, countless threads linking the succubus veterans and the subordinates in the distance. Their emotions and positions were all laid bare before me. Clear the battlefield. A thunderous shout exploded in my mind, and everyone's souls trembled as the voice struck straight into their hearts. The succubi took the order in unison and madly hauled the ore. I took out the blueprint and tossed it to Gulu. The materials are right beneath our feet. Can the spider carapace and venom gland be dismantled and used as cannon barrels? Gulu's eyes lit up as he measured and tapped the carapace. Perfect. The carapace of an 8th-tier boss can withstand magic energy explosives, and the venom gland is a top-grade buffer agent. This old one will start work immediately. After 5 hours of looting the mine pit, 1,000,000 energy stones were packed away, and Helena made repeated teleports. The total in storage surged to 2.75 million. All troops withdraw. After teleporting back to the city, the towering walls and fresh air gave an overwhelming sense of security. I went straight toward the Abyss altar. The stone steps radiated cold pressure, and purple flames rose fiercely. I slammed 10 hero soul shards into the altar's demonic flames. Abyss altar summoned. The demonic flames surged, forming a dark purple vortex. An alluring woman slowly floated into view, her feet off the ground and her eyes covered by black silk. Abyss Astrologer Beatrice, Tier 6, Loyalty Maxed, Potential, Abyss Main God, Master of Starlight and Gravity Magic. She sensed my position and slowly descended, yet even one step from me, she was still floating. Overlord, the stars revolve for you. Beatrice is willing to control gravity in this world. Keep your feet on the ground. This is my territory. You are not allowed to float. Beatrice was startled. The gravity field collapsed, and she landed steadily. Just after losing the support of levitation, she swayed slightly, and a wave of weakness rushed in. I wrapped an arm around her slender waist and forcibly pulled her into my embrace. The touch was smooth and elastic. The deep blue starry dress pressed tightly against my black spider silk battle attire. The other hand pressed against the black blindfold over her eyes, rough fingers pushing against her eye sockets through the silk. What are you hiding in your eyes? Beatrice let out a soft, trembling cry and did not dare resist. For an astrologer, covering the eyes was a forbidden zone for sensing gravity, yet I forcefully touched it. My master's aura is hotter than a star. Her breathing quickened, her chest pressing tightly against mine as she let my fingers rub over the black silk. Show me your power. Crush that stone. I pointed to the 1,000-pound obsidian remains beneath the altar. Beatrice leaned into my arms, her right hand lightly pressing into the void. The air instantly warped, and the gravity field surged. The obsidian was crushed into fine powder, and the ground was carved into a pit half a meter deep. Gravity magic's destructive power far surpassed fire and frost. This battlefield control crushing tactic would leave the Abyssal army nowhere to stand. Well done. I pinched her chin, and Beatrice rose onto her toes to Dudon. One saw my lips, hot and eager. Under the dawn light, the dark gold city walls shimmered. Any creature below Tier 6 that approached would be suppressed. I stood on the high platform. The demon dragon horn mark on my forehead faintly emerged, and I monitored all succubi through the soul link. Helena, begin today's breeding. Beside the Tier 7 magic pool, black water churned as 500 dark red light spheres rose up. Succubi, knife-wielding succubi with fiery tempers, and auxiliary units like cooks and potion masters emerged from their shells. The total succubus force numbered over 5,000, with 3 million energy stones and resources. Beatrice floated at the core of the spirit-gathering array, dozens of gravity spheres circling around her like a miniature galaxy. I tightened my grip around her waist. She tilted her head back, the blindfold area trembling faintly. Master, the star chart shows that after you upgraded the territory to a high-level town, the balance in this region has completely collapsed. The native forces are terrified and discussing joining forces to resist. A bunch of ants struggling. And the Temple of Truth, an alliance of outland lords, has banded together. Their target is your territory. I opened the chat channel. It was all red exclamation marks. A private high-level message popped up. Su Qingxue, second in the region, invited me to begin interregional trade. I replied with a 50% cut. The other party silently accepted. By evening, Helena hurried over with a blood-stained war letter. An envoy from the overlord court of the one-eyed giant king in the depths of the dark forest has arrived. They demand an annual tribute of 1 million energy stones within 3 days, or else their 100,000 giant army will flatten the fortress. 1 million energy stones? I applied force with my fingers, and the war letter shattered into powder and fell away. Tell the envoy, I don't want tribute. I want their lives. The one-eyed giant envoy stood 5 meters tall, covered in gray fur, with a single huge eye like a bronze bell and a blood-stained bone club in his hand. He laughed wildly and roared threats of a 100,000-strong army. I couldn't be bothered to respond and glanced at Beatrice. Beatrice stepped lightly onto the ground and raised her right hand into the air. The gravity field crashed down. The one-eyed giant's kneecaps cracked under the crushing force, and he dropped to his knees with the floor tiles spiderwebbing apart. By the master's command, be silent and turn to dust. Beatrice swung her fist, and gravity surged 100-fold. Before the one-eyed giant could even finish screaming, he was crushed into a bloody meat patty, his bones and skin ground into a flesh and blood slurry. clean and crisp. Helena pushed up her silver-rimmed glasses, her gaze fanatic, and called for logistics to clean up the blood. I stood up and straightened my battle attire. Go take a look at how Guru's cannon preparations are going. After walking out of the hall, Fiona was already standing beneath the stone steps. Today she wore a form-fitting soft armor in deep purple, her silver-violet hair tied high, and her over-the-knee soft leather boots accentuated her long legs. Master Guru's artillery has been set up on the east wall. Lead the way. I climbed the 15-meter-high dark gold city wall. At the center stood a massive machine, the ultimate weapon with the black carapace of the Tier 8 Spider Queen as its core. The dark iron demon energy star-slaying cannon. The cannon barrel was thick, its surface engraved with energy-charging runes, radiating an aura of destruction. Guru threw down his wrench excitedly when he saw me. Overlord, the cannon body is stable. It just needs energy infusion, and we can test fire immediately. How many energy stones are needed? 200,000 for maximum charge. One shot can destroy a mountain 50 li away. 200,000 per shot. Having several million in my account, I could afford it in full. Through the soul link, I ordered Helena to transfer 200,000 energy stones. A moment later, the energy stones poured into the reactor. The runes lit up one by one, and the low hum grew steadily stronger. Charging will take 10 minutes. My lord should go to the observation deck first. I walked toward the lookout tower behind the city wall and sat down, and Fiona closely followed, closing the door. She formed seals with both hands and burst forth dark, natural magic. Purple-black thorns sprang from the ground and wrapped around her legs. Her soft armor was pulled tight, revealing her perfect curves. Master, the abyss mark inside me is burning too fiercely. I need your comfort. She looked up with yearning in her face, her red lips slightly parted as she panted rapidly, both hands suspended by vines and powerless to resist. I reached out and covered her flat abdomen, and Fiona shivered, letting out a soft moan as she leaned against the vines for support. My fingers traced toward the dark purple mark at her collarbone, and the scorching sensation made her lose herself. Master's power is the sweetest poison in this world. Her eyes reddened as she arched her chest forward, actively cooperating. In the cramped lookout tower, forbidden lust erupted, and heavy panting mingled with the friction of vines into a symphony of conquest. 10 minutes passed in an instant, and Fiona, flushed and sweat-soaked, collapsed limply beside the fur-covered chair. I finished getting ready and stepped out of the tower. On the city walls, the star-destroying cannons had finished charging. Purple-black light flowed along the barrels, distorting the air. Overlord, target locked on the half-orc watchtower 50 li away. Gula shouted excitedly. I raised my hand and swung it down. Fire! Boom! A purple-black beam 5 meters thick pierced through the clouds and swept 50 li in a flash. Seconds later, a blinding white light erupted from the distant mountain peak, followed by a mushroom cloud rising into the sky. The watchtower mountain was completely erased. It worked. Gulu jumped in excitement. 20,000 energy stones for one devastating strike. Worth it. Install star-destroying cannons on all 4 walls. Yes, sir. Helena hurried up onto the wall. My lord, Su Qingxue, the region's #2 player, has led a merchant caravan into the territory and requests a face-to-face discussion about the cut. A player had come to me on her own. Bring her to the hall. 10 minutes later, Su Qingxue stood in the center of the hall. Silver-white hair, frost armor, beautiful as an iceberg, yet she was trembling slightly. For 1,000 succubi stood in formation, staring at her, the oppressive pressure tearing through her defenses. Chu Feng, a 50% cut is too harsh. 30% is my limit. I tapped the armrest. You only have the Vyugra to offer tribute. I set the rules. Accept it, or get lost. We're both human lords. Why do you have to be so ruthless? She stepped forward. Impudent. Betty pressed down with her right hand. Boom. Gravity dropped abruptly, bending her knees until she fell to the ground with a pained cry. The Ice Queen's arrogance shattered instantly. I descended the steps and looked down at her. In my eyes, there are only the obedient and the dust. I pinched her chin and forced her to look up. My palm was like a furnace. The ice armor instantly melted into water. What are you going to do? She trembled, covering her chest. I seized her hands behind her back, and my scorching chest pressed against her skin. I lowered my voice near her ear. 1 energy stone less, and I'll strip you naked and hang you on the city wall. She completely gave in and went limp. I agree. Releasing her, she collapsed to the floor. After stumbling to her feet, she took out an ancient green leaf glowing with light and placed it at the foot of the steps. This is a strange treasure recovered by the caravan. I present it to you with sincerity. Then she hurriedly left. Fiona, the dark elf princess, stepped in, and the moment she saw the leaf, her expression changed drastically. Master, This is the origin leaf of the ancient elven sacred tree. It can grow into a true elven sacred tree. How many energy stones does it need? At least 200,000. Without hesitation, I went to the open ground behind the hall. 200,000 energy stones poured out, piling up into a mountain of crystals. The origin leaf was tossed onto the top. Do it. Fiona bit open her fingertip, and blood shot onto the leaf. Boom. The crystals melted crazily, and purple-black roots burst through the rock and into the ground. A towering giant tree rose from the earth. 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. The abyss sacred tree took shape, its canopy like a giant umbrella blocking out the sky. Life recovery increased by 500%. Every day, it condensed 10 drops of holy water, permanently increasing physique. The trunk split open, revealing a 5-meter-tall tree hollow. Master, I must enter the tree core to guide the energy. Fiona blushed, her eyes full of longing. I'll accompany you. Entering the tree hollow, vines wrapped around Fiona and lifted her into the air. She became the human-shaped core of the tree. I pressed my hand onto the tree core, and blood and energy surged in. The tree's power became even more obedient. I wrapped an arm around her waist and pressed her against my scorching chest. Now, present your reward to the sacred tree. Several hours later, the energy settled down, and Fiona softened into my arms. I handed her over to the maid and returned to my seat alone. Helena. Su Qingshue's caravan completed more than 10 large transactions in half a day. A 50% cut earned us 60,000 energy stones. This golden trade route was secure. Betty walked in. Overlord, the 10,000-strong army of the Cyclops King's court is launching a fierce attack from the west. 100,000 giants, each one 5 meters tall, capable of destroying city walls. All troops, mount the walls and meet the enemy. The earth trembled as an army surged toward us like a gray tide. The four corners started destroying. Cannons had finished charging. Fire, for deafening blasts rang out, and 4 purple-black beams instantly shot across more than 10 kilometers. 30,000 giants were vaporized before they could even cry out. The enemy formation was cut in two, and the remaining giants were paralyzed by fear. From the direction of the magic palace came a thunderous dragon roar. The mythic great abyssal dragon hatchling soared into the air. Its body length had already reached 10 meters. Go have a feast. The dragon turned into a streak of black lightning and hurled itself at the remnants of the army. Dragon breath ignited dozens of giants, and its claws smashed apart a 6th-tier commander. The massacre began. The battlefield was thick with blood and killing aura, and the bottleneck at the 5th tier was pounding wildly within my body. The moment of breakthrough had come. Serena, guard the city gate. Don't let a single one in. I rushed straight to the spirit-gathering array and sat down cross-legged. I crushed 10 high-grade magic crystals with my bare hands, and a storm of energy locked around me. My chi and blood surged violently, bones crackled, and muscles tore apart and reformed. An obsidian gold pillar of light shot straight into the sky. Breakthrough to the 6th tier. My strength doubled. Behind me, the wings of a demon god unfurled, their dark golden feathers igniting with hellfire. My aura was wild and hard to control. Camilla approached gracefully, and a wine-red suspender dress appeared, her tail quietly growing out. Master's energy is too wild. Camilla knows best how to soothe it. Holding a glass of red wine, she stepped straight across my thigh, her tail winding around my waist. I grabbed her tail tightly with my rough hand, pinning it down. Her whole body trembled as she clung tightly to me. Master's hand. With dazed, soft breaths, she took the initiative to kiss me. 2 hours later, the energy finally stabilized. Helena hurried over. Master, the scouts have discovered something unusual. These 100,000 giants aren't here to assault the city. They're fleeing. What? Tracking shows that 150 kilometers away, there's an 8th-tier mutated titan beast. The entire scene fell silent. An 8th-tier beast, the true overlord. I lounged against the throne, murder in my eyes. Afraid? Doesn't exist. I just broke through and my strength is off the charts. Anyone who dares come looking for death is welcome. Helena, what do we do with the spoils? Throw all the corpses into the bone conversion pool. 3 million energy stones credited. 3 million. A windfall from the heavens. I opened the panel. The total jumped to 7.75 million, leaving me just over 2 million short of reaching level 8. The dragon cub strolled into the hall, its black scales flashing as it rubbed its head against me ingratiatingly. Camilla swayed over, her wine-red dress fluttering. Master, a big client has arrived at the trading market. She looped her arm through mine, her chest pressing against me. A merchant dispatched by the Central Empire. Arrogant attitude, and he brought along 2 metal puppets 5 meters tall. A cold smile curled at my lips. Putting on airs on my turf? Looking for death. Come on, let's meet him. I flipped onto the demon dragon and shot through the clouds and tearing sky. High above, the wind howled. Camilla pressed close to me, and her tail secretly slipped into my battle suit, lightly tracing over my abs. Don't fidget. Concentrate on leading the way. Master's temperature is too high. I can't control my tail. The demon dragon plunged down into the trading market, dragon claws crushing the blue stone as overwhelming pressure spread across the entire place. An old white-haired man in a golden robe stood with two bronze puppets beside him, his gaze greedy. Imperial Envoy Merchant Jean Bat, a 6th-tier mage. He unleashed mental pressure like a tidal wave, trying to give me a show of force. I stood firmly on the dragon's back, not even furrowing my brow. The pressure, mixed with the crushing force of a deep abyss demon god, suddenly rebounded and exploded in midair. Bat gave a muffled groan and stumbled back 3 steps, his face turning livid. This is my territory. Don't try to fool me with such laughable tricks. I strode straight to the main seat and sat down. Bat hurriedly changed his expression and took out a rune-engraved wooden box from his sleeve. My lord's name is famed far and wide. This old man represents the Imperial Merchants Guild in purchasing the high-tier materials in your possession. In exchange, I've brought a treasure you cannot refuse. The box opened, revealing a dark silver metal collar engraved with ancient binding runes. A myth-grade beast taming collar. It ignores rank and forcibly tames heavily wounded beasts. Once a contract is bound, they will never betray you. A mutated 8th-tier titan happened to be nearby. I'll take it. Name your price. 5 million energy stones, or 10 8th-tier magic crystals. What outrageous greed. Camilla smiled lightly and walked up to Bat, her tail swaying as it exuded the seductive scent of the abyss. Royal succubus mental control activated. Bat shuddered all over, his eyes turning vacant as he dropped to his knees at Camilla's feet. What's the bottom price? 3 7th-tier magic crystals. Hand over all the blueprints and high-tier equipment. Bat obediently removed 3 storage rings and the box containing the collar. 3 7th-tier magic crystals were thrown in front of him. Payment is settled. Get out of my territory. Camilla withdrew her control. Bat came to his senses as if his soul had left him, and he fled in panic. Holding the collar, I felt its ancient power. The key to subduing the 8th-tier titan was now in hand. Camilla leaned against my shoulder, her chest rising and falling violently. My hand slid along her back to grasp her dark red tail, and I poured in the power of the abyss's origin. She stiffened all over, her dazed eyes flashing with a peach blossom glow. She parted her lips to bite my collarbone, her legs going weak and leaving her unable to stand steadily. After a short rest, I returned to the Demon King's spire. Beatrice. The abyssal astrologer floated over, her deep blue, starry dress fluttering. Find the exact location of the 8th-tier titan. She waved both hands, silver gravity orbs combining into a topographic map as her spirit power searched across dozens of miles. Sweat dripped from her forehead as the gravity field shook violently. Locked on, 40 miles due west. It's currently devouring an abandoned iron mine and absorbing the energy of the earth veins. Her magic power ran dry. The gravity orbs exploded apart, and she plunged straight down. I sprang up instantly and caught her frail body. My fingers gently brushed the edge of her black silk as Beatrice let out a restrained breath, her body tightening. Your perception is worthy of a reward. She wrapped both arms tightly around my neck, pressing close to my chest muscles. An hour later, I changed into my black spider silk battle suit and walked out of the spire. Beatrice followed behind me, her cheeks flushed. The Western campaign force had already assembled. Evelyn stood atop the dragon cub, her purple hair flying. Lure that big guy to within 30 miles of the western city wall. The demon dragon roared skyward and charged west. On the city wall, Guru was drenched in sweat as he adjusted the artillery cannons. Master, the main cannon is ready to fire at any time. Within 30 li, we can blast away at least half of it. He climbed onto the city wall and stood firm on the battlements. Beside him, Beatrice hovered in the air, ready to lay down a gravitational deceleration field. 40 li away, in the wasteland of the abandoned mine, the Titan mutated behemoth stood like a moving mountain, over 100 meters tall, its entire body covered in thick rocky armor. Evelyn rode the magic dragon, hovering above the beast's head, her heavy bow drawn into a crescent. Deep abyss armor-piercing arrow. The thick arrow tore through the clouds and shot into the rocky shell over the Titan's left eye. Runes exploded, and purple-black flames burned. The Titan roared to the heavens, pounding its chest furiously, shockwaves lifting a level 12 hurricane. It stepped forward like pillars crossing a 100-meter fissure as the ground collapsed. Evelyn kept perfect control of the distance, luring the Titan step by step into the firing zone. 35 li, 32 li. 30 li. Hold it down. Beatrice's starry eyes widened in fury as the black silk blindfold shattered. Absolute gravity field. 500 times pressure. Gravity slammed down from the sky. The Titan's steps froze, its spine seeming to be crushed beneath a mountain. Its rocky armor cracked open, and it dropped to its knees, smashing a deep pit into the ground. Fire. Gulu yanked the firing lever hard. A purple-black pillar of light, 5 meters in diameter, pierced 30 li of sky. The beam struck precisely into the Titan's chest, instantly vaporizing its hard armor. The Titan let out a miserable howl, a charred black hole left in its chest as green blood poured down like a waterfall. Its massive body lost control and crashed to the ground, completely losing its ability to resist. Dark gold wings suddenly spread behind him. He leaped forward, charging straight at the fallen Titan, the beast-taming collar gripped tightly in his hand. The Titan's chest had been blasted open into a scorched black cavity, its aura weak. Its savage right eye shot out a fierce glint, and its dying roar was deafening. Even in its last breaths, it still raised its giant arm and smashed down fiercely. With a cold gaze, he clenched his right fist and did not evade. The two fists collided head-on, and the sound of cracking bones was ear-piercing. He hung suspended in the air, steady as a rock, while the beast's stone-like giant palm crashed down. The hard armor shattered inch by inch. Absolute strength was crushed beneath my own hands. He flashed downward and, with one hand, fastened the collar around the Titan's neck. Golden light exploded as the collar rapidly expanded and fused with flesh and blood. Ancient runes shone. The Titan's struggle stiffened, the fierce light in its eyes fading, replaced by obedience and submission. Obtained 8-tier commander-level pet. Mutated Earth Titan. Stand up. The Titan struggled to its feet and obediently crouched beside him. With this 8-tier meat shield, the territory's defenses would be as solid as a fortress. He climbed onto the giant beast's shoulder and looked toward the abandoned mineral vein. What else are you guarding? The Titan thrust its left arm deep into the mine and dug frantically. A moment later, it pulled out a huge, earthy yellow crystal core in its mouth and respectfully handed it over. Earth Vein Core. It can be used as energy for defensive formations and can strengthen earth element buildings. Gulu was so excited his beard was flying everywhere. Master, this core can install an earth shield for the territory, doubling physical defense. He put it into his spatial ring. Taming an 8-tier giant beast and obtaining a top-grade core. This was a huge profit. Go rest and recover. The Titan obediently lay down and fell into slumber. With a shake of golden wings, he turned into a streak of light and flew back to the city wall. Beatrice leaned against the wall, panting heavily, her magic nearly exhausted. Her fair legs were weak and crossed, and the black silk eye covering was shattered. Her starry eyes stared fixedly at him. Master. Her legs went weak and she nearly slid down. He scooped her up in one arm. Beatrice let out a soft moan and nestled against his chest. You were already drained of mana, and yet you overused magic. Useless. Holding her, he strode straight toward the Demon King's spire. He placed her on the black crystal stone table, where she floated slightly, her skin dazzlingly white. He braced both arms on the table, trapping her in his embrace. Your body is resisting the power of the earth. Without magical power, I can't control the law of gravity. Master, I need your strength as true weight. His gaze turned cold as he suddenly pressed down with his entire body. Beatrice let out a soft cry, her back pressed against the cold, hard stone table. He hooked one hand around her slender waist, feeling the trembling through the lace. Is this heavy enough? She clutched his shoulders tightly, her legs wrapping around his waist. The Lord's oppression is the anchor of my soul. She completely abandoned her aloofness and took the initiative to offer her red lips. 2 hours later, Beatrice's complexion was rosy as she nestled in his arms, her starry eyes filled with indulgence and infatuation. After getting dressed, I walked to the window and looked down over the territory. Helena hurried in, holding a ledger in her arms. My lord, Master Gulu has completed the Earth Pulse Shield. A brand new defensive array can be deployed within 3 days. Good. The merchant caravan from the novice trade market has brought high-value bounty intelligence. What intelligence? A sealed, ancient underground city has been discovered in the eastern part of the Dark Forest. Forces from all sides are gathering there. Legends say the center of the ruins hides a teleportation scroll leading to the divine realm. Early in the morning, I walked to the edge of the level 7 Abyssal Demon Pool. The pitch-black pool water churned, releasing an enticing sweet fragrance. Nurture. The surface exploded, and 500 dark red light orbs shot into the sky. 495 hot-blooded short-blade succubi emerged from their shells. The remaining 5 had an unusual pale yellow, heavy tone. 5 succubi wearing khaki skin-tight explorer leather armor knelt on one knee. Equipped with tactical belts, lock-picking tools, and exploration compasses, they were Abyss ruin hunters. The leader had short hair reaching her ears and dark purple eyes, full of fervor. Ruins hunter Vera, at any time, I am ready to pry open every treasure vault in the world for my master. The succubus force steadily grew stronger. I brought Vera into the Demon King's spire. An ancient underground city has been sealed off 30 li away. What do you think? Vera spread out a tattered ancient parchment fragment, an earth-sensing map. Master, the entrance has many mechanisms and chaotic spatial magnetic fields. It must contain a divine-grade teleportation relic. The traps are deadly, and without a professional team, death is certain. An hour later, she collapsed in exhaustion, but her magical power had been fully awakened. Gulu entered excitedly, holding a giant wrench. Master Overlord, the Earth Pulse Shield deployment is complete. Even an 8th-tier boss smashing it won't break it. Stepping out of the spire, I saw the territory's dark gold walls covered by a thick, earthy yellow energy barrier. Indestructible, with no worries left behind. Yuna, Evelyn, Vera, the 3 generals quickly gathered. 1,000 elite troops assembled. We march on the eastern underground city. I turned and stared at the 8th-tier titan at the edge of the territory, lying like a small mountain. The huge wound in its chest had scabbed over, and its stamina had recovered to 60%. Today we walk. I leaped onto the giant beast's shoulder, 100 meters high. The collar flashed with silver light as the titan roared, shaking the heavens. Evelyn and Vera stood on either shoulder, while Yuna led 1,000 succubi transformed into a black cloud circling overhead. Clear the way. East. The giant beast took one stride and crossed the 15-meter-high city wall. With every step, the earth shook like thunder. Trees and boulders were mercilessly flattened. On the eastern side of the dark forest, ancient ruins were surrounded by a shattered stone circle. A 50-meter bronze gate was carved with intricate ancient divine demon runes. Outside, there was a sea of people. Player alliances, beastmen, and goblin merchant groups were all fighting over the terrain. Suddenly, a rumble came from the western earth, and the titan beast charged into the battlefield with destructive force. It opened its mouth and roared, sending shockwaves that toppled the fan of forest. Everyone froze in terror. A human lord even dropped his sword and sat down helplessly. With my hands behind my back, I stood firmly on the titan's shoulder, looking down at the scattering crowd. The succubus legion had surpassed 5,700, and all had changed into Dark Knight phantom leather armor, like black clouds blotting out the sky. Run, run now. With every step the titan took, dozens of beastmen were crushed into bloody mud. Within 10 minutes, the tens of thousands outside the bronze gate had all fled. The titan stopped in front of the bronze gate. The divine demon runes on the door flickered with dangerous waves of energy. Vera leaped down and took out a purple glowing probe, inserting it into the crack of the door. Master, forcing the door open will cause the interior to collapse, and all the treasure will spill into the void. Can you open it? Give me 5 minutes to crack the spatial lock array's core. The gate slowly opened a 2-meter gap, and behind it was a silver spatial vortex spinning madly. A violent suction burst forth, and Vera was suddenly swept away. I shot forward like lightning, grabbed her tactical belt on the thigh, and yanked her back into my arms. My arms locked tightly around her, my blood and chi turning into force that resisted the pull. Vera's back pressed against my scorching chest, and she wrapped her legs around my thigh. Master's protection is more reliable than any safety rope. 5 minutes later, the runes dimmed, and the spatial vortex stabilized into a blue portal. Well done. I patted her upturned butt and stepped through first. All troops, through the portal. After passing through the light gate, an open expanse unfolded before my eyes. Not a wet, dark underground, but a colossal mechanical city floating in the starry sky. Metallic floating islands were connected to one another, and at the center stood a silver tower full of ancient technological vibes. Master, this is an ancient interstellar teleportation hub. Vera activated the star map hologram, and tens of thousands of points of light represented countless unknown worlds. The Divine Realm teleportation scroll was actually the core password to open the hub. The 10,000 Worlds continent was merely a beginner village. The high-dimensional interstellar battlefield hid far more resources and even stronger enemies. Notify Helena and Gurul to bring the entire arms factory in. This interstellar hub will become the springboard for the Abyss demon god territory to break out into the myriad worlds. Blue light gates flickered as Helena, Gurul, Ayla, and a large group of logistics succubi entered one after another. When Gurul saw the place, he was overjoyed and said this was a miracle more than 10,000 years ahead of dark iron technology. Vera, how's the cracking progress? Master, there's a big problem. She said anxiously. The hub core requires the highest bloodline verification. You must personally inject authorization binding. He stepped forward. How do I do it? Blood and magic power need to be injected. I'll handle the spatial password sorting. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, his chest pressed tightly against Vera's tense back. His large hand pressed on her lower abdomen to pin her against the edge of the operating console, while the other slammed hard into the circular recess. Metal spikes cut open his palm, and six-stage chi and blood along with the power of abyss origin gushed wildly into the core. Vera let out a soft cry, her whole body trembling violently and her legs going weak. Keep the password stable, don't interrupt it. Her face flushed red as blood. Feeling the heat against her ear and his slight forward pressure, she gritted her teeth and supported herself while her 10 fingers flew across the keyboard. The master's power is too overbearing. 10 minutes later, the silver tower exploded with blue light, and the star map lit up completely. Vera collapsed into his arms, her expedition suit drenched with sweat. Well done. A mechanical voice sounded. Highest authority, binding successful. Welcome, Supreme Ruler of the Abyss Demon God System. Energy is insufficient for ultra-long distance teleportation. Star core fragments must be collected to recharge. Master, Girl roared. An ancient armory has been discovered on the floating island to the left. Give me high-grade magic crystals, and I'll transform it into an Abyss Steel Legion. Vera leaned in and quickly translated. The abandoned interstellar mining barge is very likely to have star core fragments. Lock it in. Girl, take the men and get the entire armory taken care of. I want the Steel Legion to crush everything. The dark iron dwarf led hundreds of succubus craftsmen straight toward the metallic floating island. The three of you come with me. Everyone else guard the hub and set up defenses. After pressing the teleport key, a blue pillar enveloped the four of them, and space was torn apart. A few seconds later, they stood in a gray-black alloy passage, the smell of machine oil and rust thick in the air. The gravity system had failed completely, leaving them in true weightlessness. He burst with chi and blood, stepping on the metal deck as steady as a rock. Yuna and Evelyn spread their demon wings and floated steadily in midair. But Vera, having lost gravity, cried out and drifted toward the ceiling. He grabbed the tactical belt on her leg and yanked hard. She was pulled back into his arms and crashed into his firm chest, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck and clamping her thighs around his waist. Hold on tight. With one hand supporting her hips, his palm was scorching hot, penetrating through the thin fabric to her skin. Vera's face turned red as if it could drip blood as she became a part of his body. Up ahead, the mechanical locked gate has to be manually torn open by dismantling the circuitry. I carried Vera forward and let her reach the control panel. She pulled out the probe, beads of sweat sliding down her neck. 5 minutes later, the gate opened. 3 red beams suddenly swept toward us. Autonomous guards. The old machines were still carrying out their kill program. Take them out. I strode in. Evelyn flipped through the air, eagle-eye ring locking onto the target. Abyss armor-piercing arrow. 3 arrows flew at once, sparks bursting as 3 metal spheres were instantly disabled. The alarm blared wildly. A large swarm of metal spheres charged in, with cutting blades hovering all around us. Yuna let out a bloodthirsty screech, kicked off the wall to rebound, and her purple blade light precisely severed the energy pipelines. 5 minutes later, all the guards were down, wreckage strewn across the floor. I carried Vera all the way through the level, breaking through every thick door the same way. She was drenched in sweat, limp against me, her eyes dazed. The core power room is ahead. The star core fragment is inside. She weakly pointed at the 10-meter-high giant door. I put her down and gripped the tactical belt to steady her. Back off. I clenched my fist. The demon god ring flashed with black light, and the blood chi of a 6th-tier peak erupted. 3 punches slammed into the door, and the ancient alloy gate crashed down. Light surged from behind it. In the center of the circular chamber was a huge mountain of blue glowing crystals, star core fragments. This stuff was enough to activate hub warp travel and recharge mythic equipment. The moment I stepped in, a huge, icy compound, I suddenly emerged from behind the crystal mountain. A 20-meter-long black alien insect crawled out, its exoskeleton covered in barbs, glinting with metallic cold light. In zero gravity, it floated by blasting air from its abdomen, letting out a deafening shriek. Its mouthparts spewed sickly green acid, which turned into countless floating green spheres, sealing off every route. Dodge the acid balls, don't take them head-on, I shouted. Evelyn hovered by the hatch, drawing her heavy bow to full tension. Whoosh! An armor-piercing explosive arrow shot out. The recoil in zero gravity was too strong. Her whole body drifted backward and slammed into the wall. She pushed off and slid aside, avoiding the acid spheres. The arrow hit the compound eye dead on. With a boom, the alien insect wailed miserably as its eyelids exploded. "Leave it to me." Yuna kicked off the ceiling and rushed out, swinging her demonic blade to slice through the acid barrier. The insect swept its forelimbs across, but in zero gravity, she had nowhere to brace herself. I threw a punch, blasting out a shockwave and knocking the insect's body off course. Yuna grabbed the barbs on its back, mounted its neck, and drove both blades into the gaps between its joints. Purple light exploded within its body, and the alien insect stopped struggling. An 8th-tier cosmic beast, slain. A system notification popped up, killed an 8th-tier cosmic alien insect. Reward, 100,000 energy stones. Obtained 1 8th-tier cosmic magic crystal. Obtained 100 portions of cosmic alien insect exoskeleton. Yuna pulled her sword free and floated toward me. The moment she landed, one of the remaining acid spheres grazed her left leg. Hiss! Her leather armor started smoking white, and the strong acid burned through her skin. My gaze turned cold. I stepped forward in a flash, grabbed her waist, and yanked her into my arms. In zero gravity, she couldn't resist. Her body leaned back, supported only by my single arm locking around her waist. I tore open the edge of her leather pants, my palms surging with magic as I pressed it against the red mark, forcefully devouring the acid toxin. She writhed in pain but had no strength to resist, her legs curling tightly around my waist, her arms around my neck. "Master, your hand is hotter than the wound," she gasped, her eyes filled with mad devotion. My hand tightened on her waist as I brutally pulled her against me. Inside the zero-gravity chamber, the roar of machinery drowned everything out. Half an hour later, I let go. Yuna's flushed skin had recovered, and she obediently adjusted her damaged leather pants. "Vera, load the Starcore fragments." She operated quickly, filling the space capsule with 10,000 units of fragments. "Master, that's enough to activate the highest-level dimensional warp." On the return trip, a flash of blue light later, we arrived in the main control hall of the ancient interstellar hub. Helena led her troops in kneeling to greet us. I walked to the console. "Vera, activate the core energy." Starcore fragments poured into the reactor. Rumble. The tower erupted with earth-shaking brilliance, blue light illuminating hundreds of floating metal islands. Sleeping machinery awakened, and the holographic star map expanded wildly. A scanning sound rang out. "Interstellar warp system activated at 100%. Abyss Overlord Authority confirmed. Successfully scanned a Divine Realm resource plane." A golden coordinate popped up. "Divine Realm Vanguard Outpost, Bright Highlands. Stores massive amounts of sacred energy stones and high-tier divine metals garrison force. 12-wing Archangel Legion." A cold smile appeared at the corner of my mouth. The newbie village was over. The final battle between the Abyss and the Divine Realm would begin at this outpost. "All troops, listen up." Demon god wings faintly emerged, and overwhelming pressure swept across the battlefield. The automatic door slid open, and Gulu entered with 100 black mechanical mechs. The mechs combined insect carapaces with dark iron technology, boasting absurd physical defense. I coldly examined the formation. Succubi harvesting from the sky, mechs advancing on the ground, the strongest array. Seal off the hub entrance. Not even a speck of dust is allowed in. Vera changed into a silver-white neural conductive suit and stood in front of the star map machine. The Divine Realm Outpost's spatial barrier is extremely thick. I must enter the neural link pod and use my brain as a navigator to forcibly lock onto the coordinates. I nodded and followed her to the transparent cylindrical pod at the back of the hall. She took a deep breath and stepped inside, and the tubing automatically connected. Initiate synchronization. The blue conductive gel instantly filled the pod, and a massive flood of information surged into her brain. "Ah!" she screamed in pain, her body convulsing violently. The amount of information exceeded the limit of 6th-tier spiritual power, and the conductive suit flickered wildly. Without hesitation, I stepped into the narrow cylindrical pod, and the hatch sealed shut. My chest pressed tightly against her back, while the blue gel flowed between us. "Relax your mind. Leave it to me." I locked my arms around her waist and fused my blood energy with the origin power of the Abyss, forcibly injecting it into her body. That domineering force suppressed everything, instantly stabilizing her nerves. She gasped for breath, her front pressed against the cold glass, her back against my scorching muscles. "Master's power is the most stable anchor." She tilted her head back against my shoulder, her legs instinctively pressing together. 10 minutes later, the holographic star map burst with red light. Bright Highlands coordinates locked. The hatch opened, and I supported Vera, whose face was flushed and legs weak, as we stepped out. Alarms blared instantly. Detected reverse tracking from the divine realm. The spatial barrier has been breached. In the center of the hall, golden light tore through the void as a spatial rift split open. A 3-meter-tall golden-armored warrior stepped out, with 4 pure white wings and a holy flame cruciform sword in hand. 4-winged battle angel, tier 7 elite, filthy abyss vermin. I'll purify you all with holy flame. I sneered disdainfully. Tear him apart. The mech roared to life and charged straight at the angel. Despicable pile of scrap iron, the angel roared as he swung his sword. The flames were instantly extinguished by abyss enchantment, and a mech's high-frequency particle blade severed the angel's right arm. The angel screamed and tried to flee, but Yuna flashed in purple light, and a magic blade drew a cross-shaped death beam. The head flew off, and the body crashed to the ground. The divine realm's arrogance was crushed into a joke by absolute violence. I stomped the head to pieces and looked toward the teleport gate. All troops assemble. Flatten bright highlands. The teleport gate stood 10 meters tall, its white light blinding as sacred energy surged. Vera panted by the control console. The divine realm barrier's backlash is strong. I must remain connected the entire time to ensure safety. I strode forward. Forced the endurance. I suddenly lifted her up, pulled down the zipper of her conductive suit, and pressed my thumb against the neural node at the back of her neck. Frenzied blood energy poured in. She let out a sweet cry, and energy instantly filled her meridians. Biting her lip, she operated the console, and the teleport gate stabilized like a rock. 10 minutes later, charging was complete, and I led the mechanical army through the teleport gate. 100 abyss mechs trampled over metal, their black iron bodies gleaming with a dim luster. Beyond the gate lay a pure white marble plaza, with golden clouds suspended in the air and a dense sacred aura. The mechs feared nothing. Sacred energy was worth nothing to them. Just after landing, hundreds of double-winged angels rushed out roaring. The mech's shoulder cannons fired, purple-black magic shells piercing armor and tearing apart flesh wings, while high-frequency particle blades sliced the angels in two. In 5 minutes, hundreds of divine wing guards were crushed, and a bridgehead was established. I led 2,000 high-tier succubi through the gate. Holy light scorched the succubi's skin, and abyss aura was rejected. Behind me, the demon god's black wings spread wildly as the 6th tier pressure was released, and a black phantom dispelled the sacred aura within 1,000 meters. He took a black formation disc from his ring and smashed it onto the ground, and a 10-meter 6-pointed star teleportation array rose up. The two-way supply route was opened, planting a stake for the abyss in the divine realm. Yuna reported from reconnaissance. There's a holy light fortress 5 kilometers ahead. The resource core is there. Mechs, lead the way. Flatten the fortress and empty the stockpile. The mechanical behemoths crushed the marble, followed by 2,000 succubi. A few kilometers later, the castle came into view. The 100-meter-high white walls were covered in sacred runes, and a golden barrier locked down the fortress. The holy aura pressed down like a tide.